Chapter 1. The Assassination. Hurry up! I've already ironed your clothes, aren't you done yet? A woman stood at the foot of the stairs, looking up and loudly calling. She appeared to be in her 30s, having once been a beauty in her youth, but years of toil had taken their toll, leaving her looking haggard. Her long dress was patched in several places, clearly reflecting the family's difficult circumstances. Behind her, a middle-aged man in his 40s was adjusting his bow tie in front of a mirror. He wore a neatly pressed suit, though a closer inspection revealed an unpleasant musty odor, suggesting it had been sitting in a trunk for too long and not worn, often only pulled out on special occasions to make an impression. On a chair lay a smaller suit, and suddenly, a boy dashed downstairs. His name was Saad Lap, 14 years old. Lap had already put on his shirt, which looked out of place for their modest household. The collar and cuffs were adorned with lace, indicating it was not a garment they could typically afford. He wore tight trousers and polished leather shoes that shone brightly from a recent coat of polish, although the creases on the upper leather hinted at their age. The boy was quite handsome, having inherited his mother's narrow face, high forehead, and straight nose. The only flaw was the lackluster gray of his eyes. "Look at your hair. It's a complete mess," his mother lightly chided, grabbing him by the shoulders and snatching the wooden comb from his father's hand to tidy his hair. Just then, more footsteps echoed from upstairs, and a girl sprinted down the stairs, around 11 or 12 years old, with an oval face, large eyes, and rosy cheeks. Despite her youth and obvious beauty, her tattered dress marred her appeal. "When will I have a dress like that?" the girl exclaimed enviously. "You don't need one," her mother reprimanded. The girl pouted in protest. Seeing this, their father quickly approached his daughter and gently said, "My dear Susan, you're still growing this year's clothes won't fit you next year. Just wait a few more years. And when you stop growing, they'll buy you a new dress. I want one with flowers and a bow at the waist." The girl insisted, stipulating her desires. "I promise you," the father replied, stroking his daughter's cheek. "Don't make promises, it's a waste of money," the mother interjected, her worry obvious. There was a hint of melancholy in the father's eyes as he turned to his wife and said, "I'm sorry for marrying you and making you suffer." "Don't say that. You know I'm very content," the mother whispered. Lap was perceptive enough to sense it was best not to disturb his parents at that moment. He gave his sister a knowing glance, urging her to return upstairs while he grabbed the clothes his mother had prepared for him and stepped out the door. As he dressed, Lap gazed at the horse-drawn carriages passing by on the street. His family did not own a carriage, and they often forewent rides, but today was special. His father would surely indulge himself. Lap's greatest ambition was to earn money. He yearned to make a fortune. While his family was not destitute, his father worked at the post office as an office clerk, earning enough to provide a modest living and send Lap to school. Things were still tight. Fortunately, his mother could read and write, so she taught his sister during her spare time. As he watched the bustling carriages, especially the private ones, a sense of longing filled him. Once he made money, his first order of business would be to buy himself a carriage. After waiting for 5 or 6 minutes, he saw a cab approaching and quickly waved it down, then turned to shout, "Dad, the cab's here." Lap's father hurried out and called to the driver, "To Riddenham Square." Riddenham Square was in the city center. Walking there would take over half an hour, but a ride would be significantly quicker. However, as they neared the square, the streets became increasingly congested, teeming with carriages as if the entire city had gathered here. Lap peered through the window at the adjacent carriage, where well-dressed people sat inside, as if they were attending a grand festival. "What's going on? Is there some big shot coming today?" the driver asked, puzzled. "Indeed, there is a notable guest arriving from Man, and my son and I are going to welcome him," the father replied with a hint of pride. "Coming from Man? So it's a royal envoy?" the driver exclaimed in astonishment. That was understandable. Tauren was a small place, a secondary city that had only 100 years ago been a tiny fishing village. As overseas trade shifted westward, it gradually grew from a village into a town and then into a city. "A royal envoy is stretching it. He's merely a special envoy from the king," Lap's father asserted, appearing knowledgeable. "A royal envoy must carry the royal mandate, able to make decisions in the king's name and possessing supreme authority. A mere envoy bears a message, accompanied by casual observation, holds a high rank but little power. That's still impressive. After all, he's representing the king," the driver acknowledged with a modicum of self-awareness. "Dad, it's not far now. Should we disembark and walk the rest?" Lap suggested, noticing the carriage moving at a snail's pace. The father hesitated, walking felt a bit undignified. Indeed, you should get off. At this rate, it will take at least half an hour, while you could walk there in 5 or 6 minutes. For me as well, it's beneficial I can turn back directly, the driver advised, pointing to the clock taxis charged by the minute. The father relented, paying the fare and stepping down from the carriage. At this moment, Rudenheim Square was already a sea of humanity. Lap's father strained to get a better view, finally catching sight of the postal office personnel clustered in the southwest corner. He spotted the postmaster, who, even now, could only afford to stand at the edge of the crowd. His direct superior, the branch director, was entirely missing. The postal office occupied a somewhat awkward position in the bureaucratic hierarchy. Other departments had divisions with directors, while theirs had only a main office, with the highest authority being the postmaster, a step down in standing. The heads of other departments filled the center of the square, while their boss remained at the southwest corner. Officials from the Treasury, the prosecutor's office, and the police department visible in the square did not seem aware of where the postal crew were hiding. We'll have to circle around. I wish we had gotten off on Anduin Street, Lap's father complained. Despite his words, had he been given the chance to act on them, he would have flatly refused, having already felt pained when he paid the fare. Dad, follow me, I know a shortcut. Lap volunteered. He could say that since he also worked at the post office as a postman, delivering letters, and thus knew Tolerant streets like the back of his hand. Do I need you to guide me? His father rolled his eyes. He had come up through the ranks as a postman himself, and was equally familiar with the routes. And soon enough they rounded a segment of the square. Over there, hordes of people had gathered, blocking the entire street, filled predominantly with postal workers. Lap's father finally caught sight of his superior, the branch director, who was holding a bamboo pole with a welcoming banner. Because he was somewhat short, only the bright red, balding crown of his head was visible above the throng. Stay here, Lap's father said to his son, then pushed his way toward the director. Lap obediently stood still, not wanting to wrinkle his clothes and risk a scolding at home. Moreover, he was put off by the way his father was bowing and scraping in front of his superior. Lap never felt this was worthwhile. He sensed deep down that the director was not pleased with his father. No matter how hard his father worked, putting in overtime and showing extreme respect, it seemed futile. Lap felt a pang of pity for his father, believing it was too much effort to live life this way. At that moment, he wandered about aimlessly. There were some people around his age, but he had no interest in mingling. Amongst them were mostly the children of postal officials, surrounded by sycophants doing their best to curry favor. Consequently, Lap casually stepped away from the cluster of people. Nearby, a few individuals lingered in small groups, idly chatting. He always envied these individuals, known as the new faction, who had all attended university, forming the backbone of various parties. They needn't grovel or strive since their parties would support their ambitions. Originally, Lap's father had intended to send him to a university, but 3 years prior, his mother had fallen gravely ill, depleting their savings and forcing him to abandon his studies to work at the postal office. He lingered near that group, eavesdropping on their conversations. As part of the elite, society's vanguard, what they discussed was intricate and beyond his understanding. Lap heard fragments about reconstituting the Constitution, the Royalist Party, conservatives, legislative assemblies, and tax increases along with price regulations. Yet one thing became clear. They seemed quite dissatisfied with the prominent figure to be welcomed today. Lap felt indifferent. It was of no concern to him. Suddenly, he noticed a boy near his age with curly hair, a face full of freckles, wearing a newsboy cap, a checkered shirt with a leather vest and baggy wool trousers, weaving through the throngs. Lap did not recognize this boy, but instinctively, he felt that this lad was of a different ilk, was a pickpocket. As a port city, it was teeming with visitors, and thus, many pickpockets roamed the streets. Lap often encountered such individuals while delivering mail, as they moved about as covertly as the postman. Lap hesitated, pondering whether to alert someone amongst the talkative officials. Just then, the pickpocket ambled over in his direction. Upon reaching him, the boy grinned slyly and whispered, "Check your jacket pocket." Lap froze momentarily, but instinctively felt inside his pocket, and immediately his expression shifted. Something was in his jacket pocket, likely a necklace. He knew well he owned no necklace, as they could not afford such luxuries. However, his mother possessed a necklace given as a dowry, meant to be passed down to his sister. This is a little tip. Once you take it, pretend you didn't see anything, the pickpocket murmured. It was a bribe, extorting him as well as delivering a warning. Lapp realized that if he reported it, he wouldn't come out unscathed. Conflicted, he considered how his mother's necklace had cost his father half a year's savings, and the one now in his pocket was likely even more valuable. More importantly, he was not one to attract trouble. If he spoke out, it was possible the pickpocket would retaliate, regardless of whether the police believed the thief over him. Lapp definitely did not wish to be knifed. Yet he could sense something was amiss, though he could not pinpoint it at that moment. Just then, the distant sound of drums and horns erupted, announcing the arrival of the guest. In a flash, Lapp forgot his earlier troubles, even the young pickpocket. The arrival of this notable individual held no significance for Lapp. He was merely a spectator. With his father not nearby, it was all the better. He launched himself up on the wall, grabbing hold and pulling himself over before landing safely. Lapp had done this many times. Sometimes an errand would require a circuitous walk around a block. Scaling a wall made things far easier, as lazy postmen were excellent wall climbers. As soon as he steadied himself, Lapp spotted the pickpocket lounging carefreely atop the opposite wall. That sly boy was already enjoying the sight while nodding casually in his direction. Lapp chose to ignore him, his attention fixating on the square. He saw a white, open carriage slowly approaching, escorted by a team of mounted soldiers. Inside sat a young man, looking no older than 20. He wore a silver wig, his pallid complexion emphasized by thin lips and slightly slanted eyes that appeared lost in thought, resembling a sleepwalker. Lapp recognized this as the so-called noble demeanor, a trait common among the well-to-do in town. Most respectable figures of society adopted this facade only. When they quarreled, would they abandon such decorum. He's nothing to boast about. He merely came from a privileged background, the pickpocket commented with thinly veiled disdain from across the way. Though Lapp remained silent, the statement struck a chord with him. Had he been born into a noble family, he too would have enjoyed such prestige. The carriage drew near, went around the square once, and then gradually came to a halt, prompting the awaiting crowd to surge forward. At the forefront was the mayor, an elderly man adorned in a dark red coat, a silver vest, and high-heeled shoes dressed like a peacock flaunting itself. The notable figure stood as the attendant opened the carriage door, extending a hand towards the mayor, who reciprocated, their hands nearly clasping. Suddenly, from the nearby military band, a flutist darted forward, having tossed aside his flute to reveal a hidden sword. It was a short sword over a foot long, the width of a man's finger, held only between two fingers with no hilt or guard. In an instant, the tip of the sword plunged into the noble's throat, protruding from the back of his neck. All of this transpired too quickly for any onlookers to react. The first to regain awareness was the guard, who had opened the carriage door. He quickly unsheathed his sword. Yet before he could strike, the assassin twisted his wrist, the blade cutting swiftly across the guard's neck. The guard fell lifeless, crashing to the ground. The cavalry escorting the carriage quickly turned their horses around, drawing their swords in haste. Unfortunately, before they could close in, the assassin released a flurry of deadly strikes, with each one landing either squarely between the eyebrows or striking at their temples. The mayor, decked out like a peacock, rolled and scrambled away into the crowd, shouting, "Catch the assassin! Catch the assassin!" The other prominent figures also seemed to share his panic, scrambling to escape. Surprisingly, some below, undeterred by danger, drew weapons. In particular, one pulled out a small firearm. It was a palm-sized pistol that, although unimpressive, still held an intimidation factor far surpassing its practical application. As the gun fired with a bang, a flash of light erupted, spreading white smoke into the air, momentarily jolting everyone. However, the crowd soon froze in shock as they witnessed the flicker of the sword, ringing out with the sound of metal striking against metal. The bullet had been deflected by the assassin's blade. The shooter stood in confusion, instinctively pulling the trigger again. This firearm had two barrels, allowing for consecutive shots. With another bang, the assassin's sword flashed once more, once again sending the bullet careening off course. In the very split second when the bullet was deflected, the shooter collapsed to the ground, a silver throwing knife lodged into his right eye. Beside him, the remaining crowd lost their resolve. Clearly, anyone capable of deflecting bullets was beyond their capacity to confront. At that moment, far off in the distance, shouts arose, "The guard's been dispatched! The guard's been dispatched!" Cheering erupted from the southern quadrant. Lap, unable to see that direction from his perch, ignored his attire, stepping into the drainpipe to climb higher until he landed on the second-floor balcony. Amid the chaos, he noticed that the pickpocket had vanished from the opposite wall, that crafty boy had slipped away unnoticed. Gunfire erupted in the distance. The first to arrive were the swordsmen of the guard, armed with both swords and pistols. Following them were the riflemen, all carrying long guns. Oddly, it was the rear ranks of riflemen that launched the initial attack. At a command, every rifleman raised and steadied their weapons, expertly positioned. Though their formation was somewhat chaotic, their movements synced as one. The leading swordsman immediately fanned out carefully, unwilling to obstruct the path of any incoming bullets. Meanwhile, they intended to box in the assassin from both sides, ensuring he could not escape. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of smoke engulfed the scene as gunfire erupted, bullets raining down upon the assassin. The attempt to assassinate a royal representative was a matter of grave concern, leaving little room for error regarding potential collateral damage. After all, the notable individual had guards to shield him, while non-persons could simply perish if they did. In that instant, the assassin finally showcased his true prowess. His movements became spectral, evading capture as bullets missed him entirely. Even the few shots that threatened him were deftly deflected by his short sword. Charging through the fray, his blade dancing like a whirlwind, all who dared to stand in his path fell like blades of grass before his onslaught. Slaughtering like mowing grass, that guy is fierce. The pickpocket on the wall gawked incredulously. Were you the one to be killed? You wouldn't hold such thoughts, Lap dissented, but deep down he admired the assassin. Every child harbored dreams of heroes, yet the age was bereft of champions, while this assassin stood as the closest embodiment of such a figure in Lap's mind. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion shook the street, an orange fireball illuminating the chaos. How many souls perished in that conflagration? Lap observed the fireball detonating amongst the crowd, claiming at least 20 to 30 victims, including women and children. His face paled. The spectacle was no longer amusing. Not only him, but the onlookers began to flee, each desperate to avoid being caught in this fracas. No running, a member of the guard called out. Having established a perimeter unbeknownst to them, several districts near the square had been enclosed. Seeing individuals attempting to breach the clearance, a man, clearly a captain, seized a firearm from a nearby soldier and fired a warning shot into the air, declaring, "Anyone dare to step forward will have no mercy shown." Instantly, all halted in their tracks. Moments later, there was another explosion, albeit not within the gathering crowd, but on a rooftop. Most were oblivious to the cause, however. From his elevated position, Lap caught sight of the assassin, who had adeptly scaled the walls and now leapt upon the rooftops, treating the walls as mere flat surfaces. Once atop the roof, the assassin moved like a specter, darting around without any semblance of restraint. One moment here, the next moment there, leaping from building to building. On the rooftop stood two figures, both wizards. They wielded wands that glittered with energy, casting forth small, fiery orbs. Though each fireball was only the size of a fist, upon exploding, its force could demolish a whole upper floor, ensuring that with each blast, destruction befell a building. Unfortunately, the majority of the casualties were innocent bystanders, as bricks and tiles rained down, causing those hit to bleed profusely. If that was considered fortunate, it got worse. Lap witnessed a heavy beam fall and crush a carriage, obliterating it into a pile of splinters and instantly killing the coachman and all inside. Lap's heart raced, astonished by the sheer, destructive power of magic. Even more astonishing was the assassin, who seemed unfazed. He deftly dodged most fireballs, and when a few exploded too close, he cleaved the shockwave with his sword, scattering debris on either side while leaving himself unscathed. Could such swordsmanship truly exist in this world? The legendary heroes of tales could chop mountains in two. Perhaps there was merit to the legends. The battle reached its climax as the assassin managed to slip away amidst the chaos. It was as though a war had just erupted and the city ruins lay scattered, with the air filled with sobs and cries. Mounds of bodies were lifted and placed in the square. Most of the weeping individuals were families searching for fallen loved ones, all part of the city's administrative ranks, which simplified the identification process. The only convoluted cases involved those bodies burned beyond recognition, which required compiling lists of missing persons for clarity. At present, Rudenheim Square and its adjoining streets have been cordoned off, with guards stationed at every intersection. Anyone wishing to exit the encirclement required someone to vouch for them. Failure to verify would prompt detainment, possibly branding them as accomplices to the assassin. Lap had no need to fret. He stood alongside his father, who was also amidst colleagues from the postal office. Their superior was currently signing his name on an official list while the deputy director called out names nearby. "I need a favor from you," said the pickpocket, slipping back into view. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lap felt a weight settle on him and instinctively checked his pockets, discovering an unexpected bulge. "Help me smuggle this out. I'll return to collect it in a few days. If you refuse and I get caught, it'll certainly implicate you." The pickpocket grinned wickedly. Now understanding why he had felt uneasy earlier, Lap realized he could not afford to have any association with such a character. He was certain this was only the beginning of his troubles. However, he felt powerless to decline, fearing what might happen if he did. The pickpocket left, a self-satisfied expression plastered on his face. Lap's countenance paled as he shot a fierce glare at the pickpocket's retreating figure, imagining countless scenarios where he mercilessly carved the boy's life away, be it by knife, fire, or drowning. Yet all he could do was think, for he lacked the courage to bring any of those fantasies to fruition. "What's wrong? You look so pale," his father approached, having noticed his son's unusual demeanor, though he had no inkling of the truth, believing perhaps Lap was simply traumatized by the earlier events. Lap's father was shaken too, even he had been rattled by the experience. His superior remained pale, still trembling, having yet to lift the pen for their signature. "Don't worry. We'll be back home shortly. The carriage is waiting outside." His father reassured him, a small solace amidst the chaos. No need to walk home after all. Lap ceased contemplating, realizing it was too late for any regrets. He could only take each step as it came. In truth, a part of him felt misaligned with the state of affairs. He didn't wish to live life as his father did, ever bowing his head to others, merely trying to keep his family fed while yearning for change. What unfolded next was an obscured blur for Lap. Disoriented, he trailed behind his father as they made their way home, undressed, and stumbled back to his room where he collapsed into a deep sleep. His mother had intended to urge him to wash his face and feet, but his father intervened, having felt utterly drained himself. Uncertain of how long elapsed, Lap hazily heard a voice whispering in his ear, "Wake up! Get moving! I command you to wake up immediately." Lap opened his eyes, glancing around, before screaming. The hour was deeply silent, and his piercing yell pierced the quiet of the night. Moments later, hurried footsteps echoed throughout the room. His father was the first to reach him, followed closely by his mother, and then his sister, dressed in a nightgown, still holding onto a rag doll, bleary-eyed. "What's the matter?" Lap's father inquired hastily. He Lap stammered, pointing toward a figure at the head of his bed. Clad in finery, with silver-tinted hair, pale lips, and slightly slanted, lifeless eyes, the gaunt figure in front of him bore an unsettlingly familiar visage. Most horrifically, a gaping wound was visible at the throat, blood staining his chest. Lap's impression of the figure was painfully vivid. Just a few hours prior, he had witnessed this same man be assassinated and had seen his lifeless body carted into the municipal building. How could he possibly be standing before him? "Don't be afraid, I know you're scared," his father said, coming forward to comfort him. Lap watched, astonished, as his father seemed to pass through the figure, as if it were mere air. He glanced back at his mother and sister, who were clearly unaware of their unexpected guest. In an instant, Lap inferred that what stood before him was a ghost. "It's all right, it's all over now. Just sleep again, and it will be all right," his father continued softly. "I feel a bit better," Lap managed as he sat up, though his complexion remained ashen. "Do you want me to stay a bit longer with you?" his father asked. Lap wished fervently for his father to remain, but he heard the ghost grunt threateningly. "Tell your father to leave. I have much to discuss with you." No doubt, this proclamation was heard solely by him. Neither his father, mother, nor sister had any reaction to the mystery guest. "You should go back to sleep. I know you're tired." "I shall only sit for a while. I merely had a nightmare," Lap acquiesced, aware he could not refuse, especially not to a spirit of such standing. "I'll brew some ginger tea. Drink it, and you'll feel better," his mother chimed in from the corner. "Susan, return to sleep." His father gently patted his daughter's cheek. "Daddy, you could rest, too. I'll just sit here." Lap waved his hand, clearly urging them to leave. His father, puzzled by the odd behavior, eventually nodded and retreated. The door closed, and Lap turned to face the ghost, softly inquiring, "Why are you here?" "I did not kill you." "Certainly not you. But you've taken something of mine," the ghost said, gesturing toward Lap's pillow. Underneath the pillow lay a bag, stuffed full of the pickpocket's stolen goods. Lap had no knowledge of its contents. At that moment, Lap opened the knot securing the bag and lifted it. Out tumbled 6 or 7 exquisite pocket watches, a dozen rings, a similar number of necklaces, and a plethora of coins, spilling across his bed. "Right there. That coin, it's a lucky coin. Having it means fortune is on your side." The ghost pointed toward one larger coin amidst the pile. This coin bore an image of a rose on one side and a scale on the other. The ghost seemed momentarily lost in thought, a shadow of sorrow passing over his face, before he spoke again. "Yet, it is also an ill-fated coin, destined to bring you unending luck, but simultaneously gathering misfortune, combining until a predetermined moment when it will all explode." Its previous owners met with doom. Lap gasped involuntarily, asking, "Did it include your fate as well?" The ghost nodded solemnly. "I will find a way to return this coin to your descendants," Lap vowed quickly, even willing to swear if need be. "I have no children or loved ones to consider thus. This coin belongs to you. However, acquiring it means you also inherit the responsibility." The ghost's face drew close, whispering, "You must help me take revenge." Lap's face turned even paler as he recalled the assassin's countenance, the spectral agility he displayed, and the prowess which even deflected bullets. "I cannot do that." Lap immediately and decisively shook his head. The ghost didn't grow angry. Instead, he calmly replied, "You cannot refuse, nor will you be able to. That coin came to me from someone else. You can find him. He has far greater potential than I do." Lap hurriedly thought of the pickpocket. "I know it was that pickpocket. I saw him steal the goods off my corpse, including 2 rings and a pocket watch." The ghost spoke leisurely, his tone almost indifferent, recalling his death in casual terms. "But alas, such is fate, it has chosen you, not him." The sound of footsteps echoed outside, prompting Lap to immediately lie down, pretending to be asleep. The door creaked open, with his mother entering carrying a small pot emitting a pungent ginger aroma. Seeing Lap asleep, she offered a rueful smile, shaking her head before placing the pot on the bedside table and quietly retreating. As Lap watched his mother leave, the ghost approached his bedside, speaking with a hint of envy. "I finally understand why the lucky coin chose you. In a sense, you're quite fortunate your parents show you much love. Although your family is poor, it is filled with warmth." Lap instinctively covered his ears, unwilling to hear more. "Useless. We communicate directly through our souls. It doesn't rely on your ears." The ghost's voice persisted. The spirit heaved a sigh. "Possessing this coin is akin to gambling to win. One must have stakes of their own, a sufficient amount of luck, to be precise. That pickpocket has potential, being bold, quick-witted, and agile, yet he lacks the good fortune. You can look to others. There are those who enjoy greater luck than I," Lap retorted in a low voice. "That won't work either unless you perish. The lucky coin cannot find another master. Even if you want to give it away, it will always return to you," the ghost explained calmly, his patient demeanor betraying an eternity of waiting. "It seems you don't believe much," the ghost chuckled. In the next moment, Lap, who had feigned sleep, found himself pulling into a dreamlike world. All around him, people were garbed in clothing from centuries past. Ahead, a grand wooden scaffold loomed, with a tall column binding a persona beautiful young woman, her hair cropped short, her face marked with a brand. Lap did not recognize this woman, yet inexplicably, upon spotting her, he felt an intense jolt to venerate her, an urge to prostrate himself in reverence. That was a former bearer of the lucky coin, a virtuous, noble girl full of ideals. She possessed nothing but relentless belief, but the coin allowed her to realize her dreams, saving this nation in its gravest hour while guiding it to victory again and again. Yet she was met with betrayal from those she saved, and ultimately by the nation. She saved herself. The ghost's eyes were fixated on the girl bound to the post. "I don't wish to see any further." Lap's heart seized painfully as he recognized who the girl was. She was the hero he deeply admired, the great figure honored as the saint by future generations. "Very well. They'll show you another former bearer of the lucky coin," the ghost cheerfully acquiesced. Instantly, The scene shifted to an elevated platform, where an executioner sharpened his axe, while a tall figure stood upon that platform, seemingly in conversation with a judge. This is a former guardian of the lucky coin who attempted to resist the predetermined course of fate. All he desired was a quiet life with the one he loved, to build a family and raise children together. But the designs of fate are not so easily evaded. In his land, the Lord enjoyed the prerogative of the first night. When his wife refused, she met with a tragic end. Thus, he embarked on a path of vengeance. Unlike before, the ghost's tone was lighthearted, laced with a somewhat gleeful schadenfreude. Lapp recognized who this was as well, but this man was not someone he respected. Shall we look at more examples? The ghost inquired, smiling. No need. Lapp decided to submit to fate. This man who was about to be beheaded contrasted starkly with the previous saint. The saint was characterized by her unblemished integrity, noble spirit, and a heart brimming with courage. But this knight was a legendary figure, a ruthless assassin known for his ferocity. If compared to this knight, the other would have died within 3 strikes. This man could not escape fate. Lapp realized he had little hope. The problem is, I lack the power. Lapp voiced his distress. Power can be built gradually. Possessing the lucky coin signifies infinite possibilities. The ghost replied cheerfully. You speak as if it's so easy. Who will teach me? You. Lapp retorted, skeptical of the ghost's qualifications. No need for me. The lucky coin contains the memories and insights of all its former holders. The ghost reassured him. If it were merely luck, would a 16-year-old girl who had never seen a battlefield lead a struggling army to victory time and again? No, it would never happen. Did her tactical genius stem from the coin's memories? Lapp pressed, astonished at the historical revelation unearthing before him. Not entirely. The ghost's tone faltered, becoming vague. The lucky coin serves as a catalyst, an array of legacies, but how much one can extract relies on one's own dedication and talent. And you? Lapp raised a curious eyebrow, certainly suspicious that this spirit had any expertise in combat or magic. The ghost caught on to Lapp's doubt, and he too had pondered such matters in the past. Perhaps every holder of the lucky coin encountered such choices. Don't waste your efforts. No profession is entirely safe in this world. Knights rely on armor and steeds. Without those, their strength diminishes significantly. Many knights have died, not upon the battlefield, but by crafty plots and treacherous schemes. As for warriors, heavy infantry, shield bearers, polearm soldiers, and greatsword fighters, all are fodder. Without horses, they can't hope to escape. Archers, crossbowmen, and gunmen share a similar fate. If pursued close, they perish. Yet some hybrids are formidable, skilled cavalry archers and dragoons, with the combined talents of both knights and archers, have swept across the land and remained invincible. Then come the rangers, warriors by name, but archers in skill, adept in close combat as well. Ultimately, there are assassins and swordsmen. They wield less influence on the battlefield, yet their prowess is noteworthy off it. But both face a common weakness: they are wary of magic users. The ghost thoroughly explained, hoping to guide Lapp aright. Though that assassin who attacked you seemed unafraid of magic, Lapp remarked, skeptical of the ghost's credibility. Those spellcasters who shoot mere fireballs are fools, idiots, dimwits, trash. Making cheap copies in battalions, they hardly qualify as true sorcerers. Had that thug been in man, he wouldn't have made it in a heartbeat. The ghost's anger spiked as he recalled his murder, lambasting those weak sorcerers with severe contempt. What then? Lapp pondered for a moment, then asked hesitantly, what if I study both swordsmanship and magic? You would merely turn yourself into a waste. The ghost barked back in disdain. One's focus is finite, whether in sword fighting or magic. Achieving mastery requires enormous dedication. You cannot balance both. Lapp fell silent, absorbing the information even if he did not entirely believe it. Among all combinations, he believed magic and swordsmanship would yield the greatest compatibility. What type of magic is most effective against assassins? Lapp inquired, recognizing that having accepted the lucky coin meant preparing to complete the task offered. What the ghost said about sorcerers fearing assassins was likely not mere fabrication. Why ask me? Just pull the answer from the lucky coin. Beneath it, you will surely find assassins' memories to reveal their downfalls. There exist sorcerers among them who have dispatched assassins before. You should be able to uncover the answers therein. The ghost replied readily, implying that Lapp could retrieve answers himself. How do I utilize this? Lap inquired, holding up the coin. Place it on your right palm. Rest your right hand atop your head, pressing the coin firmly against the back of your skull, and think of what you desire, the ghost explained patiently. That's rather convenient. Lap nodded appreciatively. Following the ghost's guidance, he placed the lucky coin to the back of his head, and almost immediately, as soon as he rested his head on the pillow, slumber took him. Undoubtedly, one of the coin's many functions. In a dreamy haze, Lap felt himself transforming into an assassin, an actual assassin, a highly skilled one at that, nearly comprehending all that an assassin ought to know. To his astonishment, he discovered many types of assassins, some even with wildly differing methods. There were those who carried an air of nobility, spoke eloquently, and held vast knowledge, never giving away their true nature. They excelled in disguise, skilled performers who could instantly become another person. Their most favored method was poison, employing exquisite weapons that bore no hint of danger. Other assassins excelled in stealth and ambush, always lurking just out of sight until striking from behind with daggers or other quick weapons, or else they set traps and engineered mechanisms. Some among them were adept with bows, crossbows, and firearms, preferring to eliminate their targets from a distance. The assassin Lap had witnessed earlier in the day was more akin to a swordsman. In an instant, he morphed again, now understanding every skill associated with a swordsman. Swordsmen could adapt to any environment, they were agile and quick-witted, and even if outmatched, they could retreat. Like knights, they were trained in horsemanship, and like pirates, they were skilled at climbing. Soon enough, Lap made his choice. He selected the techniques of the first type of assassin, the strategic use of poison, and from the second kind, the skill of sneaking into others' homes. These did not require an overabundance of effort to master. Most crucially, Lap opted to learn swordsmanship. In that moment, his mind filled with all things related to swordplay, from fundamental movements to intricate sword techniques. The sheer volume of styles overwhelmed him, ranging from straightforward military techniques, characterized by brute force and practicality, to the intricate, dazzling, courtly secret swordplay, as well as the holy order style, intertwining endlessly in succession. Each technique had its own strengths, appropriate for distinct scenarios. Military styles excelled on the battlefield, while courtly methods suited duels. Lap recalled the ghost's words of caution, noticing the plethora of sword techniques around him. He realized that having too many choices was not beneficial. To achieve excellence, one must focus their energy on a single endeavor. Hence, he made his decision, or at least the one that suited him most. Chapter 2. Fortune, Misfortune. The morning sunlight streamed through the window. Rapé sat up abruptly, glancing around the room, that he saw no specters. Everything appeared to be a mere dream. However, the gold coin clutched in his hand assured him that this was no illusion. Rapé descended from his bed, donning his slippers and moving about the cramped quarters. His gait was peculiar, one foot perpetually leading while the other lagged behind, the tips of his toes never lifting from the ground. Primarily gliding. This was the footwork of a swordsman. Not only was his movement strange, but Rapé's breathing was also unusual, long and deliberate, a warm current coursing through his body. Different schools of swordsmanship employ varying breathing techniques. Akin to a magician's meditation, however, while meditation amplifies magical power, a swordsman's breath enhances certain capabilities. The method Rapé had chosen heightened his speed and reflexes, also improving strength, endurance, and agility, albeit less noticeably. He opened his palm, casting another glance at the gold coin. Its potential surpassed his wildest imaginings. While it could not grant him immediate strength, it could transform certain actions into instinctual reflexes. Generally, maintaining such a unique breathing technique as Rapé did would require at least a decade of rigorous practice. That on a whim, Rapé seized the poker from beside the hearth and executed a sudden thrust. A soft sound punctuated the air as the poker struck the window frame with remarkable precision. The window frame of Rapé's home was merely a thin wooden board, and standing 2 feet away from it made such accuracy no small feat. In just one night, Rapé seemed to have practiced swordsmanship for over a decade, drawing his blade as if it were second nature. This was also connected to Rapé's choice. The style he had selected was thrusting, abandoning other variations. Rapé's swordplay consisted solely of stabbing. Straight thrusts, angled jabs, sudden lunges, rapid stabs, forehand thrusts, backhand jabs, side thrusts, and reverse stabs. In one night, Rapé mastered all the techniques of thrusting. Yet this was still insufficient, far from enough, upon attempting a thrust. Rape immediately discerned the stark difference from the sensations experienced in his dreams. In terms of power, speed, agility, and control, he fell woefully short to attain the level he had dreamt of. There were no shortcuts, only relentless practice. Rape glanced once more at the lucky coin, a tumult of emotions swirling within him that he had always been unwilling to settle for mediocrity, yet had never found the opportunity until now. Now, he possessed a chance. But it came with a heavy burden of responsibility. It was needless to say what had befallen the coin's previous owners. The envoy of the king had met a swift end, his throat pierced by a blade, a death that was perhaps the most merciful. The holy maiden he revered had been burned alive, and such agony was but a fraction of what some of the coin's prior bearers had endured, many succumbing to torture. Even as a mere observer, the thought sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, Rape flung open the window and with a forceful motion, cast the lucky coin far away. The moment it left his grip, a heart-wrenching pain gripped him. He nearly clenched his fist but managed to resist. Watching the coin vanish over the rooftop across the way, he breathed a sigh of relief that moment. Footsteps echoed from outside the door. His mother was approaching his room. Rape hastily set down the poker and returned to the bedside, concealing the contraband hidden beneath his pillow. Those items must not be seen by his mother. He could not explain their origin. The door swung open, and his mother entered. "Are you feeling better?" "Much improved. I haven't had a nightmare since," Rape replied casually. His mother glanced at the small pot on the bedside table, which had remained untouched. "For safety's sake, make sure to drink the ginger soup before you leave." "I will," Rape acknowledged, aware of his mother's good intentions, though her concern also stemmed from a desire to avoid waste. In their household, waste was utterly intolerable. "Finish up and come down for breakfast." "I prepared a meal," his mother urged. "I'll change my clothes and be right down," Rape responded promptly. Only then did he realize he was still dressed in a shirt adorned with lace trim. In the past, that would have been his favorite garment, but now it failed to please him. Rape changed into a coarse linen shirt, layered a thick vest over it, and then donned the postal uniform before heading downstairs. The others were already seated at the dining table, where plates held toasted bread and fried eggs. To his surprise, he and his father even had a glass of milk, an extraordinary treat for their family. "Feeling better? If you're unwell, I can help you take a day off," his father inquired with concern. "No need." Rape quickly shook his head. A day off meant losing a day's wages and foregoing the full attendance bonus. Though the amount was meager for a family like theirs, it meant a more abundant meal on the table. "The director shouldn't be in today. He was quite shaken yesterday," his father chuckled. Rape knew his father still wished to persuade him to rest. "It really is fine. I slept well last night." His father scrutinized him and ceased his urging. After breakfast, the two left for work, both employed at the same postal office. A half-hour's journey from their home, as they walked, Rape's expression shifted as he spotted a gold coin lying by the roadside, adorned with a rose pattern. Rape pretended not to see it and continued forward, glancing around to his astonishment. It seemed that passers-by were oblivious to the coin's presence. Upon reaching the intersection ahead, the two turned left. And suddenly Rape's complexion paled. He saw the lucky coin again, still lying a few feet ahead. He quickly turned to look back, and the coin had vanished from sight. "What a persistent ghost," Rape muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" his father asked, unable to hear clearly. "Nothing. I just accidentally stepped in something unpleasant," Rape replied tersely. Rape had initially intended to discard the ill-fated coin after benefiting from it, but it seemed he had been overly optimistic. So many legendary figures had not escaped their ultimate misfortune. How could a mere commoner like him expect to be spared? His father acknowledged with an "oh" and continued walking. Rape begrudgingly bent down to pick up the coin, slipping it into his pocket. The postal office where they worked, the 7th Division, was located at 97 Burn Street, a 4-story building constructed of red bricks, enclosed by a courtyard and surrounded by a tall wall, with only a large black iron gate for entry. At that moment, the gate stood open, and employees trickled in, most of whom were of a similar age to Rape, all postal workers. Upon entering the building, Rape and his father parted ways. His father's office was upstairs, while Rape headed to the lobby to collect mail packages. The lobby was already bustling with people, a cacophony of voices as they inspected packages and discussed the previous day's assassination. You were with your dad to meet the king's envoy yesterday. You must have seen everything, right? A young postal worker asked Rape. All eyes turned to him, as they had only heard second-hand, third-hand, or even fourth and fifth-hand accounts, which had become distorted. What is there to say? The assassin disguised himself as a member of the military band, and before the envoy even disembarked from the carriage, he was stabbed to death. The guards were utterly incompetent, unable to handle the assassin, and instead injured many innocents. Rape stated flatly, devoid of embellishment, did I end the past. He would have relished such an opportunity to boast, but now he felt no inclination. I heard many people died, another postal worker whispered. That is indeed true. The assassin killed over 30 people while escaping. But the number of innocents killed by the guards was several times that. The assassin initially fled into the crowd, and the guards opened fire, resulting in at least 20 innocent lives lost. Soon after, 2 of the guards' mages cast their spells, and 2 fireballs exploded in the crowd, claiming at least 50 or 60 lives, many of whom were left unrecognizable. Yet the assassin remained unharmed. Perhaps he found the crowd too cumbersome and decided to leap onto the rooftops, where the 2 mages pursued him. The subsequent battle unfolded atop the roofs, causing devastation to many buildings, crushing more people beneath the rubble and flying debris. Rape expressed his dissatisfaction with the guards' evidence. Reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. Fortunately, the assassin had fled towards the docks. Had he come in their direction, both he and his father could have perished. Weren't they saying the assassin was incredibly formidable, slaughtering an entire street of people, forcing his way out? Someone still doubted. If he were truly that strong, why not kill the mayor and those in the city hall? Or at least take them hostage? Rape scoffed. The skeptic fell silent. Rape let out another cold laugh. With the king's envoy assassinated, the officials at City Hall must provide an explanation. The more people die in Tehran, the greater the loss, the more fearsome the assassin appears, making it easier to deflect blame. After all, those who died were not the lords nor their relatives. Rape had never possessed such perception, nor would he have articulated such thoughts, yet for reasons unknown. His mind was now clear, effortlessly discerning the hidden truths behind yesterday's horrific incident. The lobby fell silent, many young postal workers feeling a chill in their hearts. After all, they were still young and unable to comprehend the cruelty and brutality of the world. Rape was indifferent to the matters of his companions. He approached a side wall adorned with a long row of shelves, partitioned into numerous square compartments, each brimming with letters. These compartments were meticulously arranged by street and district. And Rape extracted letters from several of them, subsequently stuffing them into his mailbag. This so-called mailbag was an oversized shoulder pack crafted from canvas, replete with various compartments to ensure that letters from different neighborhoods remained organized during delivery. In addition, there were a few packages, though thankfully their quantity was not excessive. Like his fellow postman, Rape returned to the table, seeking a seat to commence sorting the letters, aligning them sequentially by house number to avoid unnecessary back and forth, while also discarding any letters that did not belong to him. This was the first task that every postman undertook daily. Just as Rape was nearing the completion of this sorting, he suddenly heard a young postman exclaim in dismay, "It's that madman's parcel again." Without needing to turn his head, Rape already grasped the situation. The package in question must belong to the residents at 2-3 Jeffrey Street, where a notorious lunatic resided. This individual fancied himself a magician, perpetually engaged in bizarre experiments that frequently resulted in explosions, fires, and thick smoke, making the police and fire department regular visitors. Rape had encountered this madman before. At first glance, he had sensed something was amiss. His hair was a wild mess, as if he had been blasted by fireworks. His forehead bulged, his eyes were sunken, occasionally vacant, yet at times gleaming with erratic energy. His chin was adorned with sparse whiskers, and his attire resembled a tattered rag. Mismatched socks adorned his feet, which were clad in slippers. Rape had once felt fortunate that this particular district did not fall under his jurisdiction. Delivering mail to that madman was undoubtedly a thankless task. There was a real risk of being dragged into one of his experiments. Where having a few vials of blood drawn was merely routine, and being forced to consume unknown concoctions would be considered fortunate that I end the 3 years Lape had worked at this post office. He had witnessed 7 or 8 postmen assigned to deliver letters to that eccentric, and it was likely that the current postman wouldn't last long either, that I in the past. Lape had never concerned himself with such matters, with his father around. Such arduous duties would never fall upon him, that he had felt sympathy for those unfortunate souls but would never be foolish enough to take their place in suffering. However, this time, Lape felt a stir of resolve. The previous night, he had already chosen his path. Swordsmanship combined with magic. The former was relatively simple, requiring only a sword. The latter, however, posed a challenge. A magician needed at least a wand, along with various spellcasting materials, many of which required specific processing, necessitating corresponding equipment, all of which demanded money, making it impossible for the impoverished to become magicians. Lape had initially planned to hone his swordsmanship before earning money to study magic. Yet at this moment, another thought crossed his mind. Perhaps he could persuade the madman to lend him the necessary tools and materials. Lape quickly resolved to act. The young postman, having finished organizing the mail, bore a woeful expression as he shouldered the hefty canvas mailbag and stepped outside. Just as he reached the alley next to the post office, he was abruptly pulled inside. "What is going on?" the young postman shouted, only to feel a wave of confusion upon recognizing Lape. That in the eyes of the younger postman, Lape was a figure of influence, someone with a backing. Although he had never bullied anyone, they still regarded him with caution. "I'll take the parcel for 2-3 Jeffrey Street," Lape stated plainly. "What do you want?" the young postman replied, his face etched with suspicion. Lape was initially taken aback, but quickly understood that individuals like this young postman would never believe in selfless assistance or kind-hearted concern. They only believed that goodwill concealed ulterior motives. Lape's mind raced, and he swiftly devised a suitable excuse, opening his mailbag and gesturing to the parcels within. "Help me deliver all of these packages." The young postman was convinced. They all disliked delivering packages, which were different from letters that could simply be shoved into a mailbox. Packages had to be handed directly to the recipient, requiring a signature, which then had to be returned for record-keeping. "Fine," the young postman agreed without hesitation. Truth be told, he would rather traverse several extra blocks than confront that madman. Just days prior, he had endured a substantial blood draw, and even earlier, he had been forced to drink numerous potions that not only tasted horrendous but also left him nauseous and swollen. Had it not been for the difficulty of finding work, he would have resigned long ago. The residence at 2-3 Jeffrey Street was a charming little building, its walls constructed from red and black bricks, forming a diamond pattern. The porch and window sills were intricately carved, and the wooden door was adorned with iron bars that formed beautiful patterns, balancing both aesthetics and sturdiness. Who could have imagined that a madman resided within? Lape approached, tugging at a rope by the door, which immediately triggered a chime. Suddenly, a loud explosion erupted from the top floor, the sound somewhat muffled, indicating it was not overly powerful. Lape was initially startled, but then sighed in relief. The madman seemed to have survived the blast. "Damn you! You filthy cockroach from the sewers, you toad by the cesspool. I'll chop you in a paste and stomp out your bile." Accompanied by a torrent of furious curses, the madman rushed down the stairs, his footsteps erratic and hurried. The door swung open, revealing an elderly man with thinning hair, a wild halo of white surrounding his balding crown, a high forehead lined with deep wrinkles, and sunken eyes that bulged with fury and a hint of madness. This old man appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, his gaze filled with ire. Despite his age, he possessed remarkable agility, seizing Lape by the collar and yanking him inside. "Speak. Are you here to cause havoc? Did P send you to disrupt my work because he knows I'm on the verge of a breakthrough?" The old man slammed the door shut, pinning Lape against it. Lape refrained from struggling. He had initially assumed the old man to be merely a madman, but upon entering, he sensed something was amiss. The room was suffused with chaotic energy, and the concentration of various elements was notably high. Among the former owners of the lucky coin, there had been magicians, and Lape had gleaned a rough understanding of magic the previous night. He suspected the old man was not simply a deluded magic enthusiast, but a genuine magician. "I am here to deliver a package. I have your parcel," Lape called out loudly. "A package?" The old man released his grip, scrutinizing Lape from head to toe before realizing he was indeed a postman. The old man was somewhat deranged, particularly when angered. However, he was also acutely aware of the consequences of truly irritating the post office, which could lead to him being blacklisted and denied mail delivery, forcing him to resort to archaic methods like a century-old magician who had to send messages via an owl. Who would be foolish enough to do that nowadays? Taking the package from Lape, the old man tore it open, glanced inside, cursed under his breath, signed the receipt, and tossed it back to Lape. "Mr. Magician, do you have a method to destroy cursed items?" Lape inquired softly, still unwilling to abandon hope of fundamentally resolving his predicament. To Lape, the lucky coin represented an object imbued with a curse. Cursed? The old man scrutinized Lape once more. Truth be told, he did not believe Lape was worthy of handling such matters. Lape refrained from elaborating, retrieving the coin from his pocket. The old man cast a wary glance at it, sensing no signs of magical energy. "Why don't you try to see if you can destroy it?" Lape asked gently. "I hope you're not jesting." "Or else," the old man scoffed lightly, accepting the coin and heading upstairs. Lape followed closely behind. The laboratory was located on the top floor, the very site of the earlier explosion. Externally, the building appeared splendid. Yet internally, it resembled a landfill. The first floor served as a living room and kitchen, cluttered with disarray, resembling a storage facility. The second floor contained bedrooms and a study, but the floors were strewn with piles of books, leaving the stairway choked with them, while the bookshelves stood nearly bare. The third floor was even worse, resembling a battlefield, with tables strewn about haphazardly, each covered with various instruments, and the floors crammed with items. The old man retrieved an empty beaker and approached a corner where several barrels were situated, ordinary beer barrels that, when tapped, would dispense liquid. However, the taps were distinct, gleaming silver, inscribed with magical runes. The old man twisted one of the taps, and a slightly reddish liquid flowed forth, filling about a third of the beaker before he halted, tossing the coin into the mixture. The old man utilized a potent acid. Had this been an ordinary coin, it would undoubtedly succumb to the corrosive properties of the acid. However, the lucky coin was no ordinary coin. After a prolonged wait, no signs of corrosion were evident. Interesting. The old man's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. His eyes glinting with intrigue, the coin was retrieved. He placed it on a stand and then reached for a pair of glasses. "If you wish to avoid becoming blind, it would be best to turn away. Or even close your eyes," the old man advised coldly. Lape complied, unconcerned that the old man might switch the coin. If he succeeded, he would be pleased, as losing the lucky coin would not be a misfortune. A cacophony of hissing and sizzling erupted from behind, grating on the nerves and sending shivers down one's spine, accompanied by a blinding light. Lape stood with his back turned, only able to see the reflection of the wall. His eyes unable to endure the strain, he could hardly fathom the consequences of a direct gaze. After 5 or 6 minutes, the sound finally ceased. "This object is indeed intriguing," the old man remarked. Having removed the gold coin and now inspecting it closely, turning it over in his hands, after a moment he continued, "If you trust me, leave it here. If not, I'll purchase it from you. How much do you desire?" Lape had already turned around. "If it could lift the curse, I would be more than willing to gift it to you, but alas, it cannot," he sighed. "Why not?" the old man inquired. "I have tried casting it far away, even tossing it into the sea, yet it always finds its way back to me," Lape replied. "Now that's even more fascinating," the old man mused, stroking his chin. An object possessing such capabilities could hardly be a mere magical artifact. It was likely a legendary relic, akin to Excalibur, the Black Bow, or the Spear of Godslaying. "How do you know this item is cursed?" the old man asked. "There is a spirit within it." Lape did not disclose the coin's fortune-bestowing properties or the legendary figures who had once possessed it, fearing the old man might become greedy. "If this coin cannot be destroyed, could you assist me in exorcising the spirit within it?" Lape sought a compromise, that he felt that the spirit was compelling him to seek vengeance out of personal grievance, and that the coin itself should not be bound by such limitations. The old man's eyes darted about, becoming increasingly convinced that this was indeed a relic. Relics possess their own will and can sometimes manifest as human-like forms. Known as spirit guardians, that he assumed Lape was naive, mistaking the guardian for a mere spirit. In a sense, the two were quite similar. I am not adept at exorcising spirits. You have two options. One is to join the church and utilize holy power to banish the spirit. The other is to learn dark magic and gain the ability to communicate with it. The old man was not genuinely advising. The first option was merely to ascertain whether the coin housed a guardian or a spirit. If it were a spirit, it would react upon entering any temple. The second option was for his own benefit. The old man had entertained thoughts of murder and treasure-seeking, yet feared the consequences. Relics were notoriously capricious. Should it refuse to acknowledge him as its new master, all his efforts would be in vain. That it would be better to leave it in the hands of this youth, who could assist him in experiments when needed. I do not know any other magicians. Could you teach me? Rapé asked anxiously. As the old man had anticipated, the old man played coy, shaking his head. I am not a dark magician. At the very least, you could offer me some guidance? Rapé felt a glimmer of hope. He did not suspect the old man of ulterior motives. From the memories of the lucky coin, he knew that magicians were divided into various factions. The old man appeared to be an alchemist. A type of magician focused on material transformation. In truth, there were many branches within alchemy. Some excelled in crafting magical items, others in concocting potions, with the former further classified into large-scale and small-scale. Akin to the distinction between architects and jewelers. Thus, the notion of an all-powerful magician was a fallacy. The saying different trades, different mountains applied equally to magicians. I can only teach you some fundamental principles. But the old man feigned difficulty. I cannot teach you for free. I can assist you with errands, even help with cleaning and organizing your room. Rapé implored, desperation creeping into his voice. The latter half of his statement was not born of servility, but rather self-interest. Truth be told, in a place resembling a rubbish heap, he could scarcely endure even a quarter of an hour. He would feel discomfort until the place was tidied. I could consider it, the old man mused. Intrigued that he had previously hired several servants, yet none had lasted a week. Could you offer me some wages? Rapé asked hesitantly, fearing rejection. That he was not greedy. Sword training required sustenance, and a swordsman's appetite far exceeded that of an ordinary person, let alone the expenses of magical practice. No problem. I'll pay you 50 bishop a month. The old man agreed without a moment's thought, recalling that it was the same wage he had offered his last servant, which was double the typical remuneration. Even so, that servant had not lasted a week. The old man was not short of funds. As a magician, he could not possibly lack for money, and as an alchemist, it was even less likely. Alchemists were the wealthy among magicians. Then it's settled. Rapé rejoiced, glancing at his satchel before murmuring, I will deliver this letter first and return afterward. Off you go, the old man replied, in high spirits. Suddenly, he called Rapé back, rushing to the first floor and rummaging through a drawer in his study. After a moment, he produced a key and hurried downstairs to hand it to Rapé. From now on, you may enter directly without ringing the bell. That I have experiments to resume shortly, and today I have no time to teach you. When you arrive, just help me tidy up the room. He smacked his forehead and dashed back upstairs, soon returning with a pair of filthy gloves, which he tossed to Rapé. These are strength-enhancing gloves. When worn, your strength will equal that of 5 robust men, making it easier to move things. Rapé was elated, eagerly donning the gloves. Don't celebrate too soon, the old man cautioned. Magic does not create something from nothing. It adheres to the principle of equivalent exchange. Whatever you gain must be paid for in kind. The strength you acquire from the gloves still derives from your own body, so you will tire quickly. Rapé felt a wave of disappointment. He had hoped to compensate for his lack of strength with the gloves. The breathing technique he had chosen significantly enhanced his speed and reflexes, but did little to bolster his strength, rendering it a glaring weakness. Faced with the choice of strength versus endurance, Rapé would undoubtedly choose endurance. After leaving the old man's abode, Rapé took a deep breath and began to run. Typically, he walked when delivering letters, but now he needed to expedite the task. Passers-by were astonished to see a young postman sprinting down the street with a satchel on his back. 25 Highbury Street, 26 Highbury Street, 29 Highbury Street. Rapé clutched a stack of letters, reciting each address in his mind as he dashed past numerous doorways. Each time he zipped by, his hand shot out like lightning. Swiftly depositing a letter into the mailbox that IT seemed effortless, yet was far from it. Each house had a unique entrance, some with steps, some without, some with railings, others bare. The mailboxes varied as well. Some merely had a slit in the door, while others featured rain shields or flip covers with latches that he had to be quick and precise in his movements. After sprinting through a dozen streets, Leip paused at a crossroads, resting his hands on his knees. Gasping for breath that he was exhausted, yet he could not stop. Delivering letters in this manner not only saved time, but also served as training. The act of inserting the letters could be likened to a thrust, accompanied by upward lifts, downward presses, and gentle nudges. Thankfully, he did not have to deliver packages. Had he been burdened with that, he could not have trained in this way. Leip resolved that from now on, he would only deliver letters and leave package deliveries to others. Even if it meant covering a few extra blocks, that he was not concerned about finding someone willing to trade. Packages were far fewer than letters, and while delivering them would take longer, it would be less taxing. However, before that, he needed to buy a pair of shoes, specifically a pair suited for long-distance running. After catching his breath and recovering some strength, Leip resumed his sprint. That'd be by the time he delivered the last letter. It was around 2 in the afternoon, significantly earlier than usual, though he paid the price for it. His chest felt as if it were about to explode. His legs were leaden, his calves ached and throbbed, and his stomach growled with hunger that he yearned to return home, lie down on his bed, and not get up again, even wishing his mother would bring dinner to him. Alas, that was not an option. He still had to go to 2 to 3 Jeffrey Street to help the old man tidy his room. I wonder if there's any food at the old man's place? Leip mused aloud, then recalled something. The old man was so lazy that he likely wouldn't even clean his bedroom, making it hard to imagine he would cook for himself. That it was highly probable that his meals consisted of stale bread paired with dried cheese. Should he take over the old man's meals? This would undoubtedly please him, and Leip could fill his own stomach while saving his family some money on food. With this thought, Leip felt a surge of energy, his steps becoming considerably lighter. You'll take care of all 3 meals? The old man perked up at this news. Just as Leip had suspected, this fellow had been gnawing on stale bread and cheese for years and was eager for a change of taste. How are your cooking skills? The old man's only concern was this. Absolutely no problem. My father initially wanted me to become a chef, Leip replied casually. Though in reality, he was not particularly skilled in the kitchen. He could manage a fried egg at best. Yet he was unconcerned. He possessed a lucky coin, and among its past owners, there were bound to be memories of culinary delights and cooking skills. The old man no longer hesitated. He went downstairs and soon returned with a purse in hand. Here are 200 bisha. The kitchen hasn't been used in years. The plates and dishes should be usable, but the pots are rusted. You'll need to procure a new set. Also, buy charcoal and seasonings, and with what remains, purchase some ingredients. If the money falls short, come back for more. The old man, after all, was not short on funds. Upon seeing such a sum, Leip momentarily forgot his fatigue. All afternoon, Rapé was bustling about, tidying up the living room and kitchen before rushing off to the market. Not only did he procure the necessary items, but he also hired several individuals to assist in transporting everything back to ASA bonus. He instructed them to dispose of all the rubbish, including a set of old furniture. This was the advantage of wealth. Rapé increasingly yearned to attain riches himself, though he would never dare entertain thoughts of embezzlement. Taking small advantages, like enjoying a complimentary meal, was acceptable, but he adhered strictly to the principle of not touching money. As evening approached, Elder Foal emerged from the laboratory and, upon witnessing the immaculately refreshed living room, raised an eyebrow and remarked, "Quite impressive, no, exceedingly splendid." What pleased the old man the most was the feast laid out on the dining table: a roasted turkey, a thick cut of steak, and a bowl of salad that he had long forgotten the last time he had truly savored a meal. Despite his low standards for the quality of life, he had no desire to reside amidst refuse or gnaw on stale bread. "Did you prepare this?" the elder inquired. "Are you satisfied?" Rapé did not answer directly, for these dishes had been purchased from a restaurant. He lacked such culinary skills. However, this also resolved Rapé to search the memories within the lucky coin as he drifted to sleep, hoping to discover something related to cooking or gastronomy. That I disposed of the old furniture. That should pose no issue. Right, Rapé deftly shifted the old man's attention. "Let it be thrown away," the elder replied, seemingly unconcerned, that no guests visited him, and he had previously dined within the laboratory. To him, the living room was an inconsequential space, let alone the furniture. "When will you teach me magic?" Rape whispered. The elder hesitated, taking a considerable amount of time before responding. "I am too busy. You ought to consult books instead. The pile in the corner of the study consists entirely of foundational texts I previously used. It contains some of my notes and a few dictionaries, chronicling most common plants and minerals. These will prove useful not only to alchemists but also to other magicians." The elder's tone carried a hint of dismissal that he had not even completed reading those dictionaries himself, let alone memorize their contents. He could only recall materials he frequently used, and when faced with unfamiliar items, he too had to consult the text that to thoroughly read those dictionaries would require no less than half a year. And to memorize them all might take a decade or more. Did I ask the money sufficient? The elder began to shift the topic. "Enough as long as I refrain from buying furniture." Rape glanced at the empty living room. "Do not concern yourself with money. If it is insufficient, simply inform me," the elder stated, not wishing to deprive himself. While he had no interest in managing everything himself, he would certainly relish the experience if someone else were to take on the task. Suddenly, the elder waved his hand, and after a moment, a card floated down from upstairs. The elder caught it and casually tossed it before Rape. "If you have a moment, could you run to the library for me? I believe I have a few books overdue. They might even be lost." The elder then abruptly waved his hand again. "Never mind, it's not worth the trouble. At most, I'll incur a fine. Just ask them how much, then return to inform me. From now on, you shall manage this card for me. If I need to borrow any books, I will let you know. You will also oversee those books. And kindly tidy up the study while you're at it. Do not touch the books in the bedroom. Those are frequently needed, and I know precisely where they are. After tidying, I might find it difficult to locate them again. That I will remember," Rape promptly replied, having resolved to search the lucky coin for any content related to being a steward. That it seemed there was much he needed to learn. "I must return to my experiments. A grand feast indeed stimulates thought, and I have suddenly been struck with inspiration." The elder abandoned his knife and fork, hurriedly ascending the stairs, appearing somewhat deranged in his haste. Rape quickly began clearing the table, noting that over half the turkey remained on the plate. This was intentional, as he had anticipated that the elder would not finish it, leaving the remainder for himself. Rape saved a pair of turkey wings to bring home and share with his family. That he also set aside a large portion of the salad, as it was not particularly easy to carry. Having satiated his appetite, he wiped the table clean, washed the dishes, and placed them in the cupboard before departing the house. Despite feeling utterly exhausted on the way home, Rape's steps were unusually light, buoyed by a pleasant mood. Just as he neared home, several individuals suddenly rushed out from a nearby alley, one of whom seized him by the collar. Rape pivoted, delivering an elbow strike that sent the assailant tumbling to the ground. Having incapacitated one, Rape swiftly advanced, executing a high side kick at another. The sound of a crack echoed as his foot collided with the individual's face, who also fell to the ground. "Stop! We're here to retrieve something," the last one shouted. "Retrieve something?" Rape then noticed the trio before him, recognizing that the remaining individual was the pickpocket who had stuffed stolen goods into his pocket the previous day. Rape glanced around, dragging the miscreant into the alley. "All of this belongs to you. Do not provoke me again." Rape produced the bag from beneath his clothing, revealing all the stolen items except for the lucky coin. The pickpocket weighed the bag, feeling it was about right, and assumed nothing was missing. That he was preparing to utter a few flattering words when the first assailant, who had already risen, cursed loudly. "The quantity is off. You're lacking items. How dare you sully our belongings? You must be tired of living." Another individual, still lying on the ground, joined in the insults. "You have not even looked, and yet presume I have taken your things." Rape's anger flared. Had it been the previous day, he might have swallowed his pride, but that was no longer an option. The possessor of the lucky coin was no ordinary individual. Even the man who had been assassinated was a close advisor to the king. Rape could not afford to disgrace himself before them. "I will insist you have taken our belongings. What will you do about it?" The downed individual cursed vehemently, as the earlier strike had landed squarely on his face, akin to a resounding slap. Before he could finish his tirade, Rape lunged towards him, stomping down onto his right hand, followed by a resounding crack. Da! The man howled in agony, clutching his wrist. "Do not act recklessly. We are at a disadvantage against you. But what if we were to deal with your mother and sister? If we ignite your fury, we could set your home ablaze and sell your mother and sister to a brothel to settle the score." The other individual assumed a defensive stance, his words dripping with venom. Rape's fury ignited, yet the words struck a nerve. He could disregard his own safety, retreating to Elder Foal S, believing that a gang of thugs would not dare confront a magician. However, his family was a different matter. Rape would never forget the legendary knight who had been beheaded. His tragedy began with the death of his fiancée, and though he was immensely powerful, his fiancée was but a fragile woman. "What do you want?" Rape gritted his teeth, demanding. "The head must meet you." The pickpocket blurted out, regretting his decision to bring these two imbeciles along. Yet he had not anticipated Rape's newfound ferocity. A stark contrast to the previous day. Rape's temples throbbed. He could surmise the intentions of these individuals. Just the day prior, he had been ensnared by a trivial piece of leverage, compelled to assist them in transporting stolen goods, and now they sought to drag him deeper into their mire. "Wait here. I shall return home first." Rape strode directly towards his house. Upon entering, he found his family already seated at the dining table, awaiting his return, though they had yet to begin their meal. "That I have already dined and brought back some food," Rape announced, placing 2 oil paper bags upon the table. "Oh, yay!" his sister exclaimed, springing up, having caught a whiff of the aroma. Yet their parents wore solemn expressions. "Where did this come from?" his father inquired gravely. "Are you aware of the madman at 2-3 Jeffrey Street? Cosby implored me to deliver a parcel for him. He was terrified of that lunatic that I agreed, and to my surprise, the madman turned out to be quite amiable that I helped tidy his home, and he subsequently hired me for some tasks. Mother, may I ask you to wash his clothes when I bring them back?" Rape posed the last question to divert attention. His mother fell for the ruse, joyfully exclaiming, "Of course, my family is turning around. We have encountered a benefactor that I must return shortly. His place resembles a dog's den, and there is much to organize. Tomorrow morning, I shall also head over early to prepare breakfast for him. From now on, please do not prepare dinner for me, as I will aim to bring back something like today." That Rape concocted an excuse for his evening outings. "Wonderful. Wonderful." His sister clapped her hands in delight. "Taking from others it hardly seems right." His father hesitated. "Fear not. Mr. Foal may appear eccentric, yet he is, in truth, a nobleman, an aristocrat enthralled by magic, that he does not consume overnight food. He instructed me to dispose of it." Rape casually fibbed, not believing his father would verify with Elder Foal. "That is reassuring. Indeed," his father replied, visibly relieved that, to be honest, he could not bear to refuse his daughter, who gazed at him with such hopeful eyes. "I must be off now. I may return later than usual," Rape declared, turning to exit the door. Chapter 3. Trouble approaches the narrow, winding alleyways, the filthy and slippery steps, the walls encrusted with moss, and the closely knit windows adorned with iron railings, all clearly designed to deter thieves. This place is not far from Rape's residence, also situated within the 7th District. The entirety of Talon is divided into 7 districts, with the 7th District being the last to be delineated and the largest in area. Due to its proximity to the city's edge, most inhabitants here are impoverished, and the further one ventures towards the periphery, the greater the destitution. Consequently, the prevalence of thieves and pickpockets is markedly high. After traversing the damp and constricted alley for over 10 minutes, Rape was ushered into a small building. This edifice, featuring a courtyard, was encircled by a ring of 5-story houses, with a courtyard approximately 10 feet wide and long at its center. Once the only 2 entrances were secured, this place transformed into an independent realm, proving to be an excellent stronghold. "Stay here. I'll inform the boss," the petty thief said to Rape, casting a glance at the other 2 men. "You two do not meddle. Everything is decided by the boss, who does not appreciate those who take matters into their own hands." The 2 enforcers, who had harbored intentions of retaliating against Rape, hesitated upon hearing this and dared not move. The young thief abandoned the trio and hastily ascended the stairs. In a room on the southern side of the rooftop, a figure stood at the window. The individual, tall in stature, appeared rather unwell. His complexion was ashen, and his gaze was vacant, evidently ravaged by indulgence. With high cheekbones, slanted eyes, and a hooked nose, He exuded an aura of a sinister vulture. Upon reaching the top, the young thief softly announced at the door, "Boss, I retrieved the goods. I've counted them on the way. And not a single piece is missing." The young thief was aware that one gold coin was indeed absent, and had Rape remained as compliant as he had been the day before, he would have surely reported him. However, today's Rape exhibited a violent temper. A single misstep could lead to a brutal breaking of bones, leaving the young thief trembling with fear. "Come in and speak," the figure at the window replied coldly. The young thief entered, bowing respectfully before flashing a grin. "Boss, there is something I must inform you that I misjudged. I initially thought this lad would be easy to handle, but to my surprise, he is quite unhinged. One moment he is docile. The next, he resembles a rabid dog, and his skills are formidable. Baldy and Chicken Claw were no match for him. Baldy received an elbow, while Chicken Claw got a kick to the face. And his claws were crushed. Unhinged. The boss hesitated, trusting the young thief's judgment. This lad had been in the trade since the age of 8, and as a pickpocket, he had to be adept at reading people and quickly assessing their identities. "You say his skills are impressive?" The boss inquired further. "His movements are swift and methodical, not typical of a street brawler. It's as if he is trained specifically for this," the young thief recounted, recalling the earlier encounter. "If Scar and Ghost Skin return, will they be able to handle this lad?" The boss remained unconvinced. "I don't know, but I fear he might become desperate and lash out. You should have seen him when he shattered that fellow's wrist." The young thief was reluctant to push the matter to an extreme. Moreover, when he encountered Rape again, a sense of danger loomed over him. Rape was perilous and should not be crossed, or one might not know how they would meet their end. After a brief moment of contemplation, the boss declared, "Take him to the training room. I will await you there." "Boss, this lad possesses remarkable skills. Why not enlist him as an enforcer?" the young thief suggested, attempting to do Rape a favor. Had anyone else made such a proposition, the boss would have swiftly dismissed them with a slap, but he tolerated this young thief. With a wave of his hand, he replied, "You don't understand. This lad's background is quite suitable. He is a postman, able to enter and exit others' homes without arousing suspicion. Having him gather intelligence or scout would be ideal. Assigning him to transport goods is also prudent. Even if the police surround him, no one would dare to rummage through packages." "Ah, I see now," the young thief replied, his face lighting up with understanding, immediately flattering. "You are indeed wise, boss. Having him assist with transporting goods was my initial thought. But your insight surpasses mine. You are still young. In a few years, as you gain more experience, you will come to realize such things. This position will eventually belong to you." The middle-aged man, rarely shedding his vulture-like demeanor, revealed a hint of a smile, albeit somewhat insincere. The training room was located on the second floor. The entire level had been opened up, merging all rooms into a singular space. Adorned in an eccentric manner, the east side resembled a marketplace, the west a dining hall, the south a bustling street, and the north a theater. Throughout this space were mannequins crudely constructed, akin to scarecrows propped in fields. Yet, they were clad in genuine attire, some quite expensive, adorned with pocket watches, necklaces, bracelets, and rings. For Rape, visiting such a place for the first time was an intriguing experience that he had learned that the leader of these thieves was named Hoff. Though he was uncertain whether it was a surname, a given name, or an alias. The young thief was called Hand, and as Rape observed Hoff, the boss was also scrutinizing him, as if they were engaged in a contest of patience, each waiting for the other to falter. "You are a clever lad. I trust you grasp your predicament," the boss finally spoke. "No matter how skilled you are, we are many sufficient to handle you. We need not resort to violence. You have parents and a sister who are not nearly as capable as you that we could take it further, perhaps if someone deliberately captured by the police, who would then divulge your identity. Once you were taken into custody, we would pay a visit to your family and converse with them." This man undeniably embodied the essence of a scoundrel. Shameless and utterly devoid of humanity. Anyone else might have been cowed by such threats, for his vile tactics were difficult to counter. Yet Rape remained unfazed, as he possessed a singular solution. Murdered, he had resolved that this man must die. And if necessary, he would eliminate everyone present that I in that moment. Rape's mind was eerily calm, contemplating how to dispose of the bodies. The simplest method would be to set a fire, disguising it as an accident. However, fire is unpredictable. Should it spread uncontrollably, it could claim many lives, prompting police intervention. A confrontation Rapé could not withstand with his current prowess. Conversely, if the fire were too small, a pile of corpses would unmistakably indicate foul play, inviting police scrutiny, albeit perhaps not thorough, yet still troublesome. Perhaps a FAAD of gang warfare would suffice. Rapé's mind began to spiral with wild thoughts. Hoff, noticing Rapé's distraction, scratched his head. This demeanor was neither that of a naive youth nor a raging maniac. Rather, it resembled a cold detachment, as if he regarded life and death with indifference. At this juncture, Hoff became increasingly convinced that Rapé was indeed unhinged. However, these three disparate personalities were not typically found within a single individual. Unless that person were to suffer from a split personality. Demonstrate for him. Begin with a rapid sequence, then slow it down for him to observe closely. Hoff, suspecting Rapé's insanity, refrained from further threats, fearing Rapé might retaliate violently. Watch closely, the young thief proclaimed, swiftly pacing the training area. His steps were remarkably light, reminiscent of playful frolics, as he kept his hands tucked in his pockets, merely brushing past the mannequins, without any intent to collide or draw too near. Yet, he would deftly produce various items, sometimes a necklace, other times a ring, and occasionally a pouch of coins. With a swift turn, these items would vanish, evidently return to their rightful place. Yesterday, Rapé had been unable to discern how he accomplished this, but today, understanding dawned upon him that Hand's movements were rapid. Each time he brushed past a mannequin, his hand would dart out with lightning speed, his fingers expertly snagging items from pockets or around necks. The secret lay in speed, an explosive burst of velocity over a very short distance, typically within half a foot. Rapé recalled a technique known as stabbing, wherein one keeps the upper arm stationary and utilizes the lower arm or wrist to generate force, executing a thrust, retracting, and then thrusting again, all within a fleeting moment. I will now demonstrate at a slower pace, Hand declared with pride. However, this time he eschewed any theatrics, approaching a mannequin from behind like a common thief, extending his hand slowly, gliding beneath the mannequin's elbow, inserting his fingers into the pocket, and with a tug, a pouch of coins appeared in his grasp. Now you try, Hoff gestured with his chin, surprisingly to both men. Rapé did not decline. Mimicking the young thief Hand, he approached another mannequin from behind, his right hand darting with lightning speed into the mannequin's pocket. Rapé's fingers clasped around a pocket watch. But he immediately sensed something amiss and withdrew his hand. That a sharp snap echoed, the sound of a metal trap springing shut, similar to a mouse trap, though the spring was not overly tight. Sparing his fingers from injury, Rapé narrowly avoided being caught, yet his fingers were grazed, leaving a stinging sensation. You actually evaded the trap. Your reflexes are impressive, Hand exclaimed in astonishment, well aware of the trap's efficacy from his own past encounters. Hand did not initially practice this skill that he first trained on fat meat, starting with the fat immersed in cold water, honing his steadiness. Once proficient, he would then toss the fat into boiling water, focusing on speed, and only then would he advance to using the iron clamp. Hand was acutely aware that the leader intended to teach this young man a lesson, hence beginning with the utmost difficulty. To his surprise, the young man managed to evade capture. Your hands are indeed swift, naturally suited for thievery. Yet your movements are overly broad, lacking agility and sensitivity that a successful pickpocket's hand should be as delicate and keen as a cat's whiskers. The leader of the pickpockets, though begrudgingly impressed, could only mutter a few critiques. Rapé listened quietly, his thoughts wandering to swordsmanship. Within the realm of swordplay exists a technique known as listening to the force, which relies on the contact between swords to perceive the opponent's intent to strike, allowing for preemptive action. This is an advanced skill typically reserved for those who have trained for 7 or 8 years, mastered only by the most adept. Yet Rapé was an exception, as his fortunate coin enabled him to grasp this technique with relative ease. The challenge lay in the lack of a partner for practice. Where could he find such a counterpart? At that moment, Rapé felt a sudden clarity. Perhaps being a pickpocket was not so undesirable after all. Today, while delivering a letter, he had practiced his thrusting technique and experienced success that if he could simultaneously steal while honing his listening to the force, the results would surely be favorable. In an instant, Rape's hand darted forward and retracted with lightning speed. As before, a soft pop emanated from the other pocket of the dummy, startling the young pickpocket leader, who then dismissed it loudly. That was robbery, not pickpocketing. Rape remained silent, launching another attempt. This time, his fingers moved with the swiftness of lightning. Yet with an added finesse, a lesson learned from his prior failures. Pickpocketing differed fundamentally from mere thrusting. It demanded a variety of movements. Speed alone would not suffice. One must know when to accelerate and when to decelerate. As Rape withdrew his fingers, he once again grasped a coin pouch, and this time the iron clamp remained untriggered. "Wow!" the young pickpocket hand exclaimed, his mouth agape in disbelief. Hoff, too, was taken aback, as he had not anticipated the young man achieving success after merely 3 attempts. Such talent was more formidable than hands. With a modicum of training, he could ascend to become a master thief. Yet this revelation left Hoff feeling quite embarrassed. "You possess a modicum of talent," the pickpocket leader remarked nonchalantly, before adding, "Alas, you can only utilize one hand, which is insufficient that a thief must possess equal dexterity in both hands." Rape furrowed his brow, recognizing this as nitpicking. Nevertheless, he did not let his anger surface, for the leader's words ignited an idea within him. What if both of his hands were equally nimble? Various swordsmanship styles exist, some employing dual swords, typically one long and one short, the former for offense and the latter for defense. Yet there are also those who wield 2 long swords. Such swordsmen are often exceptionally skilled. Their attacks swift as lightning and relentless. The leader's comments piqued Rape's interest. "Is there any news today? Has the municipal authority issued a statement regarding the assassination?" Upon returning home, the ghost materialized, impatiently inquiring. What more could they say? This person shifts blame to another, who in turn deflects it to yet another, everyone passing the buck while simultaneously inflating the death toll by counting the injured among the deceased. Rape had indeed conducted his inquiries. When he bought kitchenware, spices, and ingredients, he took the opportunity to visit several places and glean information about the aftermath of the assassination. One suspected rape, as he was dressed in postal uniform. And among the victims were postal employees. Investigators would naturally withhold information from him, but they could not silence the families of the deceased. "I see." The ghost appeared somewhat despondent. However, this outcome was anticipated. Were he in charge of a similar case, he too would delay, obfuscate, and if necessary, find a scapegoat, claiming it was the work of some radical organization. "I still don't know how to address you," Rape asked. The ghost hesitated before introducing himself. "My full name is Biggs Lester Boslav Will. You may refer to me as Lord Will, or simply as Lord." "Very well, Biggs." Rape was irate from the antics of the pickpockets and needed an outlet for his frustration. Biggs paused, his face contorted with anger, yet he ultimately suppressed it that he was a clever man. Fully aware that he was dead and could not exact revenge through his own strength to seek vengeance, he must tolerate the insolence of this young man to some degree. "How can I acquire sufficient strength in the shortest time possible?" On his way back, Rape pondered this question. The pickpocket organization felt like a thorn deeply embedded in his heart. He was uncertain if this organization was a misfortune that accompanied the coin. After all, he had encountered the young pickpocket before obtaining the coin. However, he was certain that with time, the situation would only deteriorate. "Have you resolved to avenge me?" the ghost exclaimed joyfully. Although Rape had agreed yesterday, it had been under duress. No one enjoys having a ghost haunting them, Rape retorted, deliberately avoiding mention of the pickpocket organization, as it was also a test to discern whether the ghost was aware of his daytime activities. "I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. To my knowledge, the fortunate coin merely grants you a starting point above the norm, yet it cannot directly bestow you with power." Biggs will genuinely wish to assist Rape, as it would also serve his own interests. Rape felt reassured. Evidently, the ghost was unaware of his daytime experiences. "Give me some advice. You have possessed this coin far longer than I have, so you must know more." Rape did not expect to achieve success overnight. His adversary was not an army, nor a powerful lord. much less an entire nation, but rather a group of pickpockets. Though numerous, few among them were formidable. Biggs will contemplate it, having held the fortunate coin for 7 or 8 years. He had conducted thorough investigations into its previous owners, allowing him to roughly estimate when they acquired the coin, thereby deducing their rate of power enhancement, from which he could glean insights. I can indeed offer you several pieces of advice. First, the power of faith is incredibly potent. That saintly maiden is a prime example. She must have acquired this coin at the age of 16, and by the time of her death at 19. She not only commanded victorious campaigns, but also became a formidable paladin. Given sufficient time, she would undoubtedly reach legendary status, drawing strength from her faith. Biggs provided his first piece of advice. Rapé could only shake his head, knowing he could never emulate that. The saintess's level of devotion had transcended humanity. Throughout history, few martyrs had achieved such heights, let alone him. Second, mental fortitude is crucial. The knight who was beheaded was powerful because his heart was filled with hatred, which was the source of his strength. Biggs offered his second piece of advice. Rapé again shook his head. Such mental strength was born of a tragic fate, and he did not wish for harm to befall his parents or sister. Third, perhaps harnessing the power of demons could also prove useful. Among the previous holders of the fortunate coin, there were indeed some utterly nefarious characters, greedy, treacherous, bloodthirsty, and brutal. Some even instigated wars. One individual was even more terrifying, having unleashed an unprecedented plague causing countless deaths. Without exception, these individuals possessed legendary power. Biggs, driven by a desire for vengeance, had reached a point of desperation that he cared little whether Rapé would tread a dark path. After all, he was already dead, and even if this world turned into a hell on earth, it would not concern him that Rapé's lips twitched in response. He did not consider himself a good person. Yet he did not believe he was so wicked either. However, Biggs' Will's words sparked an epiphany within Rapé. Only the obsessive could succeed. Frenzied slaughter was a form of obsession, as was relentless revenge. Devotion could equally be viewed as a form of obsession. Let me think. I need to ponder this carefully, Rapé said, sitting on the edge of his bed. You have ample time to contemplate. Biggs, contrary to his previous demeanor, showed no signs of pressuring Rapé. Rapé felt a headache coming on. He was not an emotionally charged individual, nor was he one to sacrifice himself for others by any measure. He did not appear to be someone who could achieve success. After a considerable time, Rapé finally made a decision. He chose to evade. He placed the fortunate coin in the palm of his hand, rested it behind his head, and lay down on his bed. He had many matters to attend to, including learning dual swordsmanship, seeking knowledge related to magic, and acquiring culinary skills and household management. The following morning, at the break of dawn, Rapé sprang from his bed. The first thing he did upon rising was rush to the fireplace, seizing the poker resting beside it with his left hand and brandishing it twice. Rapé is not left-handed. He has always been accustomed to using his right hand. Initially, his left hand was rather clumsy, yet now he feels no hint of awkwardness. This is the remarkable power of the lucky coin. However, Rapé still requires a great deal of practice. The sensations in his left hand are, in comparison to those in his dreams, woefully inadequate. As he descends the stairs and steps outside, he has a silver coin clasped in each hand, spinning and dancing on his fingertips, occasionally flicked into the air only to be deftly caught again. This is not a display of remarkable skill, but rather a testament to his dexterity. Nonetheless, such practice proves invaluable, particularly because it can be undertaken at any time and in any place. Unlike his usual routine, Rapé does not head to the post office today. It is still early, and he intends to first visit Old Faller to prepare breakfast, eager to try out his newly acquired culinary skills. Jeffrey Street, where Old Faller resides, also falls within the 7th District, yet it is an upscale neighborhood, somewhat distant from Rapé's home. Thus, when he spots a passing cab, he hails it without hesitation. Rapé sees no reason to deprive himself, and believes Old Faller would not mind the expense. When there is an opportunity to take a cab, he will certainly not walk. This is entirely a matter of mindset. Had Rapé not possessed that lucky coin, he would have never dared to do so, fearing that Old Faller might begrudge him, risking the loss of this rare job. However, with the lucky coin in his possession, he now perceives himself as a future legend. Working for Faller is, in fact, a privilege for the old man. The cab swiftly arrives at numbers 2 and 3 on Jeffrey Street. Lape pays the fare and unlocks the door, stepping inside to find the place silent, indicating that old Fowler is still asleep, likely having worked late into the night on his experiments. Lape tiptoes into the kitchen, retrieving a large frying pan from the shelf, along with the hard bread, minced garlic, cheese, and a few eggs he had purchased the previous day. Lape begins his work. Unlike other chefs, he astonishingly multitasks, with one hand cracking eggs while the other ignites the stove. This too serves as practice in mastering the use of both hands. Just moments ago, Lape's silver coin manipulation dazzled the eye, suggesting his hands were quite nimble. Yet now, the disparity becomes evident. The hand cracking the eggs exerts too much force, while the hand striking the flint fails to produce a spark, barely managing to ignite a flame that he forgets to insert the dry straw into the furnace, resulting in the flame extinguishing. The pan clatters to the floor, the bowl shatters, and the eggs burn. Failure. Yet another failure. A relentless series of setbacks. After more than an hour, Lape gazes ruefully at the disarray before him. Some of the bread is burnt, while other pieces remain undercooked. The cheese is unevenly spread, and the fried eggs mostly yield scattered yolks. Some charred, others uncooked. The ham slices range from desiccated like autumn leaves to excessively greasy, unappetizing to behold. This is undeniably a collection of culinary disasters. Lape picks out the best portion and places it on a plate, then hastily consumes the remnants, as he has yet to have breakfast himself, thus finishing off these failed creations. This is also a tradition in Lape's household. Nothing must go to waste, acting as a makeshift garbage disposal. He clears his plate and ascends to the second floor. "Mr. Fowler, breakfast is ready. Shall I bring it in?" Lape calls out from the doorway. A muffled grunt emanates from within, indicating that old Fowler is still in a daze. Finally roused after some time with a yawn, lethargically replying, "Bring it in," Lape enters the room. Yesterday, he had only tidied the ground floor, leaving the second floor in disarray, akin to a refuse heap with books strewn about beside old Fowler's bed. The old man nods at Lape, taking a deep breath as if savoring the aroma of breakfast. "You worked late on your experiments last night, didn't you?" Lape inquires, feigning concern. "Everything went quite smoothly. I finished around 11, old Fowler replies, casting a spell upon himself, instantly appearing more alert and clean. Magic is truly convenient. With a single incantation, I can wash my face and brush my teeth." Lape gazes at him with envy. "It's almost akin to having a bath," the old man boasts with a smirk. "I have something I wish to ask," Lape states, placing the plate before old Fowler. "My left hand is as agile as my right, yet I cannot control both simultaneously. They always interfere with one another." "You aim to multitask." Old Fowler, in good spirits, stretches out both hands and suddenly snaps his fingers simultaneously, revealing a flame in his left hand and a swirling stream of water in his right. "You possess such skills?" Lape's eyes widen with excitement. "Multitasking is nothing. I can even utilize multiple spells at once." The old man swells with pride. "Could you teach me?" Lape inquires eagerly. "It's rather simple. There exists a spell that can split one's consciousness. Each consciousness occupies a portion of the brain, ensuring no interference between them. However, there is a caveat." Old Fowler regards Lape intently. "What caveat?" Lape presses. "It may lead to a split personality." The old man does not conceal this truth. Lape's expression shifts dramatically. He now realizes that old Fowler is indeed quite mad, that if a split personality does not constitute madness, then there are no madmen in this world. "Do you still intend to pursue this?" the old man inquires with a chuckle. Lape hesitates. He does not wish to become insane or to be deemed abnormal like old Fowler. Yet without such measures, he cannot meet the demands of the pickpocket leader. Lape is acutely aware of the potential repercussions. Perhaps it would merely result in ridicule, or worse, verbal abuse, or even something far more dire, that he understands that he cannot indefinitely tolerate transgressions. Should the pickpocket leader overstep the boundaries, he would undoubtedly retaliate, possibly even resorting to violence. The trouble is, Lape is not yet prepared. "I am willing to proceed. Can you assist me?" Lape makes his decision. The old man bursts into laughter, hastily finishing his breakfast, then gulping down the milk Lape prepared for him before rising from the bed. Clad in a robe regardless of whether he is conducting experiments or sleeping, old Fowler beckons Lape to follow him. Upon reaching the laboratory upstairs, the old man gestures around. Clear the tables and chairs. Casting this spell requires an open space. Lape promptly dons the power gloves and begins his task. Before long, everything has been moved aside, leaving a substantial open area in the center. As Lape works, old Fowler rummages through a row of metal cabinets, muttering, "I remember placing it here. How can it be missing?" After a prolonged search, he exclaims, "This is it, this is it." He produces a palm-sized silver disc, smooth and polished on both sides, resembling a mirror, yet adorned with intricate patterns faintly visible upon its surface. Old Fowler tosses the disc into the air, and it enlarges, splitting into two, one landing on the floor while the other adheres to the ceiling. "Is this a magic circle?" Lape gasps in astonishment. This doesn't quite align with the memories contained within the lucky coin. Yet various schools of magic exist, and this method of arranging a magic circle may be unique to old Fowler's lineage. You need not concern yourself with the specifics. Simply contemplate how many personalities you wish to split into. Old Fowler waves dismissively, adding, "You need not divulge this. It is your secret." "What should I do?" Lape inwardly exhales in relief. Stand within the magic circle and envision the personalities you wish to manifest. You will then behold another version of yourself, endowed with the traits you seek. Old Fowler elucidates. "This can all be determined." Lape inquires, astonished. "Nothing extraordinary. A deep hypnosis suffices, much like sketching a draft before painting." Old Fowler's enthusiasm grows as he elaborates. "You could even dictate the beliefs of the split personality or implant false memories." The old man rambles on, increasingly absurd, clearly eager for Lape to try everything that, of course, he does not expect Lape to genuinely pursue such endeavors. Only a true madman or a hopeless fool would engage in such acts. Splitting one's personality is inherently perilous, and even old Fowler dares only to split into two. The old man cannot fathom that Lape is genuinely intrigued. Last night, among the 3 pieces of advice given to Lape by Big Will, the first suggestion was to seek ways to manipulate his beliefs that to illustrate. He cited the example of the saintly maiden, who within 3 years transformed from a simple, devout farmeress daughter into an invincible commander and valiant paladin. Among the many bearers of the lucky coin, her strength was not the greatest, yet her progress was undeniably the swiftest. This exemplifies the power of faith. Exiting from Jeffrey Street's numbers 2 and 3. Lape appears decidedly unhinged. He alternates between furrowing his brow, sporting a broad smile, wearing a sullen expression, displaying cold indifference, casting furtive glances, and fixating intently at this moment. Should anyone observe Lape, they would recognize that he is teetering on the brink of madness. Indeed, Lape has succumbed to insanity. He has fragmented himself into 9 distinct personalities. The first personality to emerge is a cold-blooded assassin, prepared for the task of silencing the gang of thieves, should he need to eliminate witnesses. He requires a specialist for such endeavors. The second personality that manifests is an inquisitive seeker, eager for exploration in order to maximize the potential of the fortunate gold coins. Rape requires a scholar, someone willing to dedicate a considerable amount of time to reading and researching data. The third persona is a meticulous detective, adept at uncovering clues. Having pledged to avenge Lord Will, Rape must delve into the intricacies surrounding the assassination. The fourth persona excels in performance, with this aspect present. Even if Rape were to descend into madness, others would remain oblivious. The fifth persona is tailored for a swordsman, relentlessly pursuing the zenith of swordsmanship. The sixth persona embodies a dark sorcerer, willing to employ any means necessary in the quest for the truth of magic, even at the cost of moral integrity. The seventh persona is that of a noble scion, well-versed in the ways of high society, which also serves the dual purpose of investigating the assassination while simultaneously seeking to improve his own circumstances. The eighth persona is a sage, forever lurking in the shadows, coldly observing the events unfolding outside, subtly strategizing and maintaining control over all. With the addition of the original persona, the total reaches 9. Rape has contemplated the issue of persona conflict. Thus, when he fragmented his identity, he imbued each emerging persona with a shared trait: solitude, pride, and social discord. This characteristic suits the killer, swordsman, dark sorcerer, and puppet master personas well. While the scholar persona, focused on knowledge, often finds itself similarly isolated. Only the detective, performer, and noble scion personas present a challenge, as such individuals typically cannot endure solitude, leading these three personas to resist conformity the most. When other personas retreat into obscurity, these three persistently emerge, vying for control over Rapé's original identity. Until he reached the 7th post office, Rapé's demeanor continued to shift, though thankfully, the performer persona was difficult to discern externally, rendering him, at a glance, merely a blend of mediocrity, profundity, and arrogance, oscillating among these three temperaments. To be cautious. The smiling tiger is looking for trouble with you, a friendly little postman warned softly as Rapé entered. What is going on? Rapé was not surprised by the smiling tiger's interest. The 7th post office housed two Wilsons. The smiling tiger was the younger Wilson, while the elder was his uncle. Rapé's father and the elder Wilson were rivals, their positions and qualifications nearly equal, making it likely that one of them would receive the next promotion. Did you assist York in delivering a parcel to number 23 on Jeffrey Street yesterday? Inquired the little postman. Indeed, Rapé had already surmised the issue. Crosby is an idiot. He keeps claiming he narrowly escaped a disaster, the postman elaborated. Rapé rolled his eyes, having deduced the reason, and scoffed. It's not that the fool is simple-minded. Rather, he is too clever for his own good. What do you mean? The postman asked, puzzled that no one has ever wanted to go to number 23 on Jeffrey Street. Initially, young Wilson thought Crosby was new, so he assigned him that task. Once Crosby realized the danger, he sought to swap it, but no one was willing. That I took pity on him this time and lent a hand, only to discover that the lad deceived me. Rapé explained casually. That guy is truly a piece of work, the little postman cursed. Rest assured, he will meet his comeuppance, Rapé reassured as he patted the postman's shoulder. Rapé feigned ignorance, strolling into the hall. As he approached the mail sorting board, he spotted a plump figure ambling toward him. It was young Wilson. That he was not unattractive, his chubby visage rather endearing, though his forehead was somewhat narrow and his small eyes perpetually squinted. Regardless of whom he encountered, a smile adorned his face, earning him the moniker Smiling Tiger among the postmen. Rapé, I had a word with the postmaster and facilitated a change in your jurisdiction. Jeffrey Street has always been a significant challenge, and due to that madman, no one wishes to deliver mail there. Who would have thought you would handle that lunatic so adeptly? Truly impressive, the young man spoke with insincere charm. That I in the past. Rapé would have viewed him as hypocritical, yet at this moment he could not help but admire the young Wilson. Despite his youth, the boy possessed considerable cunning, leveraging the postmaster's influence while placing Rapé in a position where he could not refuse assistance. Now, even if Rapé's father intervened on his behalf, it would likely tarnish the elder Wilson's perception of him. With such juxtaposition, Rapé sighed, reflecting on how immature he had been just 2 days prior, unable to compare to the young man before him. Meanwhile, Rapé grew concerned for his father, as his character was largely shaped by paternal influence, emphasizing honesty and kindness as fundamental virtues and integrity as the path to navigate life. With such convictions, his father would undoubtedly struggle against the elder Wilson to no problem. Rapé dismissed the need for further conversation with young Wilson, eager to make a legitimate visit to Fuller. Exiting the post office with letters and parcels in hand, he ventured into a nearby alley, followed by a group of amiable postmen eager to offer him consolation. Instead of comforting me, why not do me a favor? Rapé proposed. That I don't wish to deliver parcels. It's far too time-consuming. I'll deliver your letters if you handle my parcels, with the understanding that I will take care of the delivery to number 23 on Jeffrey Street. The postmen exchanged glances. Are you sure you're up for it? One inquired, eyeing Rapé's boots. Only then did the others notice Rapé's attire. He wore the upper half of a postman's uniform, yet the lower half consisted of tight trousers, complemented by a pair of boots. How could a postman afford such boots? Moreover, these were no ordinary boots. While they appeared rather unappealing, crafted from canvas rather than leather and secured with straps rather than laces, the postman recognized them as explorer's boots. Exceedingly expensive. I saw you sprinting down the street yesterday. Are you all right? Another postman expressed concern. That I'm fine, Do not worry, Rape replied, unwilling to elaborate. First, will you agree to the exchange? Well, if that is what you want. The first postman nodded. Tomorrow is my turn, another added. The day after is mine, chimed in the postman who had initially delivered the message, before asking, what about Crosby? Shouldn't he be taught a lesson? He will meet his fate. Rape's expression turned notably cold. Chapter 4. Time is of the essence. Rape sat within the carriage, gazing out the window at the passing scenery. That moment, he donned a pristine white shirt, devoid of any embellishments. However, the fabric and craftsmanship spoke to its quality. Over this, he wore a deep blue silk vest, still clad in tight trousers and those explorer-esque boots that I in merely a morning. Rape had completed all his deliveries, and now he was en route to the temple. After crossing the intersection, he spotted a towering spire in the distance, a long sword perched atop it, surrounded by a circular iron railing resembling a battalion of sharp lances, with a heavy iron door evoking the appearance of a fortress gate. This was the temple of the god of war, T.O. Rape. It resembled more a fortress or a knight's academy. The temple appeared somewhat dilapidated. A millennium ago, when the world's center lay in the Adriatic Sea, the god of war was once the most revered deity. Yet today, despite the unceasing nature of warfare, the god of war has lost his former glory. The carriage halted before the temple, and Rape alighted, pushing open the door to enter. That moment, Rape had adopted the persona of the swordsman, who venerates the god of war. This was not Rape's first visit to a temple. Previously, he had visited the temple of the goddess of wisdom, embodying the killer persona. Among the deities, femininity does not equate to weakness. The goddess of wisdom is equally a warrior goddess, her combat prowess rivaling that of the god of war before him. This was also why Rape chose the killer persona over the scholar or puppet master personas that do require assistance. A priest approached, his head shaved like the others, save for a ring of hair surrounding it. Distinctively, this priest wore a thick cotton vest beneath his robe, akin to the armor worn by soldiers, reinforced with iron plates for decent protection, clad in an iron vest and wielding a war hammer. This garb was unique to the priests of the god of war. Did I seek the blessing of the divine? Rape stated plainly, for the swordsman persona abhors superfluous words. May the divine bless you. A fee of 200 bisha is required. Replied the priest, direct and to the point, reflecting the god of war's declining status, as other clerics increasingly prioritize eloquence, while the priest of the god of war still values strength above all. Rape produced a purple velvet pouch he had prepared in advance. Having inquired about the prevailing rates, 200 bisha is indeed a substantial sum for an ordinary household, yet not so for the elderly Fuller. Prior to leaving the old man's home, Rape had borrowed a significant amount of money, agreeing to work for 3 years without pay. Follow me, the priest said, accepting the pouch and turning to lead the way. Rape promptly followed, having learned from prior experience how to proceed. The blessing would take place in a private chamber at the rear of the temple, constructed from timber as thick as a man's arm and reinforced with iron strips, giving the initial impression of a cell. Rape could not help but shake his head. The temple of the goddess of wisdom can only be described as resplendent, while the private chamber is equally opulent. Surrounded by gilded railings, with a ceiling adorned with gold leaf mirrors. Beneath him lies a sofa crafted from fine calfskin, elegantly dyed in a deep crimson hue, far surpassing anything here. It is no wonder that the god of war has fallen into such decline. These individuals are indeed rather obstinate. Rapé dared not dwell further on the thought, fearing that his dwindling faith might waver. Thus, he redirected his focus to a piece of paper in his hand, filled with praises for the god of war, or more precisely, a hymn that also served as a prayer. As Fowler put it, prayer is a form of self-hypnosis. The wizards are all atheists, perceiving deities merely as a mental refuge. As faith flourishes, a unique spiritual resonance emerges, giving rise to divine arts. The prayer was short, taking merely 10 minutes to recite, and Rapé repeated it over and over. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain at the crown of his head, as if a heated steel needle had pierced through. The intense discomfort compelled Rapé to grit his teeth, yet within him surged a wave of joy. His conjecture was correct. One can only receive the blessing of a single deity. However, different personalities are regarded as distinct entities that in the temple of the goddess of wisdom. Rapé received the blessing of dexterity, enabling him to learn various skills with greater ease. Among the myriad blessings bestowed by the goddess of wisdom, dexterity may not be particularly remarkable. Yet it was well suited to Rapé, as he had much to learn at this moment. The blessing he had acquired was the art of combat. This was undeniably a gradual blessing, revealing its efficacy over time, allowing Rapé to ascend to greatness more effortlessly, perhaps even becoming a legend. Yet for him at present, it bore little utility. Thus, while he reveled in joy, a tinge of disappointment was inevitable. However, Rapé quickly adjusted his mindset, for he had many more personalities yet to manifest. Departing from the temple of the god of war, Rapé boarded a carriage once more. His next destination was the library, which also served as the sanctuary of the gods of knowledge and books. This time, he intended for his scholarly persona to receive a blessing. The library lay in the 3rd district, the port area, where the temples of the sea god and the wind god also resided. Rapé held no interest in the sea god. He had no plans to venture into the ocean, nor any desire for maritime trade, rendering the sea god of no assistance to him. The wind god, however, was a different matter. Both light as a feather and dancing with the wind were blessings highly suitable for a swordsman that if fortune smiled upon him, perhaps he might even receive the blessing of wings of the wind. Following this, Rapé intended to venture into the 5th district. The 5th district bordered the port area, yet akin to the 7th district, it held the lowest status among the 7 administrative regions. This was due to the sailors disembarking there, causing it to become a melting pot of various social strata, a haven for pickpockets, thieves, and smugglers. However, the most notorious were the prostitutes, who favored sailors for their wealth and generosity. They even preferred smugglers for their greater riches and extravagant gifts. Rapé certainly did not seek out prostitutes. There stood a temple dedicated to the goddess of love. The do not underestimate the goddess of love. While other deities have but one embodiment, the goddess of love possesses 2, thus offering the most blessings, such as silver-tongued charm, reading between the lines, and adaptability, all of which are commendable. Yet, Rapé was most concerned with escape from dire straits, originally intended for lovers, yet favored by thieves and assassins. What made the blessings of the goddess of love particularly appealing was their clear pricing. One could obtain precisely what they desired, as the sun began its descent. A carriage halted before the entrance of Jeffrey Street. Numbers 2 and 3 Rapé alighted from the carriage and rushed into the kitchen. A quarter of an hour later, he emerged with a large tray in hand. Tonight's dinner consisted of roasted lamb chops, pan-seared salmon, and creamy oyster soup. 3 dishes simple enough for him to practice with .as in the morning. Rapé intended to hone his culinary skills while simultaneously training in multitasking. Having already conducted a trial run at noon, he found that after splitting his personality, he could easily control both hands and perform 2 tasks at once. Now, he had improved since noon. The lamb chops were cooked to medium, with juices still oozing, while the salmon was golden brown, showing no signs of charring. After serving dinner in the living room, Rapé ascended the stairs. The old man was not conducting experiments on the 3rd floor, but rather scribbling calculations in his study. Rapé approached from behind and softly announced, "Dinner is ready." The old man abruptly lifted his head, glaring with displeasure, and bellowed, "You interrupted my train of thought. Then I shall cover dinner with a lid. You can eat whenever you wish." Rapé had long understood the old man's temperament. He was quite easy to manipulate. Indeed, upon hearing this, the old man immediately cast aside his pen and proceeded downstairs. However, as he reached the staircase, the old man suddenly halted, turned to Rapé, and scrutinized him up and down for a while before bursting into laughter. "Others say I am mad. It seems you are even more insane. Having split into so many personalities and allowing each to receive the blessings of the gods." The old man seemed to grasp something. "No wonder you borrowed such a hefty sum from me. It was for this endeavor. You actually figured it out." Rapé felt a pang of worry. If the old man could discern this, perhaps those priests could as well? "Fear not. I am the one who helped you split your personality, so I can see it. Another person would merely think you somewhat peculiar. Moreover, you have just received blessings, so traces of divine power still linger on you. Since you have received blessings from several gods, the divine traces are quite chaotic. In time, they will naturally dissipate, and by then, all will be well." Rapé exhaled in relief. If you have the courage, I shall teach you another trick. A wild idea sparked in the old man's mind. My courage is more than sufficient. Rapé was fully committed, with his personality split and multiple faiths. Had this been a century prior, he would have been condemned to the stake. Furthermore, having already manifested so many personalities, he was bound to become a madman like Fowler, or perhaps even more deranged. What could possibly frighten him? In truth, when Rapé contemplated the misfortunes inevitably brought by the luck coin, recalling the tragic fates of its previous owners, he had already resolved to forge ahead without reservations. Very well. The old man appeared unusually excited, for he had acquired a long-desired experimental subject. Listen closely. Since you have chosen black magic, you can indeed attempt to make a deal with the devil. The blessings of gods and the gifts of demons can coexist. How could that be possible? Rapé found it hard to believe. What is impossible about it? Neither gods nor demons are truly real. They are merely mental constructs. You may regard them as abstract symbols or equations. Fowler rambled on, inundating Rapé with his magical philosophy. What must I do? Rapé interjected hastily, for he neither understood nor needed to understand. I do not know. The old man shrugged, retreating at a critical moment, though his reasoning was sound. I told you, I am an alchemist, not well versed in black magic. Rapé felt a wave of disappointment. The old man had piqued his interest only to withdraw midway. Fortunately, he had anticipated this. After all, the old man was a lunatic, and one could not expect too much. Suddenly, Rapé recalled something and promptly inquired, "What about helping me construct a magical circuit? I told you I'm not well versed in black magic." The old man shook his head repeatedly. "I have already researched it." Rapé interjected before the old man could finish, and to bolster his persuasion, he produced a library card. "You have 6 books overdue. Namely Narcissus Magic Symbols Explained, Dream Analysis and Divination, Mysteries of Paracelsus, Atlantis, The Lost Truth, Does the Age of Gods Exist? A Prehistoric Exploration, and Types and Classifications of Dragons." Among these, Narcissus Magic Symbols Explained is a rare edition, no longer available in the library. Hence they have imposed a 10-fold fine upon you, that I do not have enough money. Rapé rambled on. I have use for that book. Let them impose the fine. As expected, the old man was indifferent to money. He harbored no doubts about Rapé's words, neither questioning the authenticity of the 10-fold fine, nor doubting that Rapé had sourced the magical circuit diagram from the library, that I in both instances. Rapé had lied. Initially, the library did demand a 10-fold fine, but after visiting the temple of the goddess of love and receiving the blessings of Silver-Tongue Charm and escape from dire straits, he returned to the library and negotiated tirelessly, ultimately reducing the fine to merely double the LAP. With a clear conscience, counted the money saved from negotiation as his own earnings, especially since he still owed the old man a substantial sum. Moreover, constructing a magical circuit would also require funds. He could not possibly work for the old man for free in the coming years, could he? While Rapé held his principles, he also understood the need for flexibility. Some money should not be coveted, while other money could be taken. The other deceit Rapé had spun concerned the magical circuit diagram, which he had not sourced from the library. Black magic, after all, was a forbidden art. How could it possibly be found there? Fortunately, Rapé possessed the luck coin, and among its previous owners were several black magicians, including the one who had unleashed plague upon countless lives. The magical circuit that Rapé intends to utilize is indeed that of the fellow. What vexes Rapé is that the memories contained within the lucky coins pertain solely to primary skills, such as the swordsman's swordplay, footwork, and breathing techniques, or the magician's magical circuits, casting techniques, and meditation methods. Yet, it fails to impart knowledge on how to draw magical arrays or communicate with demons, that he still must seek out other dark magicians to procure relevant tomes, acquire the necessary knowledge, and conduct extensive experiments. At the dining table, the old man is relishing his lunch with great enthusiasm. Rapé, seated at the opposite end, wields a pen, sketching on a piece of graph paper. He is illustrating the magical circuit. The old man occasionally stretches his neck to steal a glance. This concept is fundamental, and fundamentals tend to be quite similar. Alchemists possess their own set of magical circuits, which are not significantly different from this one. This is not an ordinary magical circuit. It appears quite advanced. Could such a thing be found in the library? The old man mumbled, his speech somewhat muffled as he stuffed his mouth with meat, but he harbored no suspicions, merely astonishment. The more intricate the magical circuit, the rarer it is. While the magical circuit the old man possesses is quite commendable, it pales in comparison to Rapé's. His magical circuit consists of 6 loops and 120 nodes, while Rapé's boasts 12 loops and 272 nodes. That if this were the secret transmission of a legendary magician, it might be plausible. How could it be found in a library? Could it be that dark magic is undervalued, thus carelessly discarded? Or perhaps a legendary dark magician desires to attract more talents to the ranks of dark magicians, employing such a method? The old man pondered for quite some time without reaching a conclusion, ultimately deciding to dismiss these thoughts, only to be filled with a sense of delight. Although this knowledge cannot be directly applied to him, it provided him with much inspiration. Perhaps he could deduce a magical circuit suitable for himself. Of course, this is contingent upon the authenticity of the diagram, rather than a jest by someone. What do you intend to use as your magical source? The old man inquired, jabbing a fork at the center of the diagram. Rapé was initially taken aback, but soon comprehended that the old man had acquiesced. Magical source? Rapé could not help but ask, for this concept was absent from the memories of the lucky coins, perhaps due to its simplicity. It belonged to the most fundamental of fundamentals, and thus was not recorded. The old man, noticing Rapé's bewildered expression, felt increasingly reassured, and in a cheerful mood, patiently explained, "Humans are not magical beings. Only a minuscule fraction of individuals are born capable of wielding magic. Merely 1 or 2 such prodigies among a million. Hence, ancient magicians devised magical circuits, employing artificial means to enable us to harness magic. The crux of the magical circuit lies in the magical source, which is to create a core from the essence of magical beings and implant it within ourselves. Do you have any suggestions?" Rapé, recognizing his lack of knowledge, directly inquired. "I possess the stinger of a modic magic scorpion, the venom gland of a sky-blue magic spider, the eye of an abyssal magic eye, the fangs of a vampire, the claws of a werewolf, and the tail hair of a nightmare." The old man enumerated his collection, pausing for a moment before finally stating, "If I were you, I would opt for the vampire's fangs or the werewolf's claws. For after all, both vampires and werewolves were once human. Then I shall entrust you with it." Rapé replied without a hint of hesitation. The old man had no need to deceive him. In the laboratory on the 3rd floor, Rapé lay naked upon the ground. Beneath him a magical array more intricate than that of the morning, at the center of his chest, at the location of his sternum. A small incision had just been made, and a sharp, crescent-shaped claw was embedded within the wound. This was the claw of a werewolf. The wound was rapidly healing, yet the flesh that grew back was black. Moreover, radiating from the sternum, purple veins emerged, extending in all directions like roots of a tree, interweaving like a spider's web across his body. "Do you feel anything?" the old man asked, standing beside Rapé, his feet close to Rapé's head. "There are many colorful orbs of light surrounding me," Rapé replied, somewhat dazed. "Excellent," the old man exclaimed with an almost manic enthusiasm. "These are the free-floating magical elements. Try to capture them and absorb them into your body." In truth, Rapé understood this without the old man's prompting, as he had already been attempting to do so in secret. Unfortunately, those colorful orbs of light were utterly unresponsive to him. After a lengthy wait with no discernible progress, the old man's mood soured. "Your affinity for magic is not particularly high." "Am I that poor?" Rapé, influenced by the old man's words, felt a wave of despondency wash over him. "You're no different from an ordinary person." The old man, lacking in social grace, failed to recognize that Rapé sought comfort at that moment. Yet, the old man soon regained his spirits, proclaiming loudly, "Fortunately, you have chosen dark magic. Does dark magic not require high levels of magical power?" Rapé, unaware of such nuances, inquired, as the lucky coins contained no information on this matter. "Not quite," the old man shook his head, swiftly providing an explanation. "Dark magic can harness the power of demons." "Weren't you the one who said there are no demons?" Rapé questioned, puzzled. "The so-called demons refer to intense emotions, predominantly negative ones, such as hatred, anger, greed, despair, and so forth. When a person is emotionally stirred, they often can unleash unimaginable power, the old man elaborated. Did you not mention that a magician requires calmness and rationality? Rape found himself increasingly confused. The old man adopted an expression that suggested Rape had hit the nail on the head. Thus, it is deemed a path of evil. Rape found himself at a loss for words, uncertain of where the old man stood. Time passed, and the bluish-purple veins gradually receded. The wound on Rape's chest had healed, leaving only a small scar that could easily be overlooked if one were not attentive. "You may rise now and don your clothing," the old man called out. Rape scrambled off the ground, hastily retrieving his clothes from a nearby workbench. He had no desire to stand naked before another, especially not before a man as eccentric as this old one. Choosing the werewolf's claw as his magical source was Rape's own decision. Among the materials the old man had suggested, the werewolf's claw was the least impressive, given that werewolves were not particularly formidable magical beings. However, for Rape, it was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. The magic of the werewolf would be employed to enhance his body. Using materials from a werewolf as his magical source would bestow upon him similar traits. Rape's strength would increase, his speed would quicken, his body would become more agile, his reflexes sharper, and his senses heightened. Most importantly, he would gain a terrifying ability to recover. Even when mortally wounded, a werewolf could heal swiftly. They are filled with vitality, requiring only 2 to 3 hours of sleep each day. Their endurance is remarkable, capable of running for days and nights on end. For Rape, who had chosen the paths of both swordsman and magician, the werewolf's attributes were perfectly aligned with his needs. "You will also require a wand," the old man declared, opening a drawer. As an alchemist, crafting wands is fundamental. Within the old man's drawer lay a plethora of wands. Some long, some short, made of wood and ivory alike. After examining them for some time, Rape found none to his satisfaction and hesitantly asked, "Might I exchange it for swords, preferably 2? "Swords?" The old man's expression turned peculiar, as though he had just tasted something unpleasant, shaking his head vigorously. "I have never seen a magician wielding a sword. Are you incapable of doing so?" Rape casually inquired, intending to abandon the idea. "Who says I cannot?" The old man leaped up as if stepped on the tail of a cat. "It is merely a wand that can also serve as a sword. That is quite simple." With a frenzied energy, the old man dashed to a corner of the laboratory, where a thick tome lay, its pages adorned with illustrations of various materials, resembling an encyclopedia. To serve as a sword, it must be at least a foot long. "And it must not break easily," the old man muttered, rifling through the pages. "Cannot steel be used?" Rape asked softly. "The magical conductivity of metals is rather poor," the old man replied without even glancing at Rape. Magical conductivity? Rape realized he had much to learn, as there were countless things he did not understand. It is the ability to transmit magical power. Materials with good magical conductivity usually come from magical beings, such as nerves, bones, and hair. Some plants also possess decent magical conductivity, though they are rather uncommon. The old man became quite talkative when discussing matters related to magic. Suddenly, he exclaimed, "Found it!" The page the old man had turned to depicted a snake skeleton, with a number 63 beneath it. Next to the tome was a tray. It was unclear what the old man had done, but as the tray sank moments later, it re-emerged bearing 2 snake bones. Simultaneously, the number at the bottom of the page changed to 61. Rape understood then that this thick tome likely functioned like an inventory, with the tray connected to a warehouse. Magic was indeed wondrous. While Rape marveled at it, the old man had already begun his work. He took a small knife and proceeded to slice off the delicate, curved ribs, leaving only 2 long, thin vertebrae. These vertebrae were over a foot long, and when straightened, they indeed resembled thin stiletto swords. For storing magical power, use ordinary amethyst. The old man rummaged through the drawer, producing 2 pieces. This material, being a universal substance, was always in stock within the laboratory. The bones are excessively fragile. A slight shake, and they may very well fall apart, Rapé cautioned from the side. "Rest assured, I have anticipated this," the old man replied, gesturing toward another drawer, which opened automatically to reveal a spool of thread. The thread shimmered faintly with a silvery hue, resembling a metallic texture, yet exhibiting a softness far superior to that of metal wire. Bending without leaving a mark, the old man pointed at the snake vertebra, causing the spool to draw out a single strand of thread that wove intricately through the slender bones. The vertebrae resembled a series of hollow tubes, and the thread strung them together like pearls, transforming them into an elongated, delicate necklace. A final layer of protection is necessary, he added, retrieving a jar from the drawer. Upon opening it, a mercury-like substance was revealed. The old man pinched a portion and gently applied it to the slender bones, instantly turning the once pale vertebrae into a lustrous silver, as if crafted from pure silver itself. "What is this?" Rapé inquired with curiosity. "This is called Augustino resin, a rare tree sap. Those unfamiliar with it might mistake it for mercury. However, it is considerably lighter and possesses exceptional adhesive properties, adhering so firmly that it cannot be removed once applied," the old man explained. Lifting the completed wand, this peculiar object appeared soft and reminiscent of a necklace. With a sudden shake of his hand and a slight movement of his lips, clearly uttering an incantation, the soft snake bones instantly straightened, revealing a glimmering sheen that flowed along its length. Rapé surmised that the flowing light resembled a blade's edge and continued to inquire, "What is this?" "This is the blade edge technique. The magic I have solidified for you. That don't you desire a sword?" the old man queried. "How long will it last?" Rapé pressed on, aware that all magic consumes mana. "If I wield it, it can last indefinitely," the old man replied nonchalantly, as the mana consumed by such a minor spell was trivial for him. However, he then turned the wand around, pointing at the amethyst embedded at its end. "You, however, will not be able to do so without first infusing it with mana. When fully charged, it can last for over 20 minutes. Rapé frowned, finding this duration inadequate. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "I do not require a double-edged blade." The old man did not object. With a flick of his hand, the shimmering light on one side vanished, transforming the sword into a straight blade. "Just the top third needs to be sharpened. I fear for my fingers without a guard," Rapé admitted sheepishly. The old man, unfazed, made another adjustment, leaving only the top third glimmering. Now, the mana was sufficient to last over 2 hours. "Could you possibly enhance it further?" Rapé suggested yet again, gesturing toward the sharply pointed tip. "Its lethality is rather minimal. Could you apply poison or perhaps a curse?" The old man paused. Having never heard of applying poison to a wand, but understanding that these two wands were intended for use as swords made the request somewhat reasonable. After a moment's thought, he shook his head and sighed, "I am not well versed in dark magic. I can only apply a common curse to one of the wands, such as paralysis, weakness, or blindness to the other. I can impart viper's venom. You will need to procure the poison yourself." "That sounds splendid," Rapé exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. As a new day dawned, Rapé navigated through the crowd with a sizable mailbag slung over his shoulder. He was close to completing his deliveries, progressing much faster than in the previous days, a benefit afforded by his werewolf characteristics. Whenever he felt fatigued, a brief rest would swiftly restore his energy, alleviating both exhaustion and muscle soreness in no time. With rapid recovery, he could increase his training load, run at an accelerated pace, and significantly enhance his abilities, all while saving precious time. At this moment, two individuals approached him. One was a wealthy gentleman strolling leisurely, while the other was a worker hastily carrying a package. Rapé darted directly between them, his hands moving with lightning speed. This was another facet of his training. Rather than pilfering, he slipped a leaf into each of their pockets, unbothered by the possibility of being discovered, for it was merely a prank. Rapé had never been caught. He had discovered the trick from a girl who had taught him. From her, he learned that the leader of the pickpockets had intentionally raised the difficulty level, that he was advised to begin with a soft touch, starting with cold water before progressing to hot. And finally, iron clamps. He also learned that the demonstration by the young pickpocket was flawed. The essence of stealing lies not in speed, but in diverting the target's attention. Just as earlier, as Rapé passed between the two men, their instinctual desire to avoid collision drew their focus away, allowing him to deftly insert the leaves into their pockets. Ahead, a carriage approached. a bespoke private carriage, undoubtedly occupied by a wealthy individual. Rapé sprinted forward, his backpack brushing against the gentleman. "Are you blind?" bellowed a portly man in his 40s or 50s, impeccably dressed and wielding a gold-tipped cane. Rapé paid him no mind, a smile gracing his lips as he felt the weight of a coin pouch added to his mailbag. As a poor man, he harbored a slight resentment toward the affluent. Stealing from the wealthy bore no moral burden for him. After 2 days of this, Rapé had come to realize one truth. Being a thief could be quite lucrative, and he was now well equipped to repay the old man fuel-less debts. Turning into a small alley, Rapé quickly retrieved the coin pouch, opening it to reveal a delightful surprise that it was filled with gold coins. Over 100 of them, worth approximately 800 or more bisha, equivalent to a year's salary for his father. This discovery filled Rapé with joy, further fueling his disdain for the rich. The entire afternoon was spent wandering the streets. There was nothing left to organize at Old Man Fuels. Granting Rapé ample free time, as dusk settled, he went to the old man's residence to help prepare dinner, hiding the stolen money within a bag of flour. The old man, even if hungry, would never touch the flour, and outsiders could not enter, making it the safest hiding place. After dinner, Rapé returned home, nearing his doorstep when 5 individuals emerged from the adjacent alley, led by the young pickpocket. "Hand, how has your training progressed?" Hand inquired with a grin. "I'll stow my belongings and join you shortly," Rapé replied, clutching an oiled paper bag. "Got something tasty?" "I'm starving." "Hand it over," one of Hand's companions remarked brazenly. Rapé had already noted the 4 men accompanying Hand. Their burly frames and brutish visages made their intentions clear. "Why do you always bring along a bunch of thugs?" Rapé asked Hand, shaking his head. Suddenly, Rapé sprang into action, delivering a swift kick to the foul-mouthed thug's face. The man flew backward. 3 days had transformed Rapé. His strength had doubled, and his speed nearly tripled. The 2 thugs from 3 days prior could still rise after a beating, but today, this man lay incapacitated on the ground. The remaining 3, witnessing Rapé's aggression, swiftly brandished their clubs, prepared for a fight. Yet Rapé was faster, darting toward one and deflecting the club from his grip before delivering a blow to his groin. The man let out a pained scream, clutching his crotch as he collapsed. However, he did not remain on the ground for long, as Rapé seized him by the neck, using him as a shield against another thug. The thug could only catch his comrade, but then felt a sharp pain in his ear and promptly lost consciousness. Now, Rapé approached the last remaining thug, wielding a club that had belonged to the man he had just incapacitated. "Don't come any closer. I haven't wronged you," the last thug stammered, his legs trembling. Those in his line of work understood full well who to provoke and who to avoid. They most feared someone like Rapé, who possessed both skill and ruthlessness. Rapé paid no heed to the thug, discarding the club and striding directly toward his home. Moments later, he re-emerged and called out to Hand, "Let's go. You lead the way. I didn't memorize the route last time." Hand exhaled in relief. He had worried that Rapé might become overconfident in his newfound strength and refuse to cooperate. But he was grateful that Rapé had ultimately relented. Half an hour later, they arrived at the building once more. Rapé was taken aback to find the courtyard filled with people, all seemingly young, their demeanor suggesting they were pickpockets like Hand. Among them, Rapé spotted the girl who had taught him how to steal. "Where's Scar, Ghost Skin, and the others?" the pickpocket leader asked, sensing trouble as he noticed the absence of the 4 thugs. "They went on vacation. Scar, Ghost Skin, and Dark Circle will likely be on an extended holiday. Fastleg sent them off," Hand replied in cryptic jargon. Vacation implied they were injured, while extended holiday indicated severe wounds, perhaps even incapacitation. The pickpocket leader's expression darkened. He had hoped the 4 thugs would intimidate Rapé, yet here they were, rendered useless. At this point, he had no one left to rely on. "Would you care to see my skills? Over the past 3 days, I have been diligently practicing, and my left hand has now become nearly as agile as my right." Rapé observed that the leader remained silent, and thus boldly provoked him. "I am well aware that your training has been commendable." The leader of the pickpockets sneered, wary of direct confrontation, yet it did not imply he lacked strategies that he could leverage the situation. "Do you know why I summoned everyone? Because over the past few days, someone has been wreaking havoc on the streets. This individual is either a fool or a novice, daring to steal from those who should not be touched, amassing 5 or 6,000 bicycles in just 2 days. Rapé was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated such trouble, evidently arising from the victim seeking out the leader of the pickpockets. "Do you suspect it is me?" Rapé inquired. "Who else could it be but you?" The leader had not originally harbored such thoughts, but at that moment he felt compelled to consider it. He had an instinct that Rapé was indeed the culprit. No evidence was required. It was merely the leader's intuition. There are many pickpockets in the city. Surely, it cannot be just this one. Perhaps another group is responsible. Naturally, Rapé would not admit guilt. The leader scrutinized Rapé, initially uncertain, but now he was convinced. "What do you know?" "Those in this trade are well aware of the rules, who can steal and who cannot. Everyone understands that if someone untouchable loses something, the police will immediately trace it back to us, that a simple exchange of glances would suffice to ascertain the perpetrator. I find it hard to believe that thieves are so honest. Perhaps someone is quietly profiting. Furthermore, the thief might have come from outside, or could simply be passing through. How will you investigate?" Rapé had made up his mind. "You are correct. We indeed lack the means to prove that," the leader of the pickpockets said with a sardonic smile. "Thus, we must find a way to clear our names. Our method is to invite the police to investigate. I have already submitted the list, and you are included. Tomorrow, the police will arrive, and I have gathered all my men to ensure everyone is aware of the situation. There will be no work tomorrow. A day off until the matter is resolved." Hoff's eyes gleamed with arrogance as he awaited Rapé's pleas for mercy. This was merely a threat. Hoff did not wish to push matters to the extreme. Moreover, even if he assisted the police in capturing the culprit, he would gain nothing. However, if Rapé were to hand over the money, Hoff would be exceedingly pleased. Unfortunately, Hoff had forgotten that Rapé was a novice, unfamiliar with the rules and oblivious to the nuances of retreat. At that moment, Rapé was filled with rage, his mind brimming with murderous intent, yet his demeanor remained chillingly indifferent. The reason Rapé refrained from violence was the lateness of the hour. Not only would it silence him, but it would also attract the police's attention that Rapé's current thoughts revolved around how to defuse the crisis. The leader of the pickpockets must die. After repeated provocations, they had reached a point of no return. Yet how could he ensure the police would not complicate matters? In the past, Rapé would have succumbed to confusion, but now, a new persona, a shadowy mastermind, had emerged within him. "I shall return tomorrow. My family awaits my return for dinner," Rapé stated coldly before turning to leave. Having resolved to eliminate this individual, he no longer cared for appearances. "You." The leader's face turned ashen with fury. It was one thing for Rapé to disrespect him, but to humiliate him in front of so many subordinates was intolerable. At that moment, the leader harbored thoughts of murder against Rapé. What had begun as mere intimidation was now poised to become reality. Nevertheless, the leader was in a dilemma, despite his connections with the police. He was merely a pawn. That young man was, after all, an employee of the Postal Service, and his father held an office position within it, granting him a degree of status, all funded by the state. The relationship between the Postal Service and the police was far closer than his own, and should that young man recount the events, his attempts to implicate postal employees in using public resources for illicit activities would undoubtedly backfire, potentially exacerbating his own troubles. The more Hoff pondered, the more regretful he grew. There had been no need for things to escalate to this point. Both Rapé and Hoff were troubled, fretting over how to resolve the situation. Rapé stumbled home, his mind consumed by the persona of the shadowy mastermind, constantly weighing various possibilities. "You're back." His father's voice momentarily jolted Rapé from his reverie. "Aren't you two asleep yet?" Rapé remarked in surprise. They typically retired early to conserve lamp oil. "Did you ask a colleague to deliver a package since you were helping them with letters?" his father inquired. "That is indeed the case. Delivering letters is quicker, whereas packages require direct handover and signatures, and if the recipient is absent, it could result in an unnecessary trip. Previously, it was manageable, but now I have an additional part-time job, so I wish to avoid wasting time." Rapé had plenty of reasons that as expected. When Rapé mentioned his part-time job, his father's expression softened. After all, his son was considering the family's welfare. Splitting mail, from a procedural standpoint, it is not permitted. Each postman is responsible for a specific area, and in case of an error, it is easy to trace back that if you all are splitting mail, what will happen if something goes wrong, his father implored. Is it that Wilson is using this opportunity to trouble you? Rapé swiftly identified the crux of the issue. Splitting mail was indeed forbidden, yet many postmen engaged in the practice, including young Wilson. This fellow was the team leader and was responsible for mail distribution. He frequently exploited his position to pass off his mail to others without facing any repercussions. Has the director hinted at something? Has your promotion been delayed because of this? Rapé pressed on. Wilson and his father were rivals. His father was an honest man, unlikely to resort to underhanded tactics, but Wilson was not. What infuriated Rapé even more was the branch director, who clearly favored Wilson while maintaining a facade of impartiality that in truth. Rapé had long known that his father was unlikely to receive a promotion. Perhaps even his father was aware of this. And the so-called competition was merely a ploy to silence dissent. What is yours will eventually be yours. Everything will be all right. Rapé gently embraced his father, tenderly patting his back. Though Rapé appeared calm, his heart was ablaze with fury, but he was determined not to remain silent any longer. Although he lacked sufficient strength and the timing was not yet ripe, he had to take action. Rapé needed to protect his parents, safeguard his sister, and defend their home. Go to sleep. When you awaken, everything will be well, that I too shall retire for the night. Good night, Rapé said to his father. He swiftly ascended the stairs and returned to his room. Big, come forth. Upon entering his chamber, Rapé called out in his mind. The ghost materialized in response. If you want me to assist you, at the very least, you must ensure that others believe I am your ally. Rapé communicated mentally, as speaking out loud was unnecessary. The ghost remained silent, weighing the pros and cons, observing the ghost's lack of response. Rapé's irritation flared. I have no leads, nor any means to obtain them, that I cannot even manage to investigate properly. Surely, you do not expect me to stop every passerby on the street and inquire who orchestrated this assassination. They would surely deem me insane. Rapé had devised a plan to extricate himself from his predicament, which involved leveraging others. Old Faller was one option, though that man was a madman, making his cooperation uncertain. That in contrast, Big Will was a more viable choice. As a royal envoy, his status was undeniable. How do you intend to seek out leads? The ghost's interest was piqued, having met his demise. His sole fixation was vengeance, and he cared not what methods were employed to achieve it. I plan to approach the police. Surely someone is responsible for your case, and they may possess some clues. Rapé quickly formulated a rationale. The police. The ghost scoffingly shook his head. What can they accomplish? They are a bunch of fools, merely deflecting inquiries with excuses. After all, the assassination falls under the category of political events, and in principle, it is unrelated to the police system. It should be investigated by the secret police. However, in a small place like Tarun, there is no secret police division. Secret police? Rapé suddenly had a flash of insight. He had not previously considered this. Aren't the secret police part of the police system? The secret police report directly to the king, funded by special allocations. A portion comes from the king and another from the treasury. Unlike the police, which are overseen by municipal authorities and sustained by local taxes. Big Will's demeanor grew peculiar when discussing the secret police. Rapé noted this detail. His chances of success, once merely at 60%, now surged to 80%. What was your purpose for coming to Tarun? Why were you targeted for assassination? Rapé refrained from hastily broaching the subject of the secret police. He did not wish to reveal his intentions to the ghost. This time, the ghost did not hesitate. He seemed to ponder the reasons behind his demise. I came to Tarun for two reasons. One was to tighten various controls, including postal regulations, new censorship, and assembly restrictions, he began. Before the ghost could finish, Rapé interrupted. I need to know the specifics. Only then can I understand whom you have obstructed. Very well, the ghost shrugged, conceding. I have obstructed many. Postal regulation necessitates the establishment of a new department within the Postal Authority, a division specifically tasked with the inspection of correspondence. This department will employ intense illumination techniques to scrutinize the contents of letters, and if deemed necessary, may even resort to opening the correspondence. Similarly, news regulation requires the formation of a dedicated department, prior to publication. Every newspaper in the city must be submitted for examination to ascertain which news items are permissible for print. Regarding assembly regulation, any political party wishing to convene must submit an application and have an overseer present. Any breach of this protocol would classify the gathering as illegal, should such an assembly be discovered. The organizer could be held accountable, potentially facing imprisonment. I understand why you were assassinated. Rapé covered his forehead, recognizing that this individual had engaged in numerous actions that incited hatred, undoubtedly attracting the ire of many who would wish him dead. It was no surprise that recently, amidst the whispers he had overheard, many referred to this man as the king's lackey, some even rejoicing at the news of his assassination. How do we investigate this? Perhaps it is indeed necessary to ascertain what clues the police possess. The specter relented. Initially unwilling to assist, he now found himself compelled to compromise in pursuit of vengeance. Chapter 5. Troubleshooting the outside world lay shrouded in silence. The hour was still early, and most were ensconced in slumber. Rapé descended the stairs with utmost care. Due to the influence of the magical source, his energy levels were abnormally high, further heightened by the recent acquisition of new knowledge. He opened the storage room door and rummaged through a small box at the bottom, filled with rural tools such as wrenches. Although these items had never been utilized by his father, they were impeccably maintained. Rapé unearthed a paper package, its weight substantial. Upon opening it, he discovered an assortment of 2-inch nails. He stowed the nails into a box strapped to his belt, pointed ends facing down and flat heads upward. Arranging them with meticulous precision, in total, Rapé attached 10 such boxes to his belt. The memory he had gleaned from the lucky coin pertained to the use of concealed weaponry against genuine threats, such as the assassin who could deflect bullets. Throwing knives would prove ineffective. Their utility lay in dealing with rank-and-file adversaries. That very assassin had employed throwing knives as well, with at least a dozen lives claimed by his blades, far surpassing those lost to his sword. What lingered most vividly in Rapé's memory was the moment when the guard's marksman aimed at the assassin, only to have him casually unleash a flurry of throwing knives, resulting in a significant number of them collapsing. While only 2 met their demise, the marksmen all succumbed to despair, cowering in a corner of the street, lacking the means to employ throwing knives. Rapé opted for iron nails, which could be procured in bulk for a mere few coins, approximately 500 for a single package, sufficient for an extended period. For an even lower price, he could visit a blacksmith's workshop and acquire 20,000 for a mere 15 coins. An undeniable bargain. Having prepared the nails, he secured the storage room and ventured out, heading towards Old Man Fowler. From this moment onward, Rapé recognized the urgency of his mission. He must eliminate the leader of the pickpockets today. As he walked, he kept himself occupied, occasionally flicking out a nail towards the roadside, practicing his thrusts and stabs. This time, however, the endeavor proved less than successful. His aim faltered, and the nails either missed their mark or struck at an awkward angle. It was only as he neared Old Man Fowler's residence that he could reliably ensure the nails struck true, albeit still somewhat askew, resulting in shallow penetrations. Using the key gifted to him by Fowler, Rapé ascended to the 2nd floor with utmost stealth, retreating into the study. The room had been tidied, the books once strewn across the floor now returned to their shelves. Rapé began to sift through the bottom row, discovering titles such as Introduction to Basic Magic, Spells and Gestures, and Casting Procedures and Related Points. He primarily skimmed the table of contents and the introductions. Old Man Fowler had previously asserted that Rapé was still too early in his studies of magic due to his lack of magical energy. According to the Elder's guidance, he should focus on solidifying his theoretical foundation, memorizing various materials and familiarizing himself with the handling of common substances, that if he still had energy remaining, he could delve into magical symbols and glyphs. Though he initially adhered to the Elder's advice, the pressing circumstances forced Rapé to alter his plans. He must learn 2 forms of magic. Power was not essential, merely the ability to instill fear. Suddenly, a smile illuminated Rapé's face as he stumbled upon something of great utility, a tome titled, You Can Do It Too. The pages, tinged with yellow, suggested the book was quite old, likely a purchase from Fowler's youth. The preface clearly articulated its purpose for beginners, enlightening newcomers to the wonders of magic, assuring them that even novices could achieve extraordinary feats. The first chapter detailed the application of glow magic, with its upgraded version, bright light magic, proving particularly useful. Fowler's house lacked oil lamps, making bright light magic invaluable come nightfall. In contrast, glow magic was significantly weaker, barely illuminating the darkest of nights. This was precisely what Rape required. The casting of glow magic demanded minimal magical energy. By mixing white phosphorus, fluorite, mercury, and glass shards in specific ratios, one could create a luminous powder that, with a modicum of magical energy, would emit light. By adding certain elements, the color of the light could be altered. Salt would yield yellow light, blue vitriol green, and manganese purple. Rape continued to peruse the text. The 10th chapter discussed smoke shaping, teaching the manipulation of smoke into desired forms, such as a ghost or a reaper, or condensing it into a mass for concealment. Though a low-level spell, its applications were numerous. Rape committed this knowledge firmly to memory. The deeper he delved into the book, the brighter his eyes sparkled. Rape realized that even with limited magical energy, he could accomplish a great many things that, no matter how inept a magician, they were still far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary person. Grasping the book, Rape ascended the stairs, remembering that the corner by the window now belonged to him. Fowler had provided him with a basic set of tools: a balance, alcohol lamp, measuring cups, beakers, and glass test tubes, sufficient for executing simple experiments. The spells mentioned in the book required only the most fundamental materials, all of which could be found in the Elder's drawers. In the past, Rape would have sought Fowler's permission before conducting experiments, but time was of the essence. He needed to finalize all preparations before dawn. As the first light of day crept through the window, Rape opened it, releasing a peculiar cloud of smoke into the outside world. The smoke coalesced, appearing as though suspended in midair, vaguely reminiscent of a human form. Excellent. I now possess something truly fearsome. Rape carefully stowed several paper packages in his pocket, recognizing their life-saving potential. Nothing must go awry. The last items he secured were several nails, which had undergone special treatment, their ends hammered flat. They resembled tail feathers. He had tested these nails and found that they would strike true, with 100% accuracy at the pointed end, an 80% chance of a straight shot, and a 50% likelihood of full penetration. Ensuring these nails were safely tucked away, Rape approached the cabinet designated for hazardous materials, cautiously opening it to retrieve a brown bottle filled with liquid. He poured some into a test tube, sealing it with an oak cork to prevent any leakage, finally allowing himself a moment of relief. His final preparatory task was complete. It was impractical to carry the test tube barehanded. So Rape wrapped it in newspaper and inserted it into an iron pipe he had brought from home. This was no overreaction. Caution was paramount, as the contents of the test tube were exceedingly perilous. The iron pipe nestled securely in Rape's trouser pocket. All his clothing pockets had been specially modified, each adorned with 2 buttons, one light, one dark, ensuring they were tightly sealed. After all, he was surrounded by pickpockets, including the notorious thief Hand, and no precaution was excessive. Having completed his preparations, Rape cast a beaming smile at the window, where the rising sun mirrored his expression, dispelling the shadows of the previous night. He turned and descended the stairs to prepare breakfast for Old Man Fowler. Half an hour later, Rape set out for work. Just 2 blocks away from the 7th postal office, he spotted his father's silhouette, his demeanor still etched with despondency. "Father, you are up particularly early today," Rape remarked as he approached briskly. "Ah." Rape's father finally noticed his son. "How are things on your end?" "My employer is quite pleased with my performance. He intends to raise my wages." Rape fabricated a reassuring lie. "Is that so?" His father visibly brightened, pondering the possibility of seeking a part-time job himself. After contemplating through the night, Rape's father had come to terms with the bleak reality. He harbored little hope for promotion. Once the formidable Wilson ascended, his own prospects for advancement would be extinguished, as Wilson would undoubtedly undermine him at every opportunity. "Father, could you please request a leave of absence for me?" Rape implored, needing to visit the pickpocket's hideout, having forgotten to inquire about the time of the police's arrival. Just as he finished speaking, a familiar figure emerged ahead, young thief Hand. "Don't forget to ask for my leave," Rape reiterated to his father before striding towards the young pickpocket. "Are you all right?" his father called after him, sensing an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. "I'm fine," Don't worry. Raphael turned his head and replied briefly before veering into a narrow side street. Hand followed suit, even managing to flash a smile at Raphael's father. The latter grew increasingly concerned, as it was evident that Hand was not a man of integrity. "Why have you come here?" he inquired with a tone of anger, ensuring that his father was at a sufficient distance to be oblivious to their conversation. "I had no choice. Early this morning, I was instructed to summon you. The others are already waiting there," Hand replied with a slick demeanor. "What about him?" Raphael demanded, needing to confirm Hoff's whereabouts. "He's gone out. He mentioned something about treating the police to breakfast," Hand said cautiously, wary of provoking Raphael. Should Raphael unleash his wrath, he could easily be left half dead or worse. "Do you truly think I fear the police?" Raphael shot a glance at Hand. "Of course you don't," Hand replied with an earnest smile, though inwardly he held reservations. Sensing Hand's thoughts, Raphael leisurely asked, "Do you know what I'm thinking? How could I possibly know?" Hand replied, "I was contemplating whether to eliminate you as well," Raphael stated flatly, avoiding any eye contact with Hand. His tone so mundane that it seemed he was merely inquiring about the weather. "Thinking of killing me now is rather late, isn't it? Your father is at work, and your mother and sister are still at home. Do you truly wish to abandon them and flee?" Hand, though reluctant to provoke the deranged individual, couldn't suppress his irritation. "Flee? Why would I flee?" Raphael scoffed lightly. "I intend to follow you to your hideout, and, in front of you and your lot, including that police officer, eliminate your boss." This time, Hand remained silent, having concluded that Raphael was utterly insane. Noticing Hand's silence, Raphael also ceased speaking. However, he was far from idle. As he walked, he practiced throwing hidden weapons at the trees lining the path, showing no intention of evading Hand. Hand's expression shifted. While he maintained a facade of calm, his mind was tumultuous. He finally comprehended why Raphael exuded such confidence. Possessing that remarkable skill, indeed, giving him grounds to speak so menacingly, this was not merely a means of brawling. Hand had witnessed an assassin kill with throwing knives, thus he held the impression that hidden weapons were tools for murder. From the 7th post office to the thieves' hideout, Hand pondered how to discreetly raise an alarm, preparing their boss for what lay ahead. Unfortunately, he had not devised a feasible plan by the time they entered the building. "It seems your boss has yet to arrive," Raphael remarked, observing the courtyard where a throng of youths aged 10 to 15 congregated, much like the previous evening. This age group is typically filled with energy, yet these boys appeared unusually subdued, huddling in small clusters. Their conversations barely audible. "It appears your boss possesses some skill. The rules seem quite strict," Raphael sneered, adding, "You may return to your comrades, but it would be wise to stand where I can see you. Should I discover you attempting to hide, well, you can imagine the consequences." Hand felt a chill run down his spine. In addition, he found the situation somewhat absurd. He vividly recalled threatening Raphael not long ago. Yet their positions had now reversed as time passed. The young pickpockets demonstrated a growing comfort with waiting. Hand obediently stood in the center of the courtyard, a spot easily visible to Raphael, who continued to pace. Raphael deliberately moved this way, ensuring no one noticed the thin line trailing from his pant leg. No1 paid attention as he drove 5 nails into the ground, using them as focal points to form a pentagram with a fine line. The nails were ultimately embedded into the earth, after which he scattered a powder concocted not long ago in the lab of Old Faller. Having completed his preparations, Raphael felt a sense of relief. Awaiting the arrival of the pickpocket leader, with nothing else to occupy him, he approached the female pickpocket who had taught him the art of thievery. "You mustn't associate with me. You're a harbinger of misfortune. Anyone who crosses your path is destined for disaster, and I certainly don't wish to be punished severely by the boss," she retreated, having initially found it amusing to impart a few tricks to Raphael, only to find herself embroiled in a significant predicament. "Rest assured, your boss won't survive for long. This time next year will mark his demise," Raphael declared, his murderous intent unmistakable. "Stop joking. He will come with the police," the female pickpocket cautioned, her voice lowered. "I advise you to relent while you still can. You have an opportunity that if you return the stolen money, allowing the boss and those officers to divide it. You may endure a harsh beating, but your life will be spared. Do you also believe that money is mine? Raphael questioned, bemused. Hand claims you are a prodigy among pickpockets, born for this line of work. I believe his words. The female pickpocket insisted earnestly. You should seriously consider my suggestion. That approach is far too convoluted, Raphael replied with a dismissive smile. It would be far simpler to eliminate your boss. Are you planning to take out the police as well? If that is the case, we shall also meet our end, she scoffed. I believe the police will be reasonable, Raphael retorted, unperturbed. The female pickpocket rolled her eyes. Hand was right. You are indeed mad, that do not speak to me further. You will bring me trouble. With that, she turned away, and those nearby also distanced themselves from Raphael, that he wandered restlessly around the courtyard until he spotted a corner where an ornate, gilded leather sofa lay, a lavish seat evidently reserved for the pickpocket leader. Raphael plopped down onto it, crossing his legs, waiting in boredom. Time dragged on, and just as noon approached, a commotion outside heralded the arrival of a group of police officers. The pickpocket leader was the last to enter. And upon seeing this, Raphael understood that the leader was clearly wary of him, hence the assembly of so many officers. That he also noted that these policemen were not only armed with handcuffs and batons, but that two of them bore firearms. However, these were ordinary guns, not the kind typically possessed by the affluent for self-defense. While ordinary firearms are powerful, they are cumbersome to load, requiring manual preparation. Conversely, smaller defensive weapons, though less powerful, can be preloaded and drawn for immediate use. You have quite the nerve. Sitting in my place. The pickpocket leader fumed upon noticing Raphael on the sofa. However, as he scrutinized Raphael's expression, the vitriolic words he had intended to unleash became lodged in his throat that moment. Raphael regarded the leader with an expression of calm indifference, which was even more unsettling due to the hint of disdain and underlying malice lurking within. The pickpocket leader had encountered a similar gaze before, that of the top assassin accompanying Vokli, the head of the Tarun gang. Shaking his head in resignation, the leader realized there was no retreating now. He instinctively told himself it was merely an illusion, that such a small figure could wield no real power. That's him. He is the thief I mentioned earlier, causing everyone significant trouble due to his disregard for the rules, Hoff exclaimed, pointing at Raphael. The pickpocket leader, anticipating that the officers would immediately brandish their batons or rattle their handcuffs menacingly, was taken aback when none of the policemen moved. These officers, seasoned in dealing with a variety of criminals, had seen types like Raphael before. They had encountered cold-blooded killers, ruthless pirates, and blood-soaked mercenaries. However, one thing was certain. None of them were pickpockets. For these individuals, murder was as casual as sipping tea or sneezing. Human life held little value in their eyes, akin to weeds by the roadside or pebbles on the beach. The police only received occasional tips from Hoff, which were meager at best, making it unnecessary for them to involve themselves in such conflicts. I assure you, I speak the truth. If you apprehend him for questioning, you will undoubtedly obtain a confession that if he remains obstinate, he has parents and a sister. Threatening them will surely pry open his lips. Hoff was desperate. Having already made enemies, choosing to reveal his final trump card, Raphael remained unmoved. Had this been the old him, such words would have ignited a furious blaze within, but at this moment, he had fully embraced his assassin persona. Slowly, he extended his hand, plucking a silver chain from his arm and gradually straightening it. That object must be stolen property. He's merely a lowly mailman, not well off enough to afford such a thing. Hoff believed he had found a weakness. To his astonishment, the middle-aged police officer's expression shifted from surprise to sheer horror as he took several steps back upon seeing the chain straightening in Raphael's hand. Observing this officer's reaction, the other policeman also paled, recognizing that the middle-aged officer had connections and was therefore well-versed in the world of crime. At this moment, the chain had transformed into a slender rod, its tip remarkably sharp, seemingly possessing a commendable elasticity, broadening towards the rear, with a purple crystal embedded at its end. My goodness, it's a wand, another officer exclaimed in recognition. The wand in Lape's hand was somewhat unique, being excessively soft and elongated. Yet its characteristics remained evident, particularly the faintly glowing amethyst, which was the most distinctive feature of a wand, not to mention Lape striking the quintessential posture for casting spells. Chaque no bordeaux sacrado la pantonade. Murmuring an incantation, a genuine spell belonging to the realm of dark magic, which he had unearthed from the memories of a lucky coin. However, it was merely for show. Given his current capabilities, he could not possibly wield such magic. A beam of purple light shot forth, piercing Hoff's heart and emerging from his back. The violet radiance was both terrifying and sinister, drifting through the air like a wisp of smoke that I end the next instant. Tendrils of black smoke emanated from his body, coalescing into a humanoid form. The face bore a resemblance to Hoff's, and as the wind blew, the figure was seen writhing in anguish. Hoff collapsed. Falling backwards, horrifically, blood gushed rapidly from beneath his body, not seeping into the ground, but rather coalescing like droplets on a polished floor, rolling together and gathering before Lape, forming a pentagram. Dark magic. The officer who recognized the wand gasped again. His lips trembling slightly, the other officers turned ashen, retreating step by step. Regret flooded their hearts. They had initially anticipated a stroke of good fortune, only to encounter such a harbinger of doom. The reputation of dark wizards was far from admirable, far worse than that of assassins or pirates. Assassins kill for money, pirates for profit. But dark wizards may kill for a myriad of reasons, perhaps for a specific organ, a dark ritual, or simply for the thrill of murder. Everyone trembled, not just the officers but also the pickpockets, though none dared to flee, uncertain if they had already fallen victim. They watched as Hoff's blood drained swiftly, his body becoming gaunt, the loose skin hanging like a deflated sack, rendering the scene grotesquely terrifying. Suddenly, a deep purple flame erupted, and within the fire, a humanoid wisp struggled in torment, though no sound was heard. It seemed as if every onlooker could perceive a haunting wail. I have always found it curious. Why does this fellow relentlessly seek to trouble me when I have not provoked him? Rapé musadolot. Gazing at the corpse with a calm, elegant tone, tinged with a hint of philosophical demeanor, the NO1 answered. Neither the pickpockets nor the officers, all paralyzed by fear. You need not be afraid. I am quite amiable. Not all dark wizards are malevolent, Lape asserted. This declaration evidently had the opposite effect, as no one believed his words, and many became increasingly convinced of the inherent wickedness of dark wizards. However, this works to my advantage. I have encountered a predicament recently and require assistance. Lape pointed his wand at hand. Come here. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. The young pickpocket trembled uncontrollably, managing to avoid soiling his trousers, while behind him, several others had already dampened their pants. Another beam of purple light shot forth. Hand screamed, staggering slightly, but soon realized he was unharmed. Then he noticed the surrounding individuals fleeing at a distance, each one staring intently at the space above his head. Hand looked up to see a glowing purple wisp floating above him, within which a grinning skull was faintly discernible. You are most familiar with this place. Henceforth, it shall be your domain, as long as you obey. You shall remain unscathed. Lape spoke languidly. Had Hand heard this before, he would have leapt for joy, but now his spirit was far from celebratory, that he had surmised what the skull above him signified. It was likely a curse, ready to activate should he disobey. I am your loyal dog. Hand forced a smile. Adept at navigating the winds of fortune, which explained his survival thus far. The deep purple flames extinguished, and the humanoid figure vanished, with all the blood evaporated, leaving behind a chilling pentagram pattern and a nauseating scent of blood in the yard. The first task I assign you is to summon those thugs here. I recall there are 6 in total. Lape, having recently perused Machiavelli's The Prince, was greatly influenced by its tenets. Machiavelli posited that when violence is unavoidable and slaughter becomes the sole option, one must eradicate the threat completely, allowing blood to flow freely. These thugs were undoubtedly Hoff's loyal henchmen, and since they had previously targeted Lape's family, none could be spared. Then you shall go to 205 Ralph Street and bring Mrs. Wilson and her daughter here. Mr. Wilson works at the 7th Post Office on Barney Street and is a colleague of my father. When he finishes work, bring him and his nephew as well. Lape commanded. He intended to resolve multiple troubles in one go. However, he had no intention of killing the Wilson family. Firstly, it was unnecessary. The dispute between Mr. Wilson and his father was merely an office rivalry, and while Mr. Wilson's methods were less than honorable, young Wilson was merely bothersome, not deserving of death. Secondly, he did not wish to escalate matters. Hoff was merely a pickpocket leader, and the thugs were inconspicuous figures. Killing them was inconsequential. But Mr. Wilson was different, after all. He was a postal worker, a civil servant. By the way, do we have a large wooden basin? Lape inquired. Yes, we have one for laundry. It will suffice to immerse all our clothes and can also accommodate 5 or 6 adults, Hand replied, fully transformed into a compliant sycophant, having shed his earlier fears and sharpened his wits. Bring it to the courtyard. I have use for it, Lape instructed, and no sooner had he spoken than a young pickpocket in the corner began to vomit. This child, perhaps 11 or 12, appeared notably youthful amidst the group, his cherubic face suggesting he had recently entered the trade. Lape took note of the child's quick reaction, indicating intelligence and a flicker of conscience. Turning to the officers with a genial smile, he declared, "Now it is time for us to converse." Upstairs, the room once belonging to Hoff was now Lape's domain, and no one would take his earlier assignment to Hand seriously. Not even Hand himself, who recognized that the true authority lay with Lape. This room, with a living area furnished exquisitely, featured patterned wool rugs and furniture adorned with white paint and gilded lines. The ceiling was intricately patterned and even gilded, surpassing the opulence of the mayor's office, while several oil paintings graced the walls, lending an air of sophistication. In one corner stood a mahogany liquor cabinet, filled with an array of exquisite bottles. Lape casually selected a bottle along with several glasses, smiling as he remarked, "The 1963 vintage from Florati Manor is exceptional, indeed among the finest that I have only heard of it before, lacking the opportunity to taste it. I must thank Mr. Hoff. He was quite the collector." This was, of course, an outright fabrication. Although Lape had diligently sought knowledge on gastronomy, cooking, and household management since acquiring the lucky coin, his understanding remained superficial. Nonetheless, he was not concerned that the officers might detect the deception. He could not afford such wine, nor could they, likely never having had the chance to even encounter it that as expected, hearing Lape's articulate praise. The officers displayed expressions of eager anticipation. Pouring the wine, Lape held a glass, mimicking the ritual from his memory. Cradling the glass in his palm, he swirled it and inhaled deeply, then sighed with feigned rapture, rich and mellow. "It is indeed a splendid wine. A fine wine indeed. The aroma is truly distinctive." The officers chimed in, feigning sincerity. Lape took a delicate sip, holding the wine in his mouth as if savoring it, though he found it difficult to swallow. Unaccustomed to the taste, the officers, oblivious to his struggle, assumed he was engaging in proper tasting etiquette, feeling a sense of shame for their previous brutish drinking habits. In truth, had it not been for today's affair, I would have sought out the police in due time. Lape continued in his leisurely tone, exuding an aristocratic demeanor learned from Big Wells. The officers grew tense, uncertain of Lape's intentions. Being on the radar of a dark wizard was hardly a cause for celebration. "Have there been any leads in the case of Lord Wells' assassination?" Lape inquired. The officers exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions turning peculiar. Frankly, they had all been speculating what Lape might say, but none had anticipated a connection to the assassination case. Seeing that no one spoke, Lape continued, "I understand that you up there are certainly planning to drag this out indefinitely. After all, this is a political matter beyond the jurisdiction of the police and can easily be handed over to the secret police. However, the personnel of the secret police are limited, with only one liaison station in this small town of Tarrant, which merely handles the transmission of intelligence and trivial matters, and lacks the capability to investigate this case." He feigned a tone of complaint. The few policemen exchanged glances, remaining silent, law enforcement officers. They must be adept at reading between the lines. His words were sufficiently clear. Anyone not overly foolish could grasp their implications. Yet they were not entirely convinced. "Could one of you assist me by going to the police department? Your chief should have a document that was sent from Maine on the 12th of last month, delivered directly into his hands that contains His Majesty's orders for him to fully cooperate with Lord Weir. The orders were written in code, but only half of the code is with him. The other half is in the possession of the Lord." Unfortunately, the Lord was assassinated before he could clarify this matter. At this juncture, Lape produced a letter from his pocket, sliding it into the center of the table. The policeman exchanged looks once more, none daring to take it. After a lengthy silence, the middle-aged officer finally took a deep breath. Carefully picking up the letter with both hands and mustering his courage, he said, "I shall return shortly. It should not take up too much of your time." Lape interjected before the officer could finish. "Please also convey to the chief that we are not here to prove anything. Nor is there any need for such proof. We have never existed and shall not intersect with the police system." The middle-aged officer paused for a moment, nodding slightly toward Lape, comprehending his intent. The other policemen grasped the underlying meaning of this statement as well. If there had been any lingering doubts, they were now entirely dispelled. Secret police ought to be this way: discreet, profound, enigmatic, and fearsome, lurking in the shadows unknown to the public. The middle-aged officer departed. Lape crossed his legs and casually inquired, "How are the benefits at the police station? They must be considerably better than those at our postal service, I presume?" Lape posed this question to lighten the atmosphere. "After all, we all eat from the public purse. How much of a difference could there be?" A somewhat knowledgeable young officer replied, picking up Lape's thread. "One cannot say it so simplistically. You have extra earnings, while we receive a fixed salary." Lape sighed. "But do you not have a portion of that? Surely the pay there is quite substantial." The young officer ventured, filled with curiosity regarding the fabled secret police. "You certainly would not believe it. The pay there is not high at all." Lape responded with an air of casual conversation. "I truly do not believe it." The young officer shook his head. "The pay is indeed modest, as half the funding is drawn from His Majesty's purse, while the other half comes from the Treasury, and His Majesty has many demands for funds." Lape spoke from first-hand knowledge obtained from Big Weir. And he was not mistaken that he continued, "We do not have any extra earnings, let alone benefits. However, there is one advantage. You can learn whatever you wish, that if you desire to study magic, the finest sorcerers will instruct you. If you wish to learn swordsmanship, the most skilled swordsmen will impart their techniques. Aspiring to become a knight is also feasible. Furthermore, the opportunities within are plentiful, as long as I do not err. In 20 years, I could either serve as a diplomat abroad, enter the Imperial Research Institute, or join the military. Starting as a major, by the time I retire, I should be able to attain the title of Lord. And should I achieve merit along the way, that timeline may even be expedited." These words held truth, having been relayed to Lape by Big Weir. The policemen all expressed their admiration, envious of such prospects. Outside the 7th postal station, Hand stood with his hands in his pockets, leaning against a tree, his eyes fixed on the entrance of the postal station. Beside him, 3 thugs paced impatiently: Baldy, Claw, and Quickleg. The other 3, whom Lape had severely injured, were also summoned but could only sit in a nearby carriage at that moment. "How is that kid faring?" Claw inquired, harboring a deeper resentment towards Lape after having his wrist broken by him. "Rest assured, he is suffering greatly," Hand lied without batting an eyelash. "Soon, I will make him understand the consequences of crossing me." Claw clenched his fist, naturally with the unbroken hand, as the other was wrapped in a bandage. "I will have his sister," Baldy declared from the side. "Then I shall go for his mother," Quickleg exclaimed with excitement. "Go on." "All of you," Hand remarked coldly, observing the trio, pitifully unaware of their imminent doom. Suddenly, Hand perked up, for he spotted a carriage emerging from the postal station's entrance. That was a private 2-wheeled carriage, its wheels severely worn. The seat cushions tattered and old, and the horse pulling it aged, yet the carriage itself had recently been painted. This was Wilson's family carriage. Though somewhat worn, it was still a carriage. The Lape family could not even afford a carriage, let alone possess a private one, indicating that the Wilson family's circumstances were far superior to those of the Lape family. The driver was none other than Big Wilson himself, like his nephew. Big Wilson was a portly man of modest height, in his 40s, with a shiny complexion, a slightly receding hairline, a bulbous nose, and watery eyes, perpetually adorned with a smile. He was, in essence, a smiling tiger. The carriage halted at the entrance, and after a moment, young Wilson hurried over, cheerfully climbing aboard and settling beside his uncle. "That kid didn't show up for work today," young Wilson said with a sense of pride. I have told you countless times to show some leniency towards failures, Big Wilson replied, shaking his head. Though he spoke thus, his eyes betrayed a sense of triumph, revealing his true sentiments. Big Wilson instructed his nephew to settle in, and with a forceful crack of the whip, the reins made a sharp sound in the air, prompting the two old horses to move, albeit at a leisurely pace. That moment, Big Wilson contemplated whether to celebrate that evening, as the chief had already hinted that the list of promotions had been submitted and would be confirmed by the end of the month. Lost in thought, Big Wilson was suddenly startled as several figures sprang out from the roadside. Before he could react, they had already climbed aboard the carriage. One of the youngest among them brandished a sharp dagger, pressing its tip against Big Wilson's ribs. What? What do you want? Big Wilson stammered in fear. Someone has invited you to dinner, Han said with a grin, for he excelled at bullying the weak, having done just that to Late previously. Do not act recklessly. I am with the Postal Service. If I shout, a multitude will come running, and you won't escape. Moreover, the fire brigade is not far from here, Big Wilson asserted, displaying a greater resolve than Lape had at that moment. Unfortunately, before Big Wilson could stand firm, Han produced a necklace from his pocket and waved it before him. It was a sapphire necklace, a gift for his wife commemorating their 10th wedding anniversary, the sapphire revealing the name of his wife inscribed at the bottom. We have already visited your home. Your wife and daughter are awaiting you with us. If you do not comply, that grand dinner will be theirs to enjoy. Han demonstrated his expertise in coercion. Big Wilson's face drained of color as he glanced back at the postal station. Hesitating internally, Uncle. Young Wilson tugged at Big Wilson's sleeve, his own face pale, casting a glance behind him. It was then that Big Wilson noticed another carriage following closely behind. He sighed in resignation, completely abandoning any thoughts of resistance. You all take care of Mr. Wilson. I will drive the carriage, Han said cheerfully, snatching the reins. To be honest, he was quite intrigued by the carriage, even more so than by theft, as he had long desired to possess one of his own. The carriage turned at the intersection, heading towards the thieves' lair. The journey from the postal station to the thieves' hideout merely took 7 or 8 minutes, yet the carriage could not enter the narrow alley. As Hoff had chosen that building as a base for this very reason, as they walked through the slippery alley, Big Wilson felt his legs weaken, and young Wilson was not faring much better. The uncle and nephew glanced at the closely situated windows on either side, contemplating whether to cry for help. Suddenly, Big Wilson's eyes brightened. He spotted a police officer ahead. Officer, officer, help, officer! Big Wilson shouted at the top of his lungs. The officer was none other than the middle-aged officer who had just departed. Initially taken aback, he soon spotted Han behind them. Is this the guest your boss invited? Your response time is abysmal. I have already made a trip to the police department, and you are just now returning, the middle-aged officer remarked, not even glancing at Wilson. Big Wilson collapsed to the ground, having summoned his courage to shout for help, only to find such a result. Now, he had lost even the last remnants of his bravery. Get up. Do not keep my boss waiting, Han said gleefully. His joy stemmed not from Big Wilson's plight, but from the middle-aged officer's timely assistance. As he had been troubled by how to address Lape, should he call him boss? It is evidently inappropriate to address him as boss due to the excessive thuggery associated with that term. He does not believe that Rapé would appreciate it. Referring to him as sir, however, conveys a sense of subtlety and respect without being ostentatious. Han, the enforcer, ordered his 2 henchmen to hoist the elder Wilson, while he himself seized the younger Wilson by the collar, dragging the pair into the building. Upon entry, a woman's voice resonated from within. Al, you finally arrived. Who have you offended? As she spoke, her sobs betrayed a clear state of distress. The elder Wilson was about to offer some words of comfort when his expression suddenly shifted, for he did not see his daughter. Where is Annie? She hasn't come to any harm, has she? His voice trembled with anxiety. She is terrified, came Mrs. Wilson's response, her own condition appearing dire as she pointed shakily towards the center of the courtyard. There lay an enormous wooden tub, and when the elder Wilson discerned its contents, he nearly collapsed. Inside was a corpse, a ghastly sight, emaciated and skeletal, with skin that hung limply like a deflated sack. It was not only the elder Wilson who recognized the horrific sight. The henchmen, too, eventually identified it, one of them exclaiming, "It's a head! The head is dead!" As the words echoed, The solitary door behind them slammed shut, the bolt falling into place with a resounding click. "Welcome, everyone," came a voice from upstairs, calm yet tinged with elegance. Rapé, is it you?" The elder Wilson recognized the voice, and color drained from his face. With a thud, the younger Wilson collapsed to the ground, his trousers dampened with fear. The pair had initially believed the worst scenario they would face was a kidnapping, perhaps necessitating a ransom payment, but that their lives would be spared. However, the revelation that the so-called boss was Rapé, coupled with the sight of the corpse, plunged them into despair. It's you," one henchman stammered, his voice high-pitched and trembling, the very same man who had suffered an earlier humiliation. The scream that followed abruptly ceased. The henchman's gaze glazed over, his body slowly collapsing as a dark spot appeared on his forehead. Most were oblivious to its origin. Yet Hand, standing nearby, recognized it. He had been aware of Rapé's proficiency with concealed weapons, specifically iron nails. Another who discerned the truth was the middle-aged officer, who, due to his experience, had encountered criminals skilled in such arts before. 5 more cries of agony echoed, and the remaining henchman fell to the ground, incapacitated. The distance from the entrance to the staircase was less than 7 feet. 3 of the 5 were rendered useless. 1 sustained minor injuries, and the last, paralyzed by fear, was unable to escape. The middle-aged officer frowned slightly, wary of Rapé's ruthlessness, but he was unaware that Rapé had been compelled to act with such ferocity because each of those men had previously threatened his family. The Wilson family, witnessing the scene, had lost even the courage to weep, tightly embracing each other with eyes tightly shut, unwilling to face the reality of their impending doom. "Bring a few of you over here and toss the bodies into the tub," Rapé commanded. After a moment's hesitation, several older pickpockets stepped forward, 2 or 3 of them dragging a corpse and discarding it into the tub, which began to fill ominously. "How was my technique with the concealed weapons?" "I just learned it in the past few days," Rapé inquired, turning to the middle-aged officer. "Impressive, truly magnificent," the officer replied, offering compliments. "I was present the day Lord Weir was attacked. I witnessed the assassin's success and his escape through the crowd. His swordsmanship was unparalleled, capable of deflecting even magic. His throwing knives were remarkably stylish, absolutely breathtaking. That I once believed that magicians were the epitome of elegance, but after witnessing that assassin, my perspective has shifted. I abandoned my previous wand for this one, which serves as both a wand and a stabbing weapon, and I have been practicing with concealed weapons as well." Rapé spoke at length, and the middle-aged officer did not doubt his words, having been present that day. That in truth, he too found the assassin's skills captivating. Had he been 20 years younger, he might have aspired to emulate him, provided he could find a mentor in either swordsmanship or concealed weaponry. Thus, he became increasingly convinced that Rapé was part of the secret police, for only they possessed such resources to learn whatever they desired. "What is the situation on your end?" Rapé abruptly shifted the topic. "The director has instructed me to convey his regards." The middle-aged officer bowed slightly towards Rapé. The others displayed little reaction to this information, save for a flicker of surprise on the faces of the pickpockets. However, the Wilson family reacted with palpable fear. The elder Wilson could no longer maintain his composure and fell to his knees, while his wife exhibited a surprising resilience. "The director also instructed me to relay that if you require police cooperation, you may contact our superintendent. From now on, he will liaise with you," the officer continued. "Brilliant! The director's strategy is truly astute. The fewer people who know of our existence, the better that we ought to remain in the shadows," Rapé remarked, extending his right hand. "Many matters may require your assistance in the future." The middle-aged officer extended both hands to grasp Rapé's. "I am honored. Please feel free to give any directives." Rapé smiled, withdrawing his hand and leisurely approaching the Wilson family, speaking slowly. "Let me ponder how best to deal with you." Chapter 6. Subjugation. Echoes of anguished cries reverberated within the courtyard as the Wilsons writhed on the ground, their bodies convulsing violently as though enduring unspeakable torment, yet no one dared lay a finger upon them. The group of pickpockets stood by, pale-faced, watching the horror unfold, while the policemen regarded the scene with a jaded indifference. They had witnessed such spectacles before. The cries emanated from the Wilsons, for Rapé had refrained from inflicting harm upon Mrs. Wilson and her daughter, adhering to his own moral limits. However, Mrs. Wilson felt every pang of agony, her expression one of profound distress as she gazed upon her husband. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until, at last, the cries subsided, the Wilsons gasping for breath on the ground, utterly drained of strength. This is a minor spell, causing no physical harm, only inducing excruciating pain, Rapé stated languidly. He was, of course, lying. It was not magic, but a vial of pain-inducing agent procured from the old manfaller. This substance was, in fact, a hallucinogen, generating sensations of pain directly within one's consciousness, devoid of any physical injury. Yet, the intensity of the agony itself could prove fatal, as many could not bear it and would succumb to the torment. This spell is particularly fascinating. It prevents those afflicted from losing consciousness. Did you not feel particularly alert and clear-headed just now? Rapé asked with enthusiasm. Both elder and younger Wilson nodded vigorously. There are many variations of this spell. What you experienced was merely the standard pain. Would you care to try branding or perhaps needling? Or shall we combine both? Rapé inquired with a devilish grin. This time, even Mrs. Wilson reacted, and the trio shook their heads in unison. Rapé crouched, gazing at the elder Wilson with a smile, and said nonchalantly, "Your nephew has always been somewhat unscrupulous, exploiting his position to pilfer packages at work. Eventually, he even dared to steal from your household. And upon your discovery, he fled in fear. Am I correct?" "Ah?" The elder Wilson stared blankly at Rapé, still struggling to fully recover from the agony, his mind sluggish and unable to grasp Rapé's meaning. "It seems the previous lesson was insufficient. You require another dose." Rapé raised his wand. Yes, whatever you say goes." The elder Wilson quickly responded, his voice rising in urgency. "What did I just say?" Rapé asked. The elder Wilson paused, his face shifting to one of horror as comprehension dawned upon him. He cast a pale glance at his nephew, eyes filled with remorse, but then abruptly turned to Rapé, exclaiming, Yes, you speak the truth. My nephew is ungrateful, disregarding the kindness we've shown him for so long, stealing from our home, and even more despicably, pilfering the mail." The younger Wilson, albeit slightly slow to react, soon grasped the gravity of the situation, nearly losing control of his bladder in terror, sensing that his life was at stake. "No! Please, I didn't steal anything. I swear I took nothing," he cried out in desperation. Mrs. Wilson, too, turned pale, her lips moving silently, yet ultimately she could not voice a word, her priority lying with her family's safety. "Silence. I have no intention of killing you, but if you dare to make another sound, I shall not be merciful," Rapé bellowed at the younger Wilson. This tactic proved effective, reassured that his life was spared. The younger Wilson promptly fell silent. "Officer, would you be so kind as to prepare a case and record a statement?" Rapé turned to the middle-aged officer. "Certainly, happy to oblige," the officer replied, having understood Rapé's intentions. The elder Wilson was taken aside to give his statement. The so-called confession was essentially penned by the middle-aged officer, with young Wilson merely required to affix his signature at the end. "Now that you are a criminal, do you wish to spend the rest of your life in prison?" Rapé inquired, gazing at young Wilson, who turned ashen. Although he need not face death, incarceration was equally unwelcome. "Hand," Rapé called out. The young pickpocket hurried over, standing attentively by his side. "From this moment forth, this fellow shall be your subordinate. Find him a job. He is literate and numerate, and possesses a knack for tasks that require classification and organization." Rapé refrained from belittling anyone. His father had invested in his education, enabling him to read and write. In contrast, young Wilson was merely the nephew of the elder Wilson, who was notoriously stingy, making it improbable that he would finance his nephew's schooling. Thus, young Wilson was self-taught, and in this regard he surpassed Rapé. Hand was no fool. Upon hearing this, he promptly responded, "We are in need of an accountant here. Previously, Hoff managed the accounts himself, while I am illiterate, let alone proficient in arithmetic." Hand spoke the truth, but he was simultaneously pledging his loyalty. Assigning young Wilson to the role of accountant signified that he would merely be a manager, with Rapé remaining the true leader. IT also conveyed to Loppy that there would be no embezzlement. As it was beyond their capabilities, regrettably, Han misinterpreted Loppy's intention, that Loppy shook his head and remarked, "I am aware that everything you pilfered had to be surrendered to Hoff, and each of you had a quota to meet. Failure to do so meant punishment. Am I mistaken?" Loppy cast a glance at the female pickpocket lurking in the corner, for this information had originated from her. "Indeed," Han replied, visibly anxious. "From now on, this rule is abolished that I am not in need of money, nor do I require such funds. From this point onward, you shall work for yourselves," Loppy declared. Han paused, the other pickpockets mirrored his surprise, and soon someone began to cheer. Han joined in the celebration, feeling no sense of loss. With his skills, he could steal as much as he desired without exploiting those beneath him. "However, I must caution you. Theft must be done with moderation," Loppy advised. This was, in fact, his own learned wisdom. It was the act of stealing from those who should not be robbed that had led to a cascade of troubles. Although the outcome had been somewhat favorable, he would have preferred that none of this had transpired. "I understand," Han replied hastily. "Hoff must have channels for disposing of stolen goods, correct?" Loppy inquired. Yes, Han acknowledged immediately. "From now on, this matter will be overseen by you and him." Loppy glanced at young Wilson. "You two shall take a share as commission." Han and young Wilson exchanged glances, both hesitant to respond, neither daring to agree nor to refuse. "I do not require your money, but I need your assistance in my endeavors that I need you to gather information. There is a matter at hand that requires your attention that I wish to know the public's reaction to the recent assassination incident. Whatever you hear, convey it to young Wilson. He will be responsible for recording, organizing, and summarizing the information." At this point, Loppy crouched down and gently patted young Wilson's cheek, murmuring, "Do not let me down, otherwise." Loppy did not continue, but the implication was clear. Throughout that day, young Wilson had endured much and suffered greatly. He understood Loppy's meaning. Suddenly, Han had an epiphany and asked with genuine concern, "Boss, do we serve the king?" Han's underlying question was whether they were considered members of a secret police force. Many ears perked up at this, including those of pickpockets and officers alike. Even the Wilsons, the uncle and nephew, sensed something amiss, for a police chief could hardly be entangled with a mere postman. Moreover, Loppy was a sorcerer who still performed the duties of a postman. Sorcerers held high status, on par with clergy and nobility. Even a dark sorcerer, if seeking to conceal their identity, would have no need to masquerade as a postman. Thus, the Wilsons had begun to suspect Loppy's true identity, that Loppy pondered for a moment before responding at a measured pace. "For now, you belong to the periphery without benefits or inclusion on the roster. In a few days, I shall bring some items for you to conduct tests to ascertain your potential. Those with talent will be placed on a separate list." "Are you suggesting that we might have a chance to become sorcerers?" Han exclaimed, his excitement palpable. "Not necessarily sorcerers," Loppy replied, shaking his head. "You could be knights or swordsmen. There are many types of talent." Loppy was merely speaking off the cuff. As a leader, he needed to instill hope among his subordinates. There are two methods for winning hearts. One is to be generous, which Loppy had already done by ceasing the requirement for the pickpockets to hand over their spoils. The other is to allow them to see a path for advancement. Whether or not they possessed talent was ultimately at Loppy's discretion, as for what knowledge he would impart. The lucky coins contained the memories of countless individuals: sorcerers, priests, paladins, knights, warriors, swordsmen, archers, assassins, pirates, explorers. A veritable cornucopia. The lucky coins were a valuable asset. And if Loppy were the sole user, it would be an utter waste that in his view, the most fitting application would be for him to learn first, then teach, thereby training a cadre of capable subordinates. This entire scheme was the brainchild of his shadowy persona, to eliminate Hoff, seize control of the pickpocket organization, and mold these rogues into the minions he required that he might even assemble a mercenary army. Turning his attention away from Han and the Wilsons, Loppy strode toward the large wooden basin at the center of the courtyard. He had one final task to accomplish: destroying the evidence, drawing forth a slender silver wand. Loppy pointed it at the corpses, muttering incomprehensible incantations. Even he himself could not decipher them. They were mere gibberish that a plume of black smoke billowed from the basin, transforming into human forms, each writhing in agony. The smoke spread outward, growing thicker and more pervasive, until it enveloped Rapé as well. Under the cover of this black haze, Rapé retrieved a metal pipe from his pocket, along with a glass vial. Pouring its contents over the corpses, that a hissing sound ensued as the liquid made contact, causing the flesh and bone of the corpses to dissolve into a yellowish-brown sludge, which was equally corrosive and continued to react. With the echoes of anguished wails, the black smoke eerily seeped into the ground, dragging the smoke-formed figures down with it. Witnesses were convinced that the souls of those 6 individuals had been drawn into hell, where they would face even greater torment and suffering. Once the black smoke dissipated, those present peered into the basin, recoiling in horror. Everyone hastily turned away, including the officers. That Rapé was immensely satisfied with their reaction. His performance had been flawless. All of this was an act. The pentagram on the ground was a ruse, merely 5 iron nails and a wax thread. The purple light that had extinguished Hoff's life was simply a nail coated with luminescent powder. The humanoid forms of black smoke were a product of smoke manipulation. The ghastly appearance of Hoff's corpse resulted from Rapé spraying a desiccant, as for the blood that flowed like mercury onto the ground. It was due to a layer of powder he had scattered earlier, primarily composed of wax, which formed an invisible wax membrane that prevented the blood from seeping into the earth. The powder also contained an accelerant, which burned with a purple flame, ensuring the wax membrane would vanish completely, avoiding any trace of exposure. As he witnessed the complete dissolution of the 6 corpses, with even the murder weapon thoroughly corroded. Rapé finally exhaled in relief. The performance had officially concluded, the curtain had fallen, and the only lament was the absence of enthusiastic applause. The confession has been recorded. Would you like to review it? The middle-aged officer was the first to break the silence. No need. I trust your handling of the matter implicitly, Rapé replied promptly. Then turned to Elder Wilson. Moreover, this gentleman is astute. He knows what is to be done and what is not. Can you release our family? I implore you, at the very least, spare Annie. She has never harmed you. Elder Wilson's expression was one of despair. Although Rapé had promised not to kill him, fear still gripped him. Rest assured, she will come to no harm. In fact, she will not remember any of today's events that I will alter her memory before we depart. Rapé had already prepared a vial of hypnotic agent. When Mrs. Wilson and her daughter were brought here, he had discreetly sprayed some of the hypnotic agent onto the girl's face. She appeared awake, but was, in actuality, devoid of memory, unable to recall anything. Thank you. Thank you so much, Elder Wilson said, trembling with gratitude. This time it was not flattery that Rapé's willingness to spare his family was a cause for genuine thanks. If you wish to express gratitude, simply forget that anything ever happened, that I do not desire anyone to know my affairs, not even my father. Tomorrow at the post office, act as though you do not know me. There is no need for excessive respect or special treatment. Everything should remain as it was, Rapé instructed. Elder Wilson nodded fervently, but within, he felt an icy dread. At that moment, he was increasingly convinced of Rapé's extraordinary identity. Lape was in exceptionally high spirits as he emerged from the den of thieves. All he wished was to hasten homeward. However, he still needed to prepare dinner for the old man Follard, that moment. Lape had little inclination to enter the kitchen. Instead, he procured some food from a nearby restaurant, arranged it on a plate, and set it upon the dining table. Dinner is ready for you. Once you have finished, please leave the plate on the table. I shall tidy up tomorrow, that I have some matters to attend to and must leave early. Lape greeted the old man before making his way home. Lape did not return empty-handed. He carried a large bag in his hand. Why are you home so early? Lape's mother inquired, her surprise evident, quickly followed by a change in her expression as concern crept in. I hope nothing has happened. Everything is fine. The employer had to step out unexpectedly and granted me a half-day off. He even asked me to bring dinner back, Lape explained as he placed the large bag on the table. Inside was a substantial roast, a whole chicken, and 6 oysters. Your employer is remarkably generous, his mother exclaimed with delight. Just then his father also entered, having returned home earlier than usual, previously accustomed to working late. He had lost interest in such hours upon realizing his prospect for promotion were bleak. With the departure of Mr. Wilson, he too decided to conclude his workday. "Dad, could you help me slice the roast?" Lape suggested, hoping to lift his father's spirits. The father did not refuse, although he still bore a look of despondency. "Everything will be all right, Dad. Perhaps tomorrow Wilson will approach you to reconcile, and he might even forego this promotion opportunity," Lape gently reassured him. He had not intended to utter these words, but seeing his father's low spirits stirred something within him, prompting him to offer a glimmer of hope. "How could that possibly be?" his father scoffed in disbelief. "It is true," Lape whispered conspiratorially, leaning closer to his father's ear. "I heard that young Wilson has encountered some trouble. It seems the police have been looking for him, and Mr. Wilson might be implicated." "Really? That is splendid news," his mother exclaimed, only to quickly realize her slip of the tongue and added hastily, "I did not mean it in that way. I merely meant to suggest your father might have a chance of promotion." "Promotion?" "Promotion," his sister chimed in, bounding down the stairs. "Dad, will you be able to buy me a new dress once you get promoted? This one is utterly tattered and unfit for going out." "I will buy you one once I receive my salary," Lape replied with a smile directed at his sister. "Wonderful," she squealed with excitement. His mother cast a reproachful glance at Lape. "Do not make promises you cannot keep." "It is fine. It will not cost much. What matters is that everyone is happy," Lape reassured her before ascending the stairs, declaring, "I am going to change my clothes." Upon entering his room, Lape summoned Big Will. "I have inquired, and it appears a detective named Marvin is investigating your case. That I've heard this Marvin is quite stubborn and is known for his meticulous work. The police department must either genuinely wish to pursue this case, or someone is intent on undermining this fellow. I still do not believe the police are of any use." Big Will maintained a skeptical stance. Yet, he continued, "What do you plan to do? Climb over the wall?" "How should I know? Let us hope the lucky coin can provide the answer," Lape sighed, realizing the breadth of knowledge he still needed to acquire. "I suggest you procure a set of magical gear, akin to those powerful gloves. If such an item exists, he surely possesses other formidable equipment." Big Will remarked that he is a close advisor to the king. He was astute and recognized Fowler's expertise in alchemy upon merely glancing at those gloves. Magical gear? Lape felt a spark of intrigue. Those powerful gloves had initially held little significance for him, but since he had gained the traits of a werewolf, his endurance and recovery had surged, rendering the gloves quite useful. "I shall inquire about it tomorrow," Lape concluded, finding the suggestion appealing, for he now had wealth at his disposal. The assets of the thief lord were now his. "Could you offer me some advice on which magical gear would suit me best?" "The lucky coin does not provide such information," Lape inquired. Even with newfound riches, he still preferred to be prudent. Big Will did not decline, pondering for a moment before stating, "Given that you have chosen swordsmanship as your primary focus, particularly with the rapier as a duelist, what you require is speed and agility. Therefore, I believe a cloak or cape with lightness would prove invaluable. Additionally, shoes imbued with speed or leap properties would greatly benefit you. You should also consider a gecko suit or climbing tools. Furthermore, it would be wise to prepare some non-magical equipment, such as cat's paw pads for silent movement, a mask to muffle your breathing, and a snug outfit for ease of movement. You must also learn lockpicking, how to close windows from the outside, and how to climb unassisted." "You seem quite familiar with this entire set of skills," Lape observed suspiciously, scrutinizing the king's envoy, wondering if he too was a charlatan or perhaps a thief. "I was once a diplomat," Big Will clarified. Lape was puzzled, unable to grasp the correlation between a diplomat and the skills discussed. "A proficient diplomat is often an exceptional spy. We must gather intelligence at banquets and balls, and at times, infiltrate the homes of others." Big Will felt compelled to elaborate. "So, you are quite adept in this area?" Lape expressed his astonishment. "Not at all." Big Will hastily shook his head. "I am not personally skilled, but I have always been surrounded by talents in this regard. They are responsible for unlocking doors and disarming traps, even setting up rope ladders at windows. My role was merely to accompany them inside. Discern what was useful, what was not, what constituted genuine intelligence, and what was false, then commit the valuable information to memory." "I see." Lape understood, and no wonder he had encountered a fellow who spoke authoritatively but possessed little strength. That day, When an assassin pierced his throat with a blade, he had not even flinched in response. "Have you not changed yet?" his mother called from downstairs. "I will be right down," Leip shouted back, then turned to the spirit, saying, "Please devise a plan for me that will enable me to become an expert in this field in the shortest possible time." "Very well. Let me consider how best to proceed." Bigwell did not hesitate, recognizing the effort Leip was making for him. Though the night was still deep, Leip found himself wide awake. The regenerative power of a werewolf was indeed formidable. A true werewolf required merely 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Leip, though not as formidable, needed only about 5 hours. Rising from his bed, he leaped and vaulted to the ceiling, using 2 fingers to grip the top edge of the window, positioning each foot against opposing walls. His body entirely pressed against the ceiling. While he managed to stick for a moment, he could not maintain it for long. Within 5 or 6 seconds, he descended. "You require extensive practice," Bigwell remarked, half of his body protruding into the room, the night still not fully relinquishing its hold. "This is far more challenging than I anticipated," Leip noted, glancing at his right hand's index and middle fingers, which bore the weight of his entire body while gripping the window's edge. "This issue is not insurmountable. The climbing gear includes a pair of climbing claws that will significantly ease your efforts," Bigwell stated. "The lucky coin's memory does not contain that," Leip muttered, intrigued. "That is intended for novices. I have used it before. It does indeed save effort, but for seasoned thieves, it merely restricts their agility. You saw the assassin who attempted to kill me. He scaled the wall and leaped onto the rooftop," Bigwell mentioned, his expression betraying some discomfort as he recalled the assassin. "That is true." Leip vividly recalled the assassin disguised as a member of the military band, garbed in a uniform, after assassinating Bigwell. He had even shed his outer garments, wearing only a shirt, devoid of any discernible magical gear. It seemed that true strength did not rely on external tools. However, Leip was not yet strong. Thus, such tools were indispensable for him. Impatience surged within Leip as he yearned to visit Old Man Faller, yet realized it would be futile as Faller was likely asleep. Glancing out the window, he surmised it was approximately 2 in the morning. The Leip household retired early, climbing into bed by 9 o'clock to conserve oil for their lamps. Previously rising at 5, the timing was now too early. Now, if I were to sleep, would I still be able to glean something from the lucky coin? Leip turned to inquire of the spirit. "That would be of no use. It only works once a day," Bigwell promptly replied. "Having tried it himself, it appears I have no choice but to visit Old Man Faller. At least his study is filled with numerous books to peruse, and I can conduct experiments." Leip did not wish to squander time. "If you are looking to pass the time, you might consider crafting a set of tools for climbing. Although these items are magical, the wizards are only responsible for the final touches. The initial work is the domain of blacksmiths and tailors." Bigwell posed a riddle. "I am neither a blacksmith nor a tailor," Leip replied. Lacking both confidence and interest, his aspirations lay in becoming a wizard and a swordsman. Acquiring some culinary skills could indeed be beneficial, allowing him to prepare his own meals, but mastering the crafts of metallurgy and tailoring seemed utterly pointless. If you intend to pursue this path long-term, you must learn some basic artisan skills, for many tools must be fashioned by your own hands. Only you can truly understand your own needs, Bigwell imparted, offering sage advice. The rogues who once collaborated with Bigwell, eager to curry favor and believing he posed no threat to their business, had casually shared various tips during their conversations, knowledge that was absent from the luck coins. Leip took this to heart. However, this meant he now had a plethora of tasks to attend to. The previous night, Leip had perused an assortment of topics, including various combat techniques, horsemanship, the use of firearms, urban warfare tactics, and those assassin training methods he had abandoned. A pickpocket's hands are exceedingly nimble and sensitive, exhibiting commendable stability. Coupled with their swiftness, agility, and audacity, with a modicum of training, they could become adept in urban combat. Thus, Leip's initial focus would be on concealed weapons. The range of urban combat typically does not exceed a few dozen feet. At such distances, hidden weapons are undoubtedly the most suitable armament that moment. Leip casually tossed a nail, with a soft thud. The nail embedded itself deeply into a tree trunk a dozen feet away, its sharp tip striking true and driving incompletely. Rape flicked his wrist, having exerted too much force, nearly dislocating it. Yet he was quite pleased with the outcome, that he then retrieved 3 more nails. The power and range of concealed weapons cannot compete with a bow, let alone a crossbow, yet they possess their own advantages. They are discreet, allow for rapid succession, and can be employed in quantity. One can grasp a handful and scatter them, a feat impossible for bows, crossbows, or firearms. Thud, thud, thud. 3 more soft sounds echoed, as the 3 nails struck the tree trunk once again. However, only one fully penetrated, while another lodged 2/3 into the wood, and the last veered off, peeling a large strip of bark before ricocheting off a wall, leaving a deep scratch and disappearing into the unknown. Rape was startled. He had not anticipated such a misfire. Fortunately, being 2 o'clock in the morning, the streets were deserted, alleviating any concern for collateral damage, and Rape's luck held, sparing him from shattering any windows. There are indeed advantages to rising early, Rape mused, patting his chest. Once his heart rate steadied, he drew out 3 nails and hurled them again, this time with greater caution to avoid any glass windows. 3 more soft thuds rang out, and this time, all struck the tree. However, the depth of penetration varied, with 1 nail skewed. Rape continued to practice. Upon reaching the old man's abode, Rape still struggled to master the technique, with at least 1 nail consistently going awry. This was merely the foundation. Next would come volleys of 5 nails, 10 nails, and even simultaneous shots from both hands, advanced techniques that would require time to refine. Rape retrieved his key and entered, quietly ascending to the 2nd floor, though there was no longer a need to race against time. The method of reading he had employed the previous day proved quite effective, casually selecting a book, scanning the table of contents, delving into topics of interest while skipping over those that did not captivate him. This might lead to a lack of depth in certain areas, yet it was efficient. After all, as the saying goes, interest is the best teacher. Of course, Rape did not forget the old man's words. Foundational knowledge was equally important, including magical runes and symbols, the identification of various materials, and the preparation and refinement of commonly used resources. Time passed unmeasured until footsteps echoed outside, and the old man appeared at the study door, bleary-eyed, inquiring, "You have arrived so early?" "This is the advantage of using werewolf materials for the magical source," Rape chuckled. "Indeed, it is quite convenient," the old man replied, a look of envy crossing his face. "Why did I not think of this sooner? The characteristics of werewolves are exceedingly advantageous for alchemists." "What did you choose?" Rape's curiosity piqued. "I utilized elemental fairy dust, which enhances elemental affinity. It is undoubtedly of a higher caliber than your werewolf claws." The old man's expression did not reveal pride, but rather a hint of melancholy that is an alchemist. He did not rely on elemental affinity for his livelihood and had no need for combat. Sacrificing a few hours of sleep would be far more beneficial, granting him more time for research. Unfortunately, once a magical source is determined, it cannot be altered, and regret is of no consequence. "Would you like me to prepare breakfast for you?" Rape glanced out the window. It was scarcely past 4. "That would be appreciated," the old man conceded. Rape set aside his book and made his way to the kitchen, inquiring, "What would you like for breakfast? How about some ham slices?" "You decide," the old man replied nonchalantly. Rape busied himself in the kitchen, now quite accustomed to such tasks. With his left hand, he opened the cupboard, while his right ignited the flame, slicing the ham with precision, and his left retrieved a plate and dish that appeared less like meal preparation and more akin to juggling. 10 minutes later, Rape emerged into the living room with a large platter. The old man was already seated at the dining table. Setting down the platter, Rape stood beside him like a true butler, stating, "The furniture store will be delivering a new sofa set, a dining table, and a rocking chair shortly. You may find them to your liking." "You handle it as you see fit," the old man replied, remaining nonchalant. "I wish to purchase some additional items from you. I have prepared a list." Rape placed a note before the old man, compiled with the assistance of Big Will. The old man glanced briefly at it, then exclaimed, "Are you considering a career as a thief?" "I am a swordsman, aspiring to become an adventurer," Rape replied, lifting his leg to reveal a pair of boots suited for exploration. while it would be unreasonable for a swordsman to seek a gecko suit or climbing tools. An adventurer would have no such issues. The old man expressed no doubt. Even if Rape were to become a thief, it was of no concern to him. The old man glanced at Rape's boots and casually remarked, "Your shoes are commendable. I could add an insole that would allow you to leap over 2 meters and cover 5 or 6 meters in a single stride. I also possess a lightweight feather cloak that would render your body as light as a feather. That I do not have a gecko suit or climbing tools readily available, but they are simple to create. Actually, there is no need for you to make them. I can procure a ready-made set for you." Rape's heart swelled with delight, prompting him to inquire, "What is the total cost?" The old man opened his mouth, suddenly recalling something. The figure he had intended to state was swallowed back down. Shaking his disheveled head, he replied earnestly, "No charge." No charge? Rape found it hard to believe such fortune could exist. "I require your assistance with a task." The old man would not part with his goods without recompense. "I have a transaction with an individual known for his terrible reputation, infamous for his unreliability, that I do not wish to confront him directly. You will act as my representative to finalize this deal." "What is this person's name? Where can I locate him?" Rape inquired hastily. "His name is Udinas. He is a smuggler with a territory in the warehouse district," the old man responded, shrugging his shoulders. "That is all I know." "Udinas? That fellow is no simple matter," spoke Hand, who had been summoned by Rape. A cart trailed leisurely nearby, prepared for Rape, driven by 2 individuals, one of whom also served as a runner. As soon as Rape mentioned the name, one of them immediately sought out Hand, and within half an hour, Hand appeared before Rape. "What makes him no simple matter?" Rape inquired. "This fellow is the largest smuggler in Talon. He maintains good relations with the guards, port security, police, and customs officials. His goods can bear the customs stamp, allowing them to be purchased as legitimate imports. That I have heard he has close ties with pirates, many of his subordinates having once been pirates themselves." Turning to him after leaving that life behind, Hand divulged all he knew. That Rape's heart sank, but he felt a sense of foreboding. This was yet another misfortune brought on by the luck coins. Unlike a pickpocket leader, a smuggler of such considerable stature was certainly not someone he could provoke in his current state. The dilemma was that Rape had already made a commitment. Regret washed over him. Yet there was no turning back. He could only forge ahead and ask, "What is Udina's character like?" "I have heard he is decent," Hand replied somewhat ambiguously, as he was merely a pickpocket and had no real contact with such figures. "It is said he is quite generous and fairly trustworthy. As long as you do not provoke him. He is generally agreeable, since he is, after all, a businessman." Rape nodded silently. That a smuggler is indeed a businessman, and businessmen pursue profit. However, Rape pressed further, "Does this fellow have any enemies?" This was to prepare for any unforeseen circumstances. This time, Hand did not dare to respond immediately. After pondering for quite a while, he uncertainly remarked, "To my knowledge, the gang leader Vackley has some opinions regarding Udinese." Rape fell silent. He was reluctant to deal with the underworld. While smugglers might possess certain limits, gangsters often operated without any boundaries. "Are you familiar with the layout of the warehouse district?" Rape inquired once more. "Not really. The warehouse district is predominantly filled with laborers, and they hardly have any valuables, which is why we seldom venture there," Hand candidly replied. "Obtain a detailed map of the warehouse district for me. I wish to know the location of every single warehouse," Rape commanded. "I'll find a way." Hand hesitated to agree immediately, for he had only recently assumed his position and was still unclear on how to fulfill the role of a leader. He also lacked knowledge on how to gather intelligence or acquire the necessary information, as he had never engaged in such activities before and was unsure where to begin. "You may go about your work now." Rape gestured dismissively. Hand did not rush to leave. Instead, he leaned closer to Rape and whispered, "Boss, there is a matter that requires your decision. The individual who assists us in disposing of our stolen goods is aware of Hoff's demise and intends to deny any involvement." "Tell me about this individual," Rape said, initially disinterested, but as the leader, he recognized that if he merely reaped benefits without resolving issues, he would struggle to earn the respect of those beneath him. "That fellow is named Sherlock Ayute. On the surface, he runs an antique shop and a jewelry store, but clandestinely, he engages in the business of fencing stolen goods. The items we pilfer are passed through his hands before being sold directly from his store. He also lends money at exorbitant interest rates, and Hoff occasionally assisted him in collecting debts. They could be considered partners. Hand detailed the individual's background. A Ute. Rape comprehended. He harbored no racial prejudice. Yet the reputation of the Utes was indeed quite dismal, often perceived as thieves and fraudsters masquerading under a facade of legitimacy. Does he have any inkling of how Hoff met his end? Rape scrutinized Hand. Suspecting his ulterior motives, that it was evident that Hand had not divulged the truth to the Ute. When Hoff was murdered, a group of police officers had been present, and if the Ute were to discover that Hoff's killer was a magician, particularly one affiliated with dark magic and a secret police force, he would undoubtedly choose a different course of action. He didn't inquire. Clearly, he assumed it was a rebellion on my part, Hand replied, feigning innocence. Very well, I shall have a word with him. Rape readily agreed, though he had no intention of confronting the Ute alone. He would bring along 2 officers. Utes inherently possessed a certain fear of violent institutions. Hand left with a grin, while Rape made his way alone into the 7th post office. Upon entering the hall, Rape noticed that their supervisor was also present. You finally arrived, the individual remarked impatiently. Little Wilson is not here, so you will assume his duties. Starting tomorrow, you are to arrive half an hour early and be responsible for distributing the mail. Little Wilson is absent. Rape pretended to be unaware. I heard that fellow has been stealing, and the police are currently searching for him, a junior postman exclaimed. Postal workers were the most well-informed, and this incident had occurred the previous evening, yet news had already spread by early morning. Not only did he steal money from his home, but more importantly, he also pilfered items from the packages. Therefore, the director instructed me to warn you all to keep your hands to yourselves. The supervisor added gravely, casting a stern glance at Rape. Clearly a warning. Rape disregarded the supervisor's admonition. Little Wilson had a penchant for flattery, a trait he found uninteresting. Rape moved to a corner of the hall where dozens of large mailbags were stacked, transferred from other post offices. All the mail has yet to be sorted. Who can lend a hand? Rape called out. I'll assist you. A junior postman, who had a good rapport with Rape, raised his hand. I will too. Count me in. Rape was well-liked, and one by one, the postman approached to help. Thank you. Rape acknowledged them before continuing. Please help me separate the letters from the parcels, since I am in charge here. I intend to divide everyone into 2 teams, one dedicated to delivering parcels and the other to delivering letters. Then we shall redefine the delivery sections. In the past, we divided by streets, separating odd and even numbers for house addresses. This meant we had to run back and forth, even crossing streets, which was laborious and perilous. From now on, we will classify by blocks. Sounds excellent. This is wonderful. It was about time. The junior postmen cheered collectively, as this change would significantly reduce their workload. However, the individual responsible for mail distribution would face more tasks. Previously, it was merely a matter of distributing by main streets, but now he would need to memorize the house numbers within each block. Observing the jubilant expressions of his colleagues, Rape couldn't help but smile. Not every postman maintained a close relationship with Rape. Some were aligned with Little Wilson. Now, having altered 2 regulations, he had established his authority while garnering goodwill. Rape was indifferent to Little Wilson's position. He was pleased that his methods bore fruit, as he was learning how to ascend as a leader and manage a group of subordinates effectively. Each large mailbag was emptied, and parcels and letters sprawled across the table as all the postmen rushed to assist in sorting the letters, while Rape busied himself with delineating the blocks. The 7th district was the largest, and its circumstances were the most complex. Most areas were classified as lower-class neighborhoods, yet there were also middle and upper-class sections. Rape had previously delivered mail primarily in the upper-class locales, as his father held an office position, which warranted such favor. However, now he assigned himself to the lower-class districts, characterized by poor streets and narrow alleys that were difficult to traverse, with a high density of residents. Rape was not intentionally seeking to curry favor. Rather, these areas were better suited for training. During the day, such places were virtually deserted, allowing Rape to run as swiftly as he wished, taking advantage of the close proximity of the houses to maneuver freely. In just over 20 minutes, all the mail and parcels had been sorted, and Rape had successfully delineated the sections. The postmen, all in high spirits, exited with their mailbags. Once everyone had departed, Rape retrieved a small, empty box labeled postal use only from a corner. He took a necklace from his pocket and placed it inside the box, sealing it with wax before moving to the desk where he picked up a pen, dipped it in ink, and scrawled a hasty address, 358 Weston Street. This address belonged to the house adjacent to Detective Marvin's, and the necklace he placed inside was one of Hoff's collectibles that Hand had brought. After completing this task, Rape exited. Weston Street was not in the 7th District, but rather in the 4th District, an upper-class area occupied by affluent individuals or government employees. Before him stood a row of identical houses, each 3 stories high and accompanied by a modest garden in front. Rape glanced at Detective Marvin's residence before proceeding to the door of 358 Weston Street, where he rang the doorbell. Moments later, the door opened, revealing a maid. Upon seeing a postman, the woman immediately recognized the presence of a parcel and invited Rape inside, calling upstairs, "Madam, there is a parcel." "Whose parcel is it? Is it for my husband or for me?" A woman's voice echoed from above. The maid took the parcel from Rape's hands to inspect it, and then, with a puzzled tone, remarked, "Oddly enough, there is no name on it, nor is there an address of the sender." Rape quickly interjected, "This is a flying parcel. It is typically sent from the postal office when a ship makes a temporary stop at the port. Hence it only contains the recipient's address without a sender's address. It appears the sender's name was omitted due to time constraints." Footsteps echoed from above, and a slightly plump red-haired woman descended the stairs. Rape handed her the signature slip. "Perhaps it belongs to a friend of my husband." The red-haired woman speculated idly, taking the slip and the parcel before turning to ascend the stairs. Entering the study, she retrieved a paper cutter to slice through the twine binding the parcel. Upon opening it, she let out a surprised gasp of delight. Inside the parcel lay a necklace adorned with delicate blue and red gemstones, intricately woven with golden threads. There was also a small blue gemstone pendant, about the size of a soybean, accompanied by a wilting rose, indicating it had been placed in the parcel no more than a day prior. Could it be from him? A blush crept across the red-haired woman's face, her mind clearly wandering, as she momentarily forgot to sign the slip. Meanwhile, Rape was scanning the interior of the house, observing its structure. This residence was larger than Old Flair's, with the ground floor comprising a living room, kitchen, and 2 maids' quarters. Standing at the staircase, he could see the 2nd floor, which appeared to contain a study and a small sitting room. The sound of footsteps indicated that the woman had originally been on the 3rd floor, suggesting that the 3rd floor housed the bedrooms. The rear of the house featured a small courtyard, seemingly intended for drying laundry. Rape strolled into the courtyard and looked up, his eyes lighting up at the sight of a balcony. The balconies were closely adjacent, allowing one to easily traverse from one to another. Just as Rape mentally noted these details, the lady descended from the stairs and handed him the signature slip. Upon stepping outside and turning a corner at an intersection, Rape produced a signature sheet, carelessly tearing it into fragments and tossing them into the gutter. The postal office had no record of this package. Bringing it back would serve no purpose. Approaching the roadside, Rape waved his hand, and soon the carriage that had been following him arrived. He instructed the errand runner, "You stay here and keep watch over 357 Weston Street, that I need to know when the owner returns home, as well as when the lights in the room are turned on and off." "Understood." The errand runner responded eagerly, appearing quite honored to be tasked with such a responsibility. Chapter 7. Enlisting recruits. The alley remained the same alley, and the building stood as it always had, yet the atmosphere was entirely different from yesterday. Without Hoff's presence, the place no longer felt ominous. Instead, it was filled with raucous sounds that asked the new leader. Hand was not one to sit still. He reveled in the commotion. However, when Rape entered, silence fell over the room. Many had spent the night restless, plagued by nightmares, as Rape's earlier impression had been profoundly unsettling and terrifying. "Boss! Boss!" Hand called out from a distance, holding a rolled-up piece of paper. Rape recognized it immediately as a map. Hand walked straight to the sofa, where several individuals had been chatting, upon seeing Rape approach. They all hurriedly dispersed in fear. Taking a seat on the sofa, Rape crossed his legs and took the map from Hand's hands to examine it. That it was a detailed map, featuring not only warehouses and roads, but also marked entrances to the warehouses, along with annotations for scaffolding, hoists, and loading tracks. Where did you obtain this map? Lape asked, astonished. As long as you were satisfied, that's what matters. That IT was acquired from the firefighting team in the warehouse district, Hand replied, somewhat smugly, recognizing Lape's acknowledgement of his efforts. Firefighting team, Lape exclaimed, smacking his forehead as he realized he had completely forgotten about that. Have them inquire if I might gain access to the fire tower. Lape wished to see the entirety of the warehouse district from above. The fire tower typically stood around 30 feet high, providing a comprehensive view of the area. Gia, Hand called out, waving towards the distance, and immediately a young pickpocket, around 11 or 12 years old, ran over. Lape recognized the child as the one who had reacted first the previous day. Quite perceptive, Lape remarked approvingly, then turned to Hand, saying from now on he will serve as your assistant. He added, hand the map to young Wilson for archiving. Younger Wilson, Hand shouted loudly. A round-faced boy peeked out from the third floor, hastily descending with an expression of trepidation. How is he faring? Has he contemplated escape? Lape inquired quietly. Rest assured, he is quite timid. Moreover, there has always been someone watching him. He wouldn't be able to flee, Hand replied in a similarly hushed tone. How does he perform? Lape asked again. To be honest, he has a knack for it, but he mentioned that this place is too chaotic, resembling a rubbish heap, and suggested we tidy it up. That we followed his advice, and it indeed looks much cleaner now. With several additional vacant rooms, that I used some funds to purchase 2 billiard tables, a set of 9-ball, and even created a few targets along with dartboards, establishing a game room, Hand reported. Well done, Lape acknowledged, aware that Hand was also seeking to win favor, though he was indifferent to it. Just then, young Wilson arrived, still exhibiting signs of fear upon seeing Lape. Take this for archiving, Hand said, handing over the map. Wilson took the map and dashed away, but before he could reach the stairwell, Lape called out to him. Have everyone come over, he instructed Hand. Come here, all of you, Hand shouted, acting as a messenger. Lape pulled out a small bottle from his pocket, containing tiny slips of paper, each half an inch long and about the width of a toothpick. Distribute these. Each person should prick their finger. Any finger will do, and smear their blood on the paper. If any changes occur, let me know, Lape said languidly. Most of the individuals appeared anxious, uncertain of what this entailed. Only a few exhibited signs of excitement, including Hand, Gia, and young Wilson. Is this a test to determine if we possess the talent to become sorcerers? Hand asked excitedly. I have mentioned that talent comes in many forms. Not solely that of a sorcerer, Lape sighed. The young pickpockets suddenly felt less fearful. They had all dreamed of being sorcerers, especially after witnessing their leader's gruesome demise the previous night, with his corpse dissolving into pus and blood, leaving them sleepless and plagued by nightmares, further igniting their fascination with magic. This was akin to Lape's reaction upon witnessing the assassin at work. Fearful, yet strangely captivated. Everyone gathered around, jostling and competing for the slips of paper. But fortunately, Lape had prepared enough for all. Those who secured a slip scurried away, not wishing to reveal their test results to others. Oh yes, a girl exclaimed, bounding toward Lape, clutching a slip of paper that was not red but rather purple. Can you read? Lape inquired. The girl shook her head. Lape was not surprised. If these individuals could read or write, they would not be pickpockets. Young Wilson, Lape called out loudly. The chubby boy, hiding in a corner, clutched a blood-stained slip. Eagerly awaiting any changes, upon hearing Lape call him, he rushed over. I have found you another task. Teach her to read, Lape instructed, pointing to the girl. Young Wilson's face fell in jealousy as he opened his palm to examine his own slip, only to be disappointed that it showed no change. It seems I too must learn to read. Hand chuckled, revealing his palm, which had undergone a transformation, though his slip was not purple but a pale green. You lack the talent for sorcery, yet possess the innate ability of an assassin, Lape explained. Hand initially felt disheartened, but then his eyes lit up, just like that assassin the other day. I wouldn't dare compare myself to that individual. He is no ordinary assassin, at least. He is a master of his craft that I in all of Talon. Only Colonel Jacob, the commander of the guard, is worthy of facing him, Lape mused. However, this only strengthened Hand's resolve. He aspired to become such an assassin. Go procure more nails. We will require a substantial quantity from now on, Lape commanded, considering the nails a minor issue, while the challenge lay in flattening their ends. Me too, me too. Another pickpocket chimed in, approaching with a green slip in hand. The number of those whose slips had changed grew, with about a third experiencing a transformation. Most turned green, while a few changed to blue or yellow, with only 2 slips being purple. A yellow slip indicates a talent for becoming a warrior or knight. Becoming a knight is out of the question. It requires armor and horses, which we cannot afford, but I will teach you some techniques with shields. Since the widespread use of firearms, most warriors have lost their utility, except for those with heavy shields and armor, who still possess some value. Those with blue slips can become archers, crossbowmen, or gunmen, with far brighter prospects than warriors that I suggest you all practice using concealed weapons in the city. They are far more convenient than using bows and guns. Suddenly, Lape paused, deep in thought, before turning to Hand and asking, "Does Talon have any large, inexpensive plots of land?" "Yes, there is an abandoned quarry in the northern suburbs, littered with rubble and devoid of vegetation. Building houses there would yield no inhabitants, and it is far from the main road. Originally, there were some warehouses, but due to inconvenient access, they were ultimately abandoned," Hand quickly replied. "How do you know this?" Lape inquired, somewhat surprised as a postman. He had come to know Talon quite well and was aware of the quarry in the northern suburbs, yet had never visited it. A few years back, someone raised chickens there. Constructing 2 large chicken coops, that it became a place we frequently visited whenever we craved chicken. Perhaps due to excessive pilfering, that individual couldn't sustain it for more than a year, Hand lamented. Lape silently mourned for that farmer. It seemed that even chicken farming required some degree of influence. However, this was fortuitous for Lape. Look into who owns that land and find a way to purchase it. That I intend to establish a shooting range there. That I plan to acquire some longbows, short bows, crossbows, and firearms, not just for those who receive blue slips, but for everyone to practice. And concealed weapons, Hand reminded. Concealed weapons cannot be used at great distances, at most a dozen feet. We can allocate a row of rooms for that. I also plan to procure a batch of hand crossbows. By the way, Hand, see if you can find any craftsmen in the city skilled at making firearms. I want to acquire a short gun for self-defense, Lape stated, speaking his thoughts aloud. One that can be fired with a simple raise of the hand. Hand asked, having witnessed the assassination, knowing that only 3 individuals had posed a threat to the assassin. 2 were sorcerers, and the other was a wealthy man, relying solely on a short gun for protection. Precisely, Lape nodded. I will investigate promptly, Hand affirmed, then added, I will also expedite the acquisition of that quarry. No rush, Lape waved his hand dismissively. Then continued, did you not mention procuring some dartboards? Bring them here and hang them over there. He pointed to the opposite wall, then took out a handful of iron nails. I will first teach you about concealed weapons. The target was moved and hung on the opposite wall. Rape grasped a handful of iron nails, and with a swift flick of his wrist, a series of sharp metallic sounds rang out as all the nails embedded themselves into the wall, 5 of them piercing through the target. Such accuracy could only be deemed average. However, the small pickpockets were oblivious to this, finding it quite impressive. One can employ hidden weapons in such a manner, Rape mused as he produced a slingshot from his pocket. He stretched the rubber band taut and in an instant released his grip, launching a nail with lightning speed. The nail struck the bull's eye with pinpoint precision, and due to the overwhelming force, it penetrated completely, embedding itself deep within the wall, causing the target to fall. The pickpockets stood in awe, having played with slingshots themselves, yet never had they imagined such a feat. That was truly magnificent, one of them exclaimed. Rape casually tossed the slingshot to Hand. If you wish to drive a nail, it must undergo modification. You shall do it yourselves. Hand clutched the slingshot with fascination while the others craned their necks to observe intently. I have more items to present to you, Rape declared with a snap of his fingers. The coachman who had been driving for Rape promptly approached, carrying a bundle of wooden sticks on his shoulder, each roughly the thickness of a finger and about a foot long, triangular in shape, capped at the top. These are practice swords, though they can also be lethal, so exercise caution. Rape removed the cap, revealing a sharp tip, ironclad and menacing. I shall teach you swordsmanship, regardless of your innate talent. This time, The pickpockets appeared less enthusiastic. After all, using hidden weapons did not evoke a sense of bloodshed, but stabbing someone with a sword was an entirely different matter, carrying a heavier psychological burden. Nonetheless, no one declined. As pickpockets, they all sensed a crisis, believing that trusting others was less reliable than relying on their own strength. Moreover, none wished to remain pickpockets for life. One of the pickpockets rushed in, approaching Hand and whispering something in his ear. Hand quickly squeezed through the crowd and, leaning close to Rapé, murmured, "Fortman wishes to see you. He has arrived in a carriage, and it appears there are important figures inside." "Who is Fortman?" Rapé inquired, somewhat perplexed. "He is the officer, Fortman Tiago, a trusted aide of the District 7 police chief, Dr. Glarose. The person inside the carriage is likely none other than Dr. Glarose himself," Hand hastily explained, adding his own analysis. Rapé fell silent, his hand buried in his pocket, fingers gently rubbing a gold coin nestled within. In the blink of an eye, a blood-soaked specter emerged. With the sun having set, Big Will could now appear, though he was limited to a 10-meter radius around the lucky coin. Except for Rapé, no one else could see the ghost, so to the others, Rapé seemed to be lost in thought, when in truth he was conversing with the specter. "It seems they still harbor some doubts. Not fully believing in your identity as a secret policeman," Big Will remarked with a hint of glee. "Are you suggesting the police chief is here to test me?" Rapé pondered internally. "As a secret policeman, you represent the king. A chief can afford to maintain an air of authority, but what right does a district chief have to do so? That fellow remains outside, yet expects you to come to him. It is clearly a test of your character." Big Will, though lacking in other talents, possessed an exceptional skill for reading human nature. "What should I do then? Stand on ceremony and not go out?" Rapé asked, feeling out of his depth, having no prior experience in such matters or in the art of intrigue. "You must certainly go out, even if you are indeed a secret policeman. You belong to the lowest echelon, that if you maintain too lofty an attitude, it will only arouse suspicion," Big Will advised. "How should I handle it?" Rapé asked, growing anxious, having encountered no other significant figures aside from his immediate superior and this ghost. Big Will dismissed the importance of a district chief, deeming him inconsequential. Rapé even felt his legs weaken beneath him. "It is quite simple. Do not discuss any official matters regarding the assassination incident. You may only speak vaguely, then request his assistance with a personal matter," Big Will instructed. "A personal matter?" Rapé was taken aback. When meeting privately, the discussion naturally revolves around personal topics. Asking for assistance with a personal matter is entirely normal. To speak of official business would be quite odd. Big Will was well versed in this realm, being a part of such circles himself. "I am not particularly adept at this form of communication," Rapé confessed, still feeling uneasy. "Very well, try to relax as much as possible. Allow me to possess you, and I shall handle the situation," Big Will relented. Humans generally dislike being possessed by ghosts, and he too found it distasteful to inhabit another's body, especially that of a man. Nevertheless, Rapé could not conceive of a better solution. Thus, he loosened his body. With an involuntary shudder, he transformed. Even while standing still, he exuded an air of superiority. Rapé, actually Big Will, had no intention of hastening out. He wanted to make the chief wait a moment. "Madam, I have yet to learn how to address you," Rapé said, extending a hand towards the female pickpocket who had once taught him the art of thievery. The female pickpocket was taken aback, unsure of how to interpret Rapé's gesture or how to respond. Initially, she had taught Rapé out of boredom, never anticipating that an intriguing boy would swiftly morph into a remorseless dark sorcerer, leaving her utterly perplexed by the drastic transformation. What an uncultured country girl! How could you possibly fancy her? Big Will rolled his eyes within Rapé's mind. "What are you attempting to do?" Rapé inquired, confused. "Seek a female companion to prevent that man from broaching overly sensitive topics." Big Will, shrewd and calculating, possessed an unparalleled understanding of human nature. "Do you have a long dress? Fetch some jewelry as well," Big Will commanded Hand. Then further inquired, "Who has cosmetics?" "We lack long dresses," Hand replied helplessly. This was a den of pickpockets, and even the girls wore trousers for practicality. The figures used to practice thievery might have some tattered long dresses, but they were utterly unpresentable. "Then procure a piece of silk. In a small place like Talon, I never expected to find a decent tailor. Big will quipped that a few girls brought forth cosmetic items, pilfered during the day. Previously, Hoff had strictly forbidden them from stealing such items, as they fetched little value. Moreover, women who could afford such luxuries typically held some standing, meaning their stolen belongings could attract police attention. Now that Hand had become the leader and raped the mastermind, such prohibitions no longer existed. And the pickpockets, unafraid of the police, seized the opportunity, eager to beautify themselves. Such garish rouge. What is this? Is it face cream or flour? Clam oil? Can this even be applied to the face? Big Will shook his head in dismay, muttering for a while before finally stating bluntly, in Maine, even prostitutes do not use such things. Big Will gently lifted the female pickpocket's chin, scrutinizing her face before begrudgingly conceding. Your complexion is fairly fair. It is night now. Very well. Apply a touch of rouge. He proceeded to take a cotton ball, dipped it in a small amount of rouge, and lightly patted it on the female pickpocket's cheek. Big Will's technique was undoubtedly professional. With just a few deft touches, the female pickpocket's appearance transformed entirely, exuding a wild beauty to AT that moment. Hand rushed down from upstairs, holding a piece of silvery silk with subtle patterns, yet another of Hoff's treasures. Though it merely appeared as a piece of fabric, it was worth no less than 2,000 bisha. Big Will discarded the cotton ball, donned a new pair of gloves, then turned to wrap the silk around the female pickpocket, twirling it this way and that in an instant. The silk had transformed into an elegant long dress imbued with a touch of modernity. And he tied a large bow with the remaining silk around her waist. Passable, I suppose. There is no time for lace trimmings, and I lack some embellishments, but thankfully this silk is decent enough to cover some shortcomings, Big Will remarked, shaking his head. Suddenly, applause erupted at the doorway. Perfect! This is the most beautiful and elegant dress I have ever seen. The speaker was a stout man of considerable stature. Without needing Hand's introduction, Rape could surmise that this was none other than the police chief of District 7. Glarose, who apparently could not remain cooped up in the carriage any longer. Thank you for your kind words, yet it is still far from perfection, Big Will replied, casting a critical eye over the female pickpocket before shaking his head in dissatisfaction. This is a design from 2 years ago, created for Countess Andrew Hybel by Lady Matilda. The Countess donned it for the first time at the King's birthday celebration, capturing the attention of all to such an extent that His Majesty became a mere supporting character. That fellow Biggle Will, while engaging in lively conversation, accepted a pin from Hand, using it to secure the shape of the gown. Madam Matilda? The corpulent director appeared quite intrigued by the subject, not merely out of curiosity. The director had been scrutinizing Rapé throughout the day, that he harbored some skepticism regarding Rapé's role as a secret policeman. After all, a dark sorcerer skilled in concealed weaponry, masquerading as a postman, had managed to maintain an unremarkable facade, which indeed seemed rather astonishing. Now the director had witnessed yet another extraordinary occurrence. Although he lacked refined taste, he possessed keen insight. The long gown, effortlessly crafted from silk by Rapé, undoubtedly surpassed the finest creations of the city's tailors, and this gown clearly bore the hallmarks of courtly elegance. How could a humble postman, born and raised in Talon, have access to such finery? That is the King's royal tailor, Biggle casually explained, then inclined his head slightly to the director. My apologies for keeping you waiting. To witness such remarkable craftsmanship, a brief wait is certainly worthwhile. The police director replied with a smile, adding, I have reserved a table at the Rod restaurant. The middle-aged officer beside him exchanged glances with the director, fully aware that the director had not actually made any reservation. He had merely intended to meet with Rapé for a brief inquiry. This little deception would naturally fall upon the middle-aged officer to rectify. So he promptly dashed off, not only to secure a table, but also to find the director a female companion. How can I allow you to incur such an expense? Biggle Will hastily remarked, though he showed no inclination to refuse. My carriage awaits just outside the alley, the director stated, surveying the surroundings before shrugging. Everything here is acceptable except for the carriage access, which is truly vexing. Should you wish to see me in the future, simply send word, Biggle Will promptly replied. His words carried a deeper meaning, expressing both dissatisfaction with the sudden turn of events and a desire to strengthen their collaboration. The police director understood, now convinced that Rapé was indeed a secret policeman. For a mere postman would not possess such a manner of speaking. I am ready on my end. Let us depart, Biggleswill declared, once again raising his arm toward the female pickpocket. The pickpocket finally grasped the situation, promptly linking her arm with Rapé's. Although it was their first encounter, she had observed other women do the same, particularly in the 5th district as the trio approached the entrance. Biggleswill paused, casting a glance at the pickpocket, furrowing his brow in thought, before reaching beneath the hem of the girl's gown. "Oh," she exclaimed, jumping back with wide eyes and an open mouth to be wide this time. Biggleswill had already withdrawn his hand, lowering his voice to her ear. "I am aware this may be quite uncomfortable for you, but it will enhance the nobility of your stride and the elegance of your posture. By the way, I still do not know your name." "My name is Mary," the girl stammered. Before she could finish, Biggleswill interjected, "Very well, henceforth you shall be called Marguerite." The girl pouted, displeased with the change, yet she dared not refuse, fearing she might be transformed into a toad, as the tale suggested dark sorcerers were fond of such transformations. "You are taking advantage of her," Rapé mentally chastised Biggleswill. "I swear that was not my intention." In Maine, women queuing to be taken advantage of could fill 2 streets, each one voluptuous and mature. This flat-chested girl does not fit my aesthetic that I merely wish to ensure she does not bring disgrace upon me, Biggleswill replied with utmost seriousness. "That is my face," Rapé protested. "Now that I am attached to you, even if it is your face at stake, I cannot allow it. I am a perfectionist," Biggleswill asserted, adhering to his standards. The Rod restaurant is situated at the junction of the 7th and 4th districts, renowned for its local cuisine, and it is perpetually bustling with patrons come evening. The middle-aged officer indeed wielded considerable influence, managing to secure a private room. The 4 of them sat within the chamber, Rapé and the police director facing one another, while the remaining 2 seats were occupied by the 2 women, and the middle-aged officer stood rigidly in the corner. The meal had long been ordered, with Rapé assisting Marguerite in selecting her dish. Now they awaited the arrival of their food, a period also ripe for casual conversation. Naturally, the initial topic revolved around the progress of the assassination investigation. The police director spoke rather vaguely, and Rapé lost interest after a while, as there was not of value in the discourse. "In truth, I do not care about the outcome of the investigation, nor does anyone above. His Majesty merely wishes to know who the puppeteer behind the scenes is, Rapé, in fact," Biggleswill remarked unhurriedly. "That is far more challenging than apprehending the assassin." The police director replied nonchalantly, "You still do not grasp the situation. His Majesty requires no evidence and does not intend to take action. The death of Lord Will matters little. There is no need for a commotion. His Majesty simply wishes to identify the adversaries. That way, he can remain cautious of them, and we can prepare in advance," Biggleswill elucidated, appearing utterly unconcerned, as if the deceased were not one of his own. "No evidence? Are we to rely on mere conjecture?" the police director inquired with a hint of perplexity. "What is wrong with that? Provided there is sufficient reason, what if it is just conjecture?" Biggleswill chuckled. "So, it seems your tasks are much easier." The police director expressed his envy. "Easier?" Biggleswill shook his head, suddenly sighing deeply. "Let us not dwell on that. You may find our work light, but I perceive your duties as more pleasant. Only those of us in this line truly comprehend the difficulties involved." "That is a valid point," the police director concurred. "At least when I was 15, I need not investigate cases, let alone assassination cases, where the perpetrator was a top-tier assassin. By the way, what sort of individual is Inspector Marvin?" Biggleswill shifted the topic. "That fellow possesses considerable talent. He has solved many cold cases. When it comes to investigations, he is the best," the police director remarked, giving a thumbs up, then displaying a look of regret. "However, he is exceedingly arrogant and somewhat self-righteous, unable to get along with anyone, and he trusts no one. Perhaps he believes that other officers are colluding with criminals, so he conducts investigations without allowing anyone to interfere. Moreover, he never discloses any information before solving a case. His files are always with him, even when he meets with the chief. That is implausible, is it not? A police officer with a moral obsession. How does he support informants? Without informants, how can he solve cases? Biggle Will shook his head in disbelief. Rapé silently rejoiced that he had no intention of making a move within the police department. Otherwise, it would have been a futile endeavor, possibly leading to suspicion. The information he received from the middle-aged officer yesterday was indeed somewhat inaccurate. The officer had only mentioned that the individual was strict and serious. But this was far beyond mere strictness. He receives a dedicated informant fee. The police director stated with palpable jealousy. Did you not say that no one likes him? Rapé inquired, intrigued. Of course. Only those seeking promotion have any fondness for him. Although Marvin is quite detestable, he possesses one redeeming quality. He is uninterested in climbing the ranks, with his sole passion being solving cases. Those above appreciate this trait, for once he resolves a case. Everyone reaps the rewards. Consequently, every time a case is assigned to Marvin, a sum of money is allocated to him, for his cleverness ensures that there are no concerns about his embezzling or misappropriating funds. So that is how it is. Rapé nodded, feeling an increasing sense of confidence in the inspector, as did Biggle Will. Such a person taking charge of the assassination case might indeed yield some leads at that moment. The door to the private room swung open, and several waiters entered, balancing trays. Talon, being coastal, is famed for its seafood that Rapé had ordered steamed halibut, grilled sea bass, and 2 oysters. Though somewhat monotonous, it nonetheless showcased his refined taste that he had also chosen steamed halibut and onion-fried oysters for Marguerite, both of which were easy to eat without the need for cutlery, devoid of bones, allowing even the untrained to dine elegantly. Rapé ceased discussing official matters and began to engage in casual banter with the police director. This time, the conversation was genuinely lighthearted. Initially, it was the police director who spoke, sharing anecdotes from Maine, which served as a form of probing to confirm whether Rapé had indeed been there. In truth, Rapé had never visited Maine. His farthest journey had been to Ansel, where his aunt resided, having married a grocer from Ansel. Fortunately, there was a native ghost from Maine present, and while Biggle Will spoke sparingly, his occasional interjection struck at the core of the matter. That madman named Fowler, is he one of yours? The police director inquired, shifting the subject. He had confirmed that Rapé was far more familiar with Maine than he was, and that Rapé mingled within circles of higher standing, which left him feeling somewhat embarrassed. No, he was far more illustrious than us back then. Rapé immediately refuted, speaking for himself this time. Illustrious? The chief of police paused his meal, clearly taken aback. He is an alchemist, the finest alchemist, once nominated as an academician of the empire. However, something occurred, and he could no longer remain in Maine. Rapé casually divulged, unafraid of the chief's potential investigation. He is an alchemist? The chief of police widened his eyes. That madman was a frequent visitor to the precinct, and he had always assumed that fellow was merely an obsessed lunatic. Not just the chief, but the middle-aged officer standing in the corner also wore a look of disbelief. I don't know much about the old man. All I know is from my mentor. He even mentioned that if I ever found myself in trouble, I could seek out Old Fuel. While he may not offer direct assistance, he can provide me with invaluable resources, and being near him is remarkably safe. Even if the entire Talon were to collapse, nothing would befall him. Rapé spoke confidently. This narrative was the result of extensive discussions between Rapé and Biggle Will. The most significant flaw in Rapé's secret police identity was Old Fuel. The old man was a madman and would never cooperate in their charade, so it was imperative to avoid claiming he was also a secret policeman. They had to provide a plausible reason for Rapé seeking him out, especially the day after the assassination. The conclusion was to elevate Old Fuel's stature, portraying him as an invisible benefactor, utilized by Rapé without his knowledge and entirely uninvolved with the secret police. So that is how it is. The chief of police was thoroughly deceived. He had no interest in delving deeper into the matter. He understood that the old man was a lunatic, and Rapé acknowledged this as well. There is nothing more terrifying in this world than a powerful madman. Furthermore, Rapé had vaguely suggested that the madman had significant connections, implying that being killed by him could be a futile end. Who would wish to court such misfortune? Rapé proactively shifted the topic, not wishing to dwell on Old Fuel. I have a request for your assistance. I would like to utilize your subordinates. There is a fellow named Sherlock, a Uter, who seems to lack sense. This tactic proved effective. The chief of police had heard of that Uter and was aware of his dealings, even surmising why Rapé was incensed. Since it is on the way, we shall pay him a visit shortly. The chief was not only attempting to curry favor with Rapé, but also sought to gain something for himself. The Uter was renowned for his wealth. Yet extracting profit from such individuals was no simple task. This occasion presented an opportunity. The narrow alleyway, with its low eaves and windows nearly level with the street, allowed only faint glimmers of light to seep through. Rapé pushed open the door, which rang a bell as he entered. From the threshold, one could see the entire establishment. It was a modest antique shop, crammed with an assortment of clutter. A small, elderly man with a round hat, circular glasses perched on his nose, a high forehead, and gaunt cheeks sat in a chair, examining a necklace's pendant with a magnifying glass that Rapé descended the steps. Half of the building was subterranean, thus appearing quite dim. Upon noticing a visitor, the elderly man hastily concealed the necklace. "Are you Sherlock?" Rapé inquired as he approached the old man. The elder finally recognized Rapé's visage and quickly grasped the situation. "Did Hans send you? You little pickpocket, get out!" The old man grabbed a cane from beside him. "If I were you, I would refrain from resorting to violence." The middle-aged officer behind Rapé remarked coolly. The old man was momentarily taken aback, realizing he was now confronted with a group of individuals. Among them were two women and a stout man, and the officer speaking struck him as somewhat familiar. Suddenly, the old man recalled, and his face brightened with a forced smile. "Officer Fortman, what a pleasure to see you. Your presence brings great honor to my humble shop." "It is these two who bring honor to your shop." The middle-aged officer quickly gestured towards Rapé and the chief. The old man's smile faltered, as he had already deduced the identity of the stout man. "Good day, Chief. What can I do for you? Please, speak freely." Sherlock adopted a humble demeanor, fully aware that when addressing the middle-aged officer, he merely needed to flatter and offer some benefits. However, in the presence of the chief, he would need to make considerable concessions. "You needn't concern yourself with me. I merely stopped by to take a look." The chief of police dismissed him entirely. Scanning the room with curiosity, guessing at the value of the various items, the old man understood the chief's intentions and silently rejoiced that he had recently moved a batch of valuable items. The gilded mask on the corner table should be a relic of the Cree's civilization, worth approximately 5,000 Bishao. The palm-sized portrait beside it is a work by the artist Miguel, valued at no less than 2,000 Bishao. Meanwhile, the gilded platter on the entrance shelf dates back to the reign of Nicholas I. And the elongated vase below, it was produced 2 centuries ago at the Tashala Monastery. Together, they are worth about 1,500 Bishao to end this entire shop. Only these 4 items hold any substantial value. Rapé, in reality, Beigel Will, possessed an exceptionally keen eye. Upon entering, he had identified the most valuable items in the establishment. With each remark Rapé made, the old man's face twitched, and at this point, he was acutely aware that Rapé was certainly not one of Hans' underlings. "I was blind and have previously been disrespectful." Being a Uter, the old man understood when to yield. It was imperative to soften his stance. Regrettably, Rapé had no interest in idle chatter, yet he produced from his pocket a string of soft, necklace-like objects, and with a flick, the necklace straightened, transforming into a slender, elongated object akin to a silver dart. The old man, initially puzzled, soon found himself collapsing to the floor, convulsing in agony, his face contorted in pain. With a series of clattering sounds, all items on the nearby table fell to the ground. Several glass objects shattering, their shards scattering across the floor. The old man writhed in torment. Unlike the youthful Wilson pair, he lacked their vitality, and after only a few convulsions, he began to froth at the mouth. His eyes rolling back, that Rapé quickly halted, softly inquiring, "Do you know what this is?" "The curse of pain, dark magic." The old man trembled as he responded, his gaze towards Rapé akin to that of a man staring into the abyss. "How do you know it is dark magic? Have you experienced it before?" Rapé asked, curiosity lacing his tone with urgency. Rapé had been searching for dark magicians. The old man clearly realized he had let slip too much, his complexion growing increasingly pale. Rapé raised his wand menacingly. It appears that only through suffering will you be compelled to speak. As you wish, you will find that the curse of pain is merely a trifle. There exist far more terrifying things in this world. No, please, I will tell you. The old man capitulated, unwilling to offend a cadre of dark magicians, nor to antagonize a single one, for both outcomes could lead to his utter ruin. I am acquainted with a group researching dark magic. They have purchased items from me and have asked me to keep an eye out for peculiar artifacts. The old man spoke. Racked with anguish, Rapé, observing the old man's expression, surmised that the old fellow had undoubtedly suffered under the hands of those dark magicians, most likely having been tormented by the curse of pain. You all converse. We shall step outside, for it is quite cramped in here. The chief of police wisely suggested. Dark magic has always been a taboo, although it is no longer 2 centuries ago when dark magicians were universally reviled. And discovery did not inevitably lead to execution. People still held a wary respect for dark magicians. The group departed, including Margaret. Now let us discuss these dark magicians. Rapé settled into the chair previously occupied by the old man, crossing his legs as he inquired. I am not well acquainted with them. Their identities are concealed. Whether during gatherings or at my shop, they don heavy robes, concealing their faces with masks, and they always arrive in hired carriages. Sherlock divulged all he knew. If I wish to join this circle, how might I gain entry? Rapé queried. Fuel was an alchemist, quite distinct from dark magicians. Although the memories within the lucky coin contained some from dark magicians, they were scant and disorganized. Sherlock climbed to the side of the table, rummaging through one of the drawers, and cautiously handed a token to Rapé. They hold gatherings on full moons or new moons. This token will grant you entry. A rather loose organization. Rapé felt somewhat disheartened, if the memories within the lucky coin were accurate. This appeared more akin to a circle of dark magic enthusiasts. Genuine gatherings of dark magicians typically occurred in bustling areas for ease of access, allowing swift escape should their meeting be discovered. If necessary, they could even take a bystander hostage. Rapé begrudgingly pocketed the token. Though it bore little significance, it was better than nothing, even if it were merely a circle of enthusiasts. Genuine dark magicians would undoubtedly be present, providing a means to connect with others in their realm and acquire items, such as tomes or materials specific to dark magic. As far as I know, the funds for Hoff are managed by you. Raphael disclosed the true purpose of his visit. He had come to settle accounts. Sherlock, ever astute, embodied the quintessential traits of a Utian, adept at exploiting the crevices of regulations and fond of employing clever ruses. Yet, when confronted with insurmountable resistance, they adhered strictly to the rules, leaving no room for error. Sherlock scuttled to the corner, retrieved a ledger, and returned to present it to Raphael. That it was an independent account book, meticulously detailing every inflow and outlining the destination of those funds, predominantly allocated for usury, with a portion invested in real estate, primarily shop investments. That if these shops were attributed to Hoff, that deceased wretch would undoubtedly be a considerable magnate. Naturally, Hoff could not be the name on the books. A person of his ilk could not afford the light of day, thus all the shops bore another's name. If I hadn't sought you out, these would likely have become your possessions, Raphael remarked with a smile, secretly relieved to have arrived early, before the old man could relocate his assets. Bring me 20,000 bichao and transfer the ownership of 3 shops in the 7th district to that director's name, Raphael stated indifferently, knowing that borrowing the director's title necessitated offering some benefits in return. In truth, such an amount is excessive, Sherlock murmured, aware that as a Utian, he must be skilled in navigating the winds of fortune. And he promptly devised a plan to assist Raphael. This money does not come without obligations. I have numerous matters for His Excellency the Director to assist with, Raphael declared, patting the old man's shoulder. I've assigned those pickpockets to hand. Maintain regular contact with him. And you shall learn much. Yes, Sherlock nodded vigorously, filled with regret. Had he known how Hoff met his end, and that the new boss was a dark sorcerer, he would never have engaged in such perilous endeavors. The old man, filled with lament, rose and issued 2 promissory notes. 20,000 bichao, when converted to gold, amounted to 2,500 coins, sufficient to crush a strong man. Fortunately, with promissory notes now in circulation, Two thin slips of paper represented a substantial fortune. Exiting the Utian's establishment, Raphael seized the opportunity during their handshake to discreetly slip the two promissory notes into the hands of the police chief. "Have your lawyer come by tomorrow. 3 shops require transfer," Raphael whispered. The police chief beamed with delight, feeling fortunate for his timely arrival, as his deference to Raphael had swiftly yielded rewards. "I have a few more requests for your assistance," Raphael said, his generous offering driven by ulterior motives. "Speak on," the police chief responded, suddenly adopting a grandiose demeanor. "I've heard there is an abandoned quarry in the northern suburbs. Could you investigate to whom that land belongs? I intend to purchase it for a shooting range. Additionally, I require a shipment of firearms and crossbows, long guns and short guns, with 10 long guns being sufficient, but 100 short guns and 100 crossbows are needed, ideally registered under the 7th Police Station." Raphael articulated his demands. The police chief hesitated, regretting his hasty agreement. Acquiring 1 or 2 firearms posed no issue, yet procuring dozens or even hundreds was a considerable problem. It was tantamount to forming an army, while registering them under the police station's name seemed prudent. It increased his risk. Should anyone uncover this, a thorough investigation would ensue, leading to trouble for him. This must be reported. The decision rests with the chief officer. The director hesitated, contemplating whether to return the promissory notes to Raphael. "Fear not. I have already paved the way with the higher-ups. There will be no issue from the chief officer," Raphael assured him with confidence. This was no idle boast. The previous night, Raphael had conferred with Bigwell regarding this matter, ultimately discovering a loophole, and his position as a postman allowed him to exploit it. The police system previously maintained its own postal framework, but 5 years prior, budget cuts resulted in the dismantling of this inefficient and costly system. The current arrangement designated a portion of the postal service for police use. Thus, Raphael merely needed to forge a letter. Involving the secret police, local police departments rarely refused such matters, nor dared to, primarily because verification was impossible. Chapter 8. The Water Police. Emerging from the dim alley, the police chief solicitously offered, "Allow me to escort you home." Having just received such ample favors, he was in high spirits. "There's no need," Raphael replied with a smile as a carriage approached in the distance. "Then until we meet again," the police chief called out. And Raphael tipped his hat in farewell, both men boarding their respective carriages. Once inside, Marguerite impatiently extracted a nail from beneath her long skirt and casually tossed it out the window. "I apologize for any discomfort I caused you," Raphael said. This time personally, as Bigwell would have deemed an apology unnecessary. The girl nodded, her cheeks flushing as she quietly remarked, "Yet it was quite fascinating. I witnessed so much, and that splendid meal made for the most enchanting night of my life. There will be further opportunities like this. I shall arrange for someone to train you in the etiquette of high society, teach you piano and painting, and I shall personally instruct you on fashion and decorum," Raphael remarked, casting a glance at the girl. This was a reminder from Bigwell that he would inevitably engage in social gatherings, necessitating a companion of suitable standing, akin to clothing, accessories, and carriages, essential items. "For now, I shall escort you home," Raphael stated. The carriage made a detour, depositing the girl at the pickpocket's den, where a lookout awaited by the alley exit, rushing off to deliver the news upon the carriage's return. Moments later, Han arrived with a throng of individuals. "The skills I imparted must be diligently practiced. Refrain from venturing onto the streets for the next few days," Raphael instructed from the window. "Understood. We comprehend our place," Han promptly replied, even he yearning to escape the life of a thief. Many of the pickpockets were women, and they clustered around the female pickpocket, incessantly asking questions, their eyes brimming with envy. "Seek out another to instruct everyone in etiquette, servants' etiquette, butler's etiquette, merchant's etiquette." Raphael glanced at the girl once more and added, "And the etiquette of noble young ladies." "I understand." Han anticipated their need for extensive learning, aware that the forthcoming days would be arduous, yet he was filled with excitement. "Let us depart," Raphael called to the driver. The carriage lurched into motion. Minutes later, they arrived at Raphael's home, the night having grown deep. Stepping from the carriage, Raphael pushed the door open, surprised to find his father seated in the parlor. "You've returned?" his father stood, regarding Raphael with unfamiliar eyes. "What is the matter? Was today pleasant? I heard something happened to young Wilson." Raphael inquired with a smile. His father hesitated momentarily before responding. I had a wonderful day. I heard the police sought young Wilson, prompting old Wilson to approach the director and withdraw from the competition, that I don't know why, but today he was unusually cordial with me. More so than with the director, even there was a hint of trepidation, as if I were some fearsome entity. His father gazed at Raphael with an inquiring look, sensing that all this was somehow connected to his son. Lately, whenever he beheld Raphael, it felt as though he were gazing at a stranger. That is splendid. Have mother and sister heard this news? They must be overjoyed. Understanding his father's thoughts, Raphael eagerly shifted the conversation. Observing his father still fixated on him, Raphael yawned and ascended the stairs, muttering, I am utterly exhausted. I need to sleep. Good night. He fled to his room in a flurry. What are you afraid of? Why not tell your father that you are now a sorcerer? Inform him that you are working for the secret police. Big will detach from Raphael, appearing in high spirits, perhaps due to progress in his own case. I am still unsure how to face them. Raphael shook his head, approaching the window and gazing into the pitch-black night, sighing, previously, my ambition was to rise above others and amass wealth. Yet now I suddenly realize that this is not what I desire. Then what do you wish for? Big Will queried. I do not know. Raphael sat at the edge of his bed, a look of confusion upon his face. This bodes ill. Do not forget that legendary night. If you lack a goal, the lucky coin shall forcibly impose one upon you, Big Will cautioned, then burst into laughter. Thank me. At least I have helped you identify a goal, one that will keep you occupied for a while. For the time being. My objective is to enhance my abilities, Raphael replied placidly. I must establish contact with those dark sorcerers, practice swordsmanship, hone my skills in stealth, lockpicking, infiltration, and thievery. I must organize these skills to teach the pickpockets. Raphael suddenly realized he had a multitude of tasks at hand. And time was fleeting. He lay in bed, distressed, pressing the lucky coin to the back of his head, that I end the next moment. He fell asleep, at least while sleeping. He was free from worries. Another day dawned. Everything as usual, save for the fact that as Raphael emerged from old Fowler's establishment, his stride had become remarkably vigorous, each step exceeding a foot in length that he had yet to exert himself. Had he done so, he could have covered 5 or 6 feet with a single bound. Everything stemmed from a new pair of insoles for his shoes. The farther he traversed, the swifter he ran. However, after a while, Leip found himself hesitant to continue, as the sensation was akin to soaring through the air. Of course, the toll on his stamina was immense. After running 5 or 6 blocks, he was left breathless, standing by the roadside, gasping for air. Leip made his way to the post office, sorted the mail, and departed with his share as per usual. Strolling along the familiar streets, Leip found himself devoid of the fervor he once had. Not solely due to the burdens weighing on his heart, but also because his recent progress had become increasingly negligible. Practicing his swordsmanship in this manner yielded diminishing returns. Glancing at the mailbox within arm's reach, Leip could hardly muster the energy to lift his hand. With a casual flick, a letter soared from his grasp, spiraling into the narrow opening. This was a lower-class neighborhood, and the so-called mailbox was merely a slit cut into a door. Lacking any rain protection, flaps, or doors, one could simply toss the mail inside. Well, that's not too bad, Leip mused to himself, considering foregoing sword practice altogether in favor of honing his skills with concealed weapons. He pulled out another letter and sent it flying toward a different mailbox. This time, however, he missed his target. The letter bounced off the mailbox's opening and fell to the ground. Fortunately, his reflexes were swift, and he deftly caught the letter midair, tossing it into the mailbox with ease. It seems I still need to practice, Leip remarked with a shake of his head. Just then, he heard footsteps behind him. Those steps were somewhat familiar. He turned abruptly to see a middle-aged officer, Fortman, approaching. The officer wore a sycophantic smile, addressing him with an exaggerated deference. I have already gathered the information you sought. The abandoned quarry is now owned by someone named Xiao Enja, who is quite amenable that a simple introduction on behalf of the police department should suffice to secure that parcel of land, as he didn't pay much when he acquired it initially. Leip was taken aback. Not because the land issue was resolved, but due to the officer's efficiency. It's not even 6 o'clock yet. The police department should still be closed, and moreover, the northern suburbs do not fall under the jurisdiction of the 7th police station. After parting ways with you last night, I made a trip to the police headquarters. There was someone on night duty, and I was able to access the data with just a brief word. The middle-aged officer replied nonchalantly. However, Lape was well aware that the matter was unlikely to be as simple as the officer claimed. Was it truly so easy to converse with someone on night duty without offering any incentives? Surely, this ISN TA request from your chief? Lape inquired. This is merely my heartfelt gesture, the officer replied, as he had eagerly awaited Lape to ask that very question that he had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Lape. Believing that uncovering the quarry's ownership was no difficult task, the officer's excessive efforts were intended to convey his sincerity. Lape was indeed intrigued. Coincidentally, he was contemplating offering a favor to the police department, both to further solidify his secret police identity and to create a mutual benefit. Very well, I appreciate your efforts, Lape said boldly, lowering his voice. But the information I'm about to share with you should remain confidential. At most, only your chief should be privy to it. The middle-aged officer perked up, surprised by the rapid return of favor. You must have heard that in recent years, fiscal expenditures have been on the rise while tax revenues have stagnated, causing distress for His Majesty. Therefore, in the coming 2 years, the budget will face significant cuts, with the police system being the first to bear the brunt. Lape began with a dramatic flourish. The independent postal system has already been dismantled, along with most of the supplementary funding. What more can they possibly cut? Are they contemplating layoffs? The middle-aged officer fell for the bait, instantly becoming anxious. His Majesty would not undertake such a ruthless course of action. Besides, a large-scale reduction in police personnel would lead to social unrest, Lape stated. He intends to create additional departments to redistribute police personnel. But isn't that just shifting things around? The officer queried. Puzzled. One of those departments will be the tax police. His Majesty plans to intensify tax collection efforts, as the current tax officials are deemed too lenient, which displeases him greatly, Lape elucidated. The middle-aged officer's interest was piqued. Departments associated with taxation could yield substantial profits. Lape deftly shifted his narrative. However, being part of the tax police is a thankless job. It may enjoy temporary glory, but if the public expresses widespread opposition, the tax police could be disbanded. Just as the officer's interest was ignited, it was swiftly extinguished. He was now confused. Are you suggesting that I remain within the police system? Hold on. Let me finish, Lape chuckled. In addition to the tax police, there will be the establishment of a water police unit, which you might consider preparing for. Water police? Isn't there already a smuggling unit? The officer asked, bewildered. Are you not aware of the state of the smuggling unit? It has become utterly corrupt. Previously, they merely colluded with smugglers. But now, in many places, they have become smugglers themselves, effectively becoming the main players in the trade. His Majesty is fully aware of this and is outraged, yet it is a difficult issue to address. He cannot simply disband the smuggling unit. Therefore, he has decided to introduce the water police. The smuggling unit is under naval jurisdiction, while the water police will belong to the administrative system, making collusion between the two unlikely, thereby creating a balance of power. For legitimate merchants, the existence of the water police is of little consequence. However, for smugglers, the introduction of the water police creates an additional hurdle that must be navigated, effectively doubling their smuggling costs. Moreover, His Majesty is increasingly dissatisfied with customs. Establishing the water police serves as a warning to customs officials that if they fail to make necessary changes, he could easily replace customs duties with the tax officials from various ports. At that point, the revenue split would be 30% for local authorities and 70% remitted, which would undoubtedly exceed the current contributions from customs, while also leading to significant savings by eliminating the customs department. Lape was merely reiterating what he had learned from Will. The middle-aged officer began to grasp the intricacies of the situation, feeling a surge of realization. This was the stark difference between the police and the secret police. There was no comparison in the quality of information. The officer did not believe that Lape held a particularly high position within the secret police, certainly not exceeding his own. Yet, Lape could effortlessly acquire information from above, something the officer lacked the ability to do. He even suspected that the commissioner might not be privy to these details. This realization solidified the officer's resolve to cling tightly to this newfound ally. Even if this ally was still developing and not yet robust, They possessed the potential to reach great heights. As the middle-aged officer departed, he confidently assured Lape that he would certainly assist in securing the abandoned quarry. Lape continued delivering mail, no longer merely inserting letters into the mailbox, but tossing them in, significantly improving his efficiency. Upon throwing the last letter into the mailbox, the sun had only risen halfway, indicating it was merely past 9 o'clock. Lape sprinted towards the city, not heading towards the 7th post office or the Old Man Fuel, but rather towards the main post office to familiarize himself with his new insoles. Lape opted to run rather than take a carriage, choosing to traverse through less crowded alleyways to avoid startling passersby with his speed. Lape had a love-hate relationship with these insoles. With them, he could leap directly to the 2nd floor and jump across the street with ease. However, the rapid depletion of his stamina forced him to pause for breath after a few blocks. Did he need to carry 2 pairs of shoes with him in the future? Lape dared not dwell on the absurdity of that thought. Even as the main post office came into view, he had yet to devise a solution. Lape did not enter through the main entrance, but instead veered into a nearby alley. As time passed, by 10:30, many individuals began to emerge from the post office building. It was now time for afternoon tea, a leisurely affair lasting from 10:30 until noon. 18 noon, lunch would commence, and if one was uninterested in the post office as complimentary meal, they might linger until 1 o'clock before returning. Such was the nature of the post office, where the staff toiled tirelessly while those at the top remained idle. Lape waited for a quarter of an hour until no one else emerged. Then he approached. The doorman at the main post office recognized Lape and naturally did not impede his entry. The entire building felt desolate, and Lape ascended directly to the 2nd floor. The 2nd floor was equally deserted. With every office door securely locked along the corridor, that he ventured to the innermost part of the floor, where an iron gate secured by a large lock stood. Beyond it lay the designated area allocated to the police system by the post office. Lape had long prepared a wire. As lockpicking was a fundamental skill for a thief in recent days, he had been practicing various thieving techniques to infiltrate Detective Marvin's residence. Swiftly, Lape inserted the wire into the lock, manipulating it until he heard a soft click. The bolt sprang open. After ensuring no one was watching, he slipped inside and promptly locked the gate behind him. This exclusive area was not expansive, comprising only 3 rooms, one of which was a storeroom. The other 2 smaller rooms were designated for the police officers responsible for this section. Peering into those rooms, Lape found them unoccupied, just as Beigel had predicted. The more secure a place appeared, the more lax it tended to be. The officers tasked with guarding this area likely believed the iron lock to be impenetrable, and given that this was the corridor's end, with offices flanking both sides, anyone suspicious entering would surely be noticed by those within the offices. They had not considered that the personnel of the postal office were not merely their doormen. The storeroom door was also locked. Yet this lock posed no challenge for Rapé, who deftly employed a wire to unlock it and slipped inside. The interior resembled the hall of the branch office, with wooden racks lining one wall, each divided into compartments, the only distinction being that every compartment was secured with a lock. This too was of no consequence to Rapé that he unlocked the first compartment, opened the iron door, and placed a pre-forged letter inside. The letter bore the address of the secretary's office at the main police department, yet the seal underneath belonged to the 3rd Equipment Division. While these titles might not sound particularly impressive, those in the know understood that this letter was anything but ordinary. The secretary's office was directly under the police commissioner, and correspondence dispatched from there represented the commissioner's authority. The 3rd Equipment Division was even more significant, as it was established to serve the royal family. Outside, a police officer hurriedly approached, the sound of his footsteps resonating with an unusual urgency. Upon reaching the iron gate, the officer reached for his keys, only to discover that the lock was already opened. Rapé had heard the footsteps long before and felt his heart leap into his throat. The storeroom contained no furniture where he could conceal himself, and the windows were barred with iron grids, each bar as thick as a thumb, rendering escape impossible. Involuntarily, Rapé drew his wand, straightening it at hand. Should he be discovered, he would have no choice but to resort to lethal measures. The officer muttered to himself, "That lazy fellow Balmer again, refusing to even carry the keys," thinking a mere lock would deter anyone from entering. The officer removed the lock and entered an adjacent office, pulling open a desk drawer. "As I thought, it's right here," My memory has been failing me lately. He picked up a box, then turned and exited the office, closing the iron gate behind him with a decisive click of the lock. Hidden within the storeroom, Rapé listened as the footsteps gradually faded, allowing his heart to finally settle. After waiting approximately 2 minutes to ensure the coast was clear, he crept out from the storeroom. He locked the storeroom door and used the wire to unlock the large padlock, stepping out from behind the iron bars, feeling a profound sense of relief wash over him that he then relocked the large padlock and hurried down the corridor. Upon exiting the postal headquarters, Rapé realized that his vest was completely soaked through, and he felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion. This operation had been even more perilous than eliminating Hoff, and the pressure he had felt was immense. Throughout the ordeal, his nerves had been taut. Being a spy was indeed thrilling and exhilarating, demanding a heart of iron. By evening, as Rapé emerged from Old Fuel's residence, he immediately noticed a familiar carriage parked across the street that he crossed over and approached. The carriage door swung open, revealing the plump visage of Police Chief Glarose before him. "Fortman has reserved a table. He is treating us today," the jovial chief announced. They returned to the same restaurant and the same private booth as the day prior, though this time only 3 individuals occupied it, including a middle-aged officer at the dining table. "I've just returned from the police headquarters. The tasks you assigned have been accomplished. 100 long rifles, 100 handguns, 100 crossbows, 20 short crossbows, 10 short bows, 10 long bows, 2,000 arrows of each type, and 200 kilograms of gunpowder, all accounted for from our police department's budget." The chief had multiplied Rapé's requests manifold. Initially, Rapé had not sought long or short bows, nor short crossbows, yet the chief had included them all. Rapé had intended to pay for these items. However, the chief had directly charged them to the police department's expenditures, motivated by the desire to ingratiate himself with a powerful ally. When the chief departed the previous day, he still harbored a modicum of doubt regarding Rapé's identity. This morning, upon visiting the police headquarters, the chief conveyed Rapé's requests, only to be summoned by the department head at noon, who informed him that higher authorities had already intervened, instructing them to provide full cooperation. Upon returning to the station, Fortman hurriedly approached him, sharing news about the disbandment of the police system and the impending establishment of the water police and tax police. At this juncture, the chief harbored no further suspicions and was solely focused on securing his position. Despite the chief's high office, it could not compare to the secret police, who were the king's close confidants. Their information network far surpassed his own. "Has everything been completed?" Rapé mused internally, astonished at the efficiency of the police system. Sometimes their efficiency was indeed commendable. The department head must have reviewed the forged letter. "Are you also interested in the water police?" Rapé inquired with a smile. The chief nodded vigorously, rubbing his fingers together. He said, "Don't be deceived by my title as chief. While my chair may appear grand, in reality, it is a burdensome position. The 7th district pales in comparison to several others. There is little profit to be had. The water police, however, are a different matter entirely. Even a minor incident yields abundant benefits." "Not worth it," Rapé sighed, shaking his head. "Let me tell you a truth. While the water police may be lucrative, their future is uncertain. Their very existence could be jeopardized at any moment. The establishment of the water police is driven by the need to reduce fiscal expenditures, while also reflecting the ongoing power struggle between the cabinet and the military, intertwined with the conflicts between the Navy and the Army. Surely that cannot be." The chief's face registered shock, having never considered such depths. "I cannot provide detailed explanations. Much of this is classified," Rapé replied, feigning profundity. Understood. Both the chief and the middle-aged officer nodded, realizing the implications concerning the cabinet and military and internal conflicts within the army. If these matters were not classified, then what could be? "However, I can share some additional insights." Rapé tantalized the two with intriguing tidbits. The king harbors a deep disdain for smuggling, which has cost him significant tax revenue. Yet he is also reliant on it. For what he needs most at present is not an increase in fiscal income, but rather control over prices that in recent years, expenditures have been on the rise, largely due to the bloated administrative apparatus. But more critically, due to soaring prices. Various industry unions vehemently oppose any attempts to regulate prices, and any decrees to that effect are met with fierce resistance, ultimately rendering them unenforceable. Thus, the king has had no choice but to leverage smuggling to compel industry unions to acquiesce. As the influx of cheap goods through smuggling leads to widespread factory closures and bankruptcies among numerous factory owners, who constitute the foundation of the industry unions, Rapé elaborated extensively, while the chief and the middle-aged officer listened in a daze. Yet they grasped at least one vital point. The water police was akin to a gun in the king's hand, not only serving to counterbalance the anti-smuggling squad, but also to control smuggling, forcing industry unions to submit. The intricacies of this matter were profound, and the waters were indeed deep. The chief understood this, yet hesitated, unwilling to relinquish the potential profits involved. Although Fortman was his trusted confidant, should he slip from his grasp, he would no longer be a confidant. Would this fellow, once in possession of wealth, willingly share even half with him? This was clearly impossible. What is the matter? Reluctant. Rapé discerned the chief's dilemma. I happen to have a win-win proposal. What do you suggest? The chief's eyes widened in curiosity. The water police are indeed profitable, yet offer little in terms of advancement, and there looms the threat of disbandment. Conversely, the position of police chief is less lucrative but offers ample room for promotion. And while the anti-smuggling squad may disregard the water police, they cannot afford to disrespect the police. After all, their station is on land, and their families reside in the city. That is precisely why the establishment of the water police was initiated. Having built suspense, Rapé finally articulated. Thus, the best course of action is for both parties to join forces. Fortman could enter the water police, providing secret funding for you, chief, that in return, you would secure a position for Fortman within the police department, allowing him to hold a dual role. This position need not possess any real authority to avoid unnecessary scrutiny, nor require substantial profit, which Fortman would likely not mind. However, it must be a prestigious position, as it is intended for future plans. The two officers exchanged astonished and elated glances, finding Rapé's suggestion entirely agreeable. You, my lord, have exerted the most effort in this matter. It would be unreasonable for you to toil without recompense, the chief chuckled. I require an instructor to train my pickpockets. They will serve as my private soldiers. Rapé revealed his intentions without reservation or disguise. The chief and the middle-aged officer comprehended his meaning. They had heard of the secret police system containing numerous unregistered operatives who were managed by lower ranks. This was akin to informants under the police, as each precinct maintained its own petty cash fund from which informant fees were drawn. The anti-smuggling squad operated similarly, with many smugglers being covertly supported by the squad, and numerous individuals on land responsible for disposing of stolen goods often had ties to the anti-smuggling division. If you trust me, you may also entrust me with the smuggled goods. I shall handle their packaging, that I guarantee that under my care, their value will at least double. Rapé exuded confidence. The chief and the middle-aged officer harbored no doubts. They had witnessed Rapé transform a length of silk and a handful of pins into a magnificent gown in an instant, and had seen him peruse an antique shop, promptly selecting the most valuable items. Such taste and discernment were rare in Talon. Alternatively, we could calculate based on shares, with each of us designating a representative to manage the finances. Rapé proposed further. That would be ideal. The chief promptly slapped the table. The police's efficiency sometimes astonished, and within 3 days, the abandoned quarry was registered in Rapé's name. Having lain in use for an extended period, it indeed appeared quite dilapidated that on one side stood a sheer cliff, its uniform, stepped appearance a relic of past stone extraction, that on the other lay a chaotic jumble of stones, interspersed with numerous dilapidated wooden shelters, most of which had long been abandoned, save for 2 that appeared slightly newer. Late glanced at the scene and pinched his nose, retreating at a distance, for the ground within was littered with excrement, and flies buzzed incessantly. Hire some individuals to tidy this place up, Lape instructed Hand, his directive encompassing not just the 2 chicken coops, but the entirety of the area. What about those piles of stones? Should they be consolidated? Hand inquired. Or perhaps utilized for construction? Construction? Lape mused, intrigued, with such an abundance of stones. A fortress could indeed be erected. However, the undertaking would be considerable. Feeling a surge of urgency due to the fortunate gold coins he possessed, he was disinclined towards endeavors that demanded excessive time. After surveying the heaps of stones and the disarray of the quarry, Leip ultimately declared, "Let us use them for paving instead. This ground is riddled with holes, so we shall fill them with these stones. Then, hire workers to excavate some sand from the shore and lay a thick layer atop the stones." "That does sound convenient," Han nodded in agreement. "Once it is done, enclose the area." Leip gestured, tracing half a circle with his finger. "Perhaps an iron fence would suffice, given the vastness of this land." "Constructing a wall would be laborious and costly," Han suggested quietly. Leip had not considered this aspect. He was adept at taking others' advice. "You are correct. Let us forego the iron fence entirely. Instead, we shall drive wooden stakes every 10 feet and drape fishing nets over them. That won't deter intruders," Han reminded him once more. "I do not expect a fishing net to serve as a barrier. It merely signifies that this land is owned. Discouraging unwarranted trespassing, acquire a dozen dogs, dividing them into 2 patrols. I will see who dares to approach those nets," Leip declared with a fierce glint in his eye. "Boss, you are brilliant. This plan is both economical and efficient, enhancing our strength," Han flattered. Suddenly, he added, "Wouldn't a dozen dogs be a bit few? With over 50 of us here, wouldn't it be better to have 1 dog per person?" "Do as you see fit. Not every detail requires my input," Leip replied. "Not one to hoard authority. But one thing you must remember. Those firearms and crossbows must be closely monitored. They must not go missing. Rest assured, no one could pilfer anything from under my watchful eye," Han asserted confidently. Just then, a cart approached from the distance. Disembarking from the vehicle was Gia, who hurried over to Leip, breathless, producing a key from his pocket. "The lunch has been delivered. That old madman didn't force any peculiar potions upon you, did he?" Leip teased. "No, he was conducting experiments. I was cautious and made no noise," Gia replied proudly. "Such a pity you lack any magical aptitude," Leip sighed. "Otherwise, you might have reaped considerable benefits by becoming a test subject for that old lunatic." Gia's expression dimmed at Leip's words. Recalling the day, he witnessed others' notes change color while his own remained red, leaving him disheartened. Unfortunately, all those with magical talent here are girls. They surely could not withstand that madman. Leip continued to provoke the young lad. This time, even Han appeared somewhat glum. Talent, after all, varied in caliber, and assassins could never rival sorcerers. Leip chuckled inwardly, knowing he spoke thus to keep others away from the old man, for he had far too many tasks at hand and insufficient time. With newfound wealth, he had no need to exploit the old man's resources, thus rendering the duty of preparing his meals somewhat superfluous. Breakfast was manageable, as he intended to visit the old man to read, while dinner allowed for bonding and consultation over difficult matters. However, lunch was the least engaging, as the old man was often too engrossed in experiments to even be seen. Thus, he decided to delegate this chore to his subordinates. After all, lunch was procured from outside, requiring no culinary skills. They merely needed to unlock the door, place the food in the living room, and leave. Leip now worried about someone attempting to leverage their relationship with the old man to usurp his position. Gia, oblivious to Leip's concerns, earnestly stated, "Boss, did you not ask me to contact the fire brigade? I have arranged it. You may visit them at your convenience." Leip suddenly recalled, having been so preoccupied with the case of Bijou that he had forgotten this matter. His gaze shifted towards the wooden shelters that he remembered Han mentioning that this area had once served as a storage zone, ultimately abandoned due to accessibility issues. Those wooden structures were likely once warehouses. Leip approached one of the shelters, leaping up with a bound of over 2 feet, yet still falling short of the roof that he pushed off against a post with force, his body soaring at an angle before landing on an adjacent shelter. This maneuver was known as the chain jump, a technique for scaling walls. Standing atop the roof, he surveyed the scene below. Roofs lay in haphazard disarray, varying in height and orientation. The rooftops were coated in dust and debris, with moss thriving along the edges. The gaps between the roofs were irregular, some open and airy, others tightly packed. The map of the warehouse area Gia had procured from the fire brigade bore an uncanny resemblance to the site before him. Leip leaped again, this time employing the parallel jump, propelling himself 3 to 4 meters onto another shelter. Upon landing, however, his foot sank into the roof, which proved to be unstable. Reacting swiftly, he rolled, using his wrist to propel himself sideways by more than a meter. Just as the roof beneath him collapsed with a cacophony of sound, tiles crashing down. "Be careful. Are you all right?" Both Hand and Gia shouted from below. "I'm fine," Lape replied, a hint of embarrassment creeping in, as he had not anticipated such a misstep. The best course of action was to have others attempt the same, allowing them to grasp the difficulty involved. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. "Hand, gather everyone here. Have them bring slingshots and lime projectiles." Hand consented eagerly and departed. Approximately half an hour later, 8 carts charged towards them. Once they halted, a throng of individuals disembarked. All were clad in peculiar attire, entirely black from head to toe. Their trousers were loose for ease of movement, and their footwear bore leg bindings, somewhat resembling Lape's boots. The upper garments were even stranger, featuring hoods akin to capes, complete with masks. "How intriguing," Lape chuckled. Such garb was unnecessary for pickpockets, suggesting these individuals had once engaged in burglary. "Do you have more of those outfits?" "I would like one," Lape called out to Hand, who promptly retrieved another from the cart. After donning the attire, Lape stretched slightly, finding it quite comfortable. However, he retained 2 items, his superior boots and his gloves, which were part of his climbing gear. "All those who are light of build, come up here. Those who are heavier, remain below," Lape instructed loudly. The pickpockets sprang into action, though lacking Lape's finesse. Fortunately, ladders were available. "We shall play a game. You will be the police, and I will be the thief. Use your slingshots to shoot at me. Anyone who hits me will earn a reward of 10 baishao. Those who can strike me 5 times will have the opportunity for my personal guidance," Lape announced. "What if we injure you?" one pickpocket queried. "If using lime projectiles, I shall remain unscathed," Lape replied, producing a pair of glasses from his pocket. Thick Plano lenses that would withstand impact without shattering. Lape's summoning of the group was not a mere whim. He had long harbored such intentions. "How will we know who hit me?" another pickpocket asked. "Shortly. I will assist you in dyeing the lime projectiles." Lape had already devised a simple spell to accomplish this. Well within his current capabilities, preparations were swiftly completed, and the pickpockets dispersed, some clever individuals hiding in the shadows. Aiming to catch Lape off guard, N01 cared for the 10 baishao. There was no need to surrender stolen goods, for none among them lacked funds. They sought only Lape's guidance. The pickpockets were well aware of a simple truth. All else was illusory. Only their own abilities held true value. Hand was capable, thus earning the favor of both past and present leaders. Gia was sharp-witted, swiftly rising to a leadership position. The 2 girls with magical talents were also well-regarded, their current standings uncertain, but promising for the future. Even Wilson, who had once offended Lape, maintained a respectable position due to his arithmetic skills. The only one without merit was Mary, who was the subject of envy. "Let the games begin," Lape declared, vaulting onto the roof, that in an instant, 3 projectiles were hurled towards him. Unbeknownst to him, a small pickpocket lay in wait atop an adjacent shelter. Launching 3 projectiles at once to increase his chances of hitting the target, Lape was well prepared. With a deft twist of his wrist, the silver cane sword lightly tapped twice, causing 2 projectiles to shatter midair. He paid no mind to the remaining one as it glided past him, mere inches away. Just then, a cacophony of footsteps erupted from below, 5 or 6 individuals sprinting towards him, while a greater number converged on the adjacent wooden shed. These ruffians were all pickpockets, and it was inevitable that they would occasionally fumble, often fleeing like rabbits when pursued. With frequent encounters came experience. They had learned the art of evasion, as well as the tactics of blocking. Rapé felt an immense pressure building, and simultaneously, he silently rejoiced that he had not sought out Udinese immediately, for otherwise, he might not have known how he perished. Relying on his keen sense of hearing, Rapé darted toward the spot where the footsteps were sparse. Leaping onto the rooftop of the opposite shed, as he landed, he felt the surface beneath him give way. It seemed the roofs were not sturdy. Having learned from prior experience, Rapé reacted swiftly. He inhaled deeply, shifted his weight, and sprang onto a crossbeam, then propelled himself towards another rooftop with a deft flick of his toes. Suddenly, a series of light thuds sounded, and he felt impacts on his legs and backside. Some scoundrels had taken cover below. "Got him! Got him!" One young pickpocket exclaimed joyfully. Another, more astute, quickly pursued the direction in which Rapé had vanished. The air was filled with screams and shouts. Initially, the pickpockets appeared somewhat restrained, but gradually they loosened up, immersing themselves in the chaos of the game. Most of the pickpockets were between the ages of 12 and 15, the very age when mischief is most appealing. Not only the boys, but the girls too were quite wild, relishing the thrill of using slingshots. Previously, they had only aimed at birds, leaves, and occasionally someone's window. With the opportunity to aim at people now, their excitement knew no bounds. The atmosphere was electric. Those atop the rooftops, once hesitant, began to move, while those below climbed up as well. Both boys and girls dared to join in. A few unfortunate souls misstepped, causing the roofs to collapse beneath them, but thankfully, the structures were not high, and the falls were cushioned by the collapse itself, leaving them with minor injuries. Time passed unnoticed as Rapé, panting, shouted, "Let us take a break, everyone." Exhaustion weighed heavily on him. The relentless running and leaping from rooftop to rooftop had drained his energy. "Boss, is this all you've got? Are you still a man?" One girl teased provocatively. Her intent was clear. She sought to engage Rapé in conversation, hoping to forge a closer bond. Regrettably for her, Rapé remained unyielding, turning to hand and inquiring, "Is there anywhere nearby that sells roasted meat?" "No, but we could buy some beef or lamb, along with charcoal, and prepare it ourselves." Hand anticipated Rapé's thoughts. "That works too. I'll cover the expenses," Rapé replied nonchalantly, having previously lived a life of frugality due to financial constraints. He now reveled in the luxury of generosity. The pickpockets erupted in cheers, their fleeting fear of Rapé vanishing entirely. With food, fun, and the chance to learn skills, where else could they find such a magnificent leader? Hand quickly dispatched the chosen pickpockets to fetch the supplies. Rapé wandered alone amidst the quarry, contemplating the recent escapade. The considerable depletion of energy posed a dilemma. While he could rest now, would he have the luxury of pausing if he found himself in a perilous situation in the future? However, he understood precisely where his energy had been expended. Each leap he took involved 5 stages: powering up, taking off, landing, cushioning, and steadying. The first 2 phases were about acceleration, while the latter 3 focused on deceleration, leading to a net loss of energy that if only he could manage to accelerate without the need to decelerate. It was then that Rapé recalled Big Will's suggestion: acquire a cloak with lightweight properties. If he were light enough, he could glide through the air. He resolved to negotiate with Old Fool that evening to secure that cloak, considering it a deposit of sorts. Simultaneously, another idea struck him. One unrelated to magic, gliding. This was not a mere flight of fancy. The memory within his lucky coin bore a similar concept. With a few slender sticks and a piece of cloth, he could craft a pair of soft wings, which could be folded away when not in use and unfurled like bat wings when needed. He remembered 2 styles of soft wings from his recollections. One was quite large, measuring 7 or 8 feet when fully extended, allowing flight akin to that of a bird. The other was much smaller, affixed directly to the arms, suitable for short-distance gliding, and could also facilitate running, providing a safe means to jump from heights. Without delay, Rapé set about gathering the necessary materials. Finding slender sticks was not difficult in this long-abandoned area, overgrown with brush. Fabric was even easier to procure. He had several surplus garments made of sturdy canvas. As a prototype, it required no meticulous craftsmanship. He merely needed to tear 2 strips of cloth and tie them together. Chapter 9. Infiltrating the detective's home, Old Fool sat alone in the living room, rocking in his chair as he gazed at the dining table. Typically, at this hour, the table would be laden with delectable dishes, but today Rapé had yet to arrive. Suddenly, the sound of a key turning in the lock broke the silence. "Apologies. There were matters at the office today that delayed me. That I will prepare the meal immediately," Rapé announced as he entered, rushing into the kitchen before Old Fool could voice his complaints. As Rapé stoked the fire, he retrieved the ingredients he had prepared earlier. Dinner consisted of roasted lamb shoulder and Bohemian smoked chicken. He took out 2 glass jars containing the marinated ingredients, which had soaked for an entire day. ensuring the flavors had thoroughly permeated. As the lamb shoulder sizzled upon contact with the heated grill, it emitted a satisfying hiss. The marinated chicken was suspended at the smoke outlet, the rising heat turning the rotisserie, causing it to rotate slowly. While waiting for the grill to do its work, Rapé began to prepare the sauce and salad. He multitasked, occasionally glancing at the lamb shoulder, flipping it as necessary, all the while engaging in conversation. "Mr. Full, could you possibly lend me that light feather cloak?" "Why? Do you have a use for it?" Old Full's voice floated in from the living room. "Those insoles are indeed remarkable. Yet the energy expenditure is quite daunting. Even a brief run leaves me utterly exhausted," Rapé complained. Old Full did not respond immediately. He was not surprised by Lapé's lament. The insoles, like the strength-enhancing gloves, demanded additional stamina. While the gloves were designed for lifting, allowing for breaks in between, running was different. One could hardly pause to rest after sprinting a few streets. It was akin to walking at a leisurely pace. "Very well," Old Full acquiesced. "However, I cannot give you the gecko suit." "That's acceptable." Rapé replied without hesitation that he had grown indifferent to the gecko suit, which overlapped with his existing climbing gear, since he already possessed several climbing tools. His need for the gecko suit was not pressing. Besides climbing, the suit's other advantage lay in its ability to change colors, allowing the wearer to blend seamlessly with the surroundings. That Rapé could achieve this through alternative means. At that moment, a tantalizing aroma wafted from the kitchen, intensifying Old Full's hunger. Since Rapé had become his steward, his palate had grown accustomed to finer fare. Previously, he would have been content with a few pieces of bread before retreating to his experiments. But now he preferred to linger in the living room and wait idly. "Would you care for some salad in the meantime?" Rapé asked, emerging from the kitchen with a platter. The roasted meat and smoked chicken required time, and he knew Old Full was famished. "Yes, please." Old Full eagerly settled at the dining table. Rapé set down the platter and returned to the kitchen, wary of leaving the stove unattended for too long. "Your culinary skills are improving remarkably," Old Full praised from the living room. "I am experimenting with more complex cooking techniques. In the future, I may even open a restaurant," Rapé replied, somewhat insincerely. "You would make a splendid chef." Old Full took him seriously. "I have contacted the dark wizards. I hear they convene during the full moon and the new moon. I intend to attend. Could you offer me some advice?" Rapé inquired while tending to the lamb shoulder. "Dark wizards?" Old Full frowned. "You ought to exercise caution with them. They're quite likely to cast spells upon you covertly." "What should I do?" Rapé's greatest concern was indeed this. The dark wizards had a notorious reputation for good reason. Under normal circumstances, I would tell someone else that it is utterly impossible. Magic cannot be manipulated. It is a gradual process. Old Full spoke through a mouthful of salad, his words somewhat garbled. "So, I am an exception?" Rapé discerned the implication behind his words. "You need not worry. That coin will ensure your safety." Old Full cast a glance towards the kitchen, tinged with envy that he certainly would not disclose to Rapé that he had once cast a spell in secret, only to discover that surveillance, reconnaissance, and hypnosis had no effect on Rapé. He could not even manage to place a magical mark upon him. Old Full had heard of certain artifacts that could protect their bearers. Empathy dictates that if the old man continuously casts spells upon a young sorcerer, yet encounters repeated failures, he would undoubtedly feel a sense of dread. Until he unravels the true nature of his opponent, he would dare not take action. Hence, he remarked that Rapé need not worry at all. "The realm of dark magic is vast. Which specific type do you intend to specialize in?" the old man casually inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Rapé responded, "Curses." The old man was slightly taken aback and glanced toward the kitchen, perplexed as to why the lad would choose such a path. Among dark magicians, few are inclined to engage with curses. Curses are detrimental to others without benefiting oneself, and they are more prone to backlash than other forms of magic. "Why have you chosen it?" the old man couldn't help but ask. "I seek vengeance for a person who was slain by a top-tier assassin. This assassin possesses terrifying strength, able to cleave fireballs with his sword. Ordinary sorcerers are utterly ineffective against him. It is said that only curse casters can counter him." Rapé stated, this time speaking the truth. The old man pondered briefly and grasped the situation. His dedication to research didn't imply ignorance of worldly affairs. He had heard whispers of the assassination of the king's envoy, recalling that Rapé had first approached him the day after the assassination. The old man had an inkling. However, he misinterpreted the context, believing Rapé to be the illegitimate son of the king's envoy, seeking revenge for his father, and that the gold coin must be a treasured heirloom of their family. Indeed, curses are quite effective against such individuals, the old man conceded, and you need not master them to great depths, but you must excel in silent casting. Instant casting would be ideal. Rapé, listening from the kitchen, found the old man's advice aligned perfectly with the memories contained within the lucky gold coin, indicating that the old man indeed meant well. If you assist me in dealing with Udinese, I shall bestow upon you an item that will surely aid you, the old man hinted, further piquing Rapé's interest that Rapé was hooked. He had no choice, for the assassin weighed heavily upon his heart. A burden he must relieve. The following morning, Rapé completed his tasks early and, like the day before, took a carriage to the quarry in the northern outskirts. This time, however, the area was bustling with activity. Some were leveling the ground. Others were driving wooden stakes, and several large carts were unloading sand. After a while, Hand appeared, and upon spotting Rapé, he immediately bowed and said, "Boss, shall we practice today? Everyone is already waiting. With so many unrelated people around, how can we practice?" Rapé shot Hand a glare and waved his hand dismissively. "Send everyone back to their lairs. For the next few days, let them practice slingshots at home." Suddenly, an idea struck Rapé, and his expression turned fierce as he said, "Have them replace the lime balls with iron nails, ground flat at the tips, and attach a leather pouch, wrapping it with cotton and dusting it with some lime." "Isn't this too dangerous?" Hand understood Rapé's intention and hesitated to comply. Shooting the boss with such a contraption could lead to serious injury, or worse, fatality. "No worries. I will procure a light armor piece from Old Faller and pad the critical areas with iron plates. It should be fine." Rapé preferred to be over-prepared, as he was about to confront a powerful smuggler, who, regardless of the lack of skilled fighters around him, would undoubtedly possess crossbows and firearms that Rapé had to be ready to escape amidst a hail of bullets. Observing the bustling construction site, Rapé felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that his trip may have been in vain. What could he possibly do now? Suddenly, he recalled Old Faller's promise from the previous night. Rapé snapped his fingers at Gia, the recently promoted second-in-command thief, who rushed over, exuding the eagerness of a sycophant, unlike Hand's restraint. "I plan to go to the fire brigade in the warehouse district today. Arrange it for me," Rapé instructed. "At your service." "Boss," Gia responded eagerly, darting off toward the carriage. Knowing that Gia would need time to contact the firefighters, Rapé sought something to occupy his time. At that moment, he noticed individuals repairing the wooden sheds. "Have the 2 chicken coops been dismantled?" Rapé inquired. Hand quickly replied, "Yes, they have been torn down, and even the stones and soil beneath have been removed, all dumped into the stinking ditch to the north. Once this area is finished, I will have them fill the ditch." "Take me there," Rapé commanded. The ditch was a short distance from the quarry, and upon arrival, a buzzing sound reached his ears, with countless flies swarming like a dark cloud. The stench was indeed overwhelming. Rapé drew his sword staff, and with a flick, straightened both weapons. Suddenly, he lunged forward, his sword staff in his right hand, transforming into a shimmering silver glare. The cloud of flies was instantly dispersed, with many dead flies falling to the ground, each pierced by his blade. Rapé danced his hands with agility, the silver light twinkling like stars, weaving an impenetrable net that in the blink of an eye. The ground was strewn with dead flies. Rapé employed a technique known as thrusting, a more advanced form of consecutive stabbing. Unlike the latter, which involved a retracting motion of the sword and the power of the forearm and wrist, thrusting relied on the rapid flick of the wrist, allowing the sword tip to change direction swiftly, requiring less motion and resulting in greater speed but lesser lethality, suitable only for dispatching flies. Yesterday, Rapé had conceived this training method upon witnessing the flies swarming the chicken coops. Flies were much smaller than mailboxes, and being alive, they were quick and numerous, presenting an endless target. Despite the plethora of flies he had dispatched, many more escaped his grasp. After a short while, he had to retreat. flailing his arms to shoo away the remaining flies. Observing the speckled marks on his body, Rapé felt repulsed. Fortunately, he had donned a thief's outfit, which had no seams for the flies to penetrate. And even his eyes were shielded by lenses, otherwise he would have been intolerably discomfort. Taking a deep breath, Rapé plunged back into the swarm of flies. More than an hour passed before Gia finally returned in the carriage. Upon seeing Rapé, he noted the ground was now layered with a thick coating of dead flies, and the once dense cloud above the stinking ditch had thinned considerably, enduring the foul odors emanating from the ditch. Gia called out from a distance, "Boss, I'm back. I've made contact. You can head over now." The silver light retracted in an instant, and a dark shadow burst forth from the chaos of flies. "Well done." Rapé praised Gia while retrieving a vial. Spraying it over his head, body, hands, feet, and the two swords tafts that in an instant, Rapé was enveloped in foam. Initially small, the bubbles gradually coalesced into larger masses, deepening in color and collecting all manner of grime. Within moments, Rapé was spotless. Magic is truly wondrous. How incredible! Hand and Gia murmured to themselves, their eyes brimming with envy. "Let us go." Rapé beckoned to Gia. Gia promptly dashed to the carriage, shoving the driver aside and taking his seat. The warehouse district lay to the south, while the quarry was to the north, perfectly bisecting the entirety of Talent. As they entered the warehouse district, Rapé immediately sensed the chaos. People were bustling in and out, most clad in overalls, pushing handcarts, presumably dock workers. Some individuals stood by, observing. Some were cargo owners, but many bore brutish visages and menacing expressions. They occasionally cast glances at the carriage, evidently intrigued by the sight of Gia, a mere child at the reins. However, the ominous dark carriage and the copper plaque affixed to its rear dissuaded them. It was a police carriage. The fire brigade was situated on the outskirts of the dock area, its bright red gates conspicuously visible from afar. Gia, evidently well acquainted with the firefighters, waved at the gate, which opened, allowing the carriage to proceed inside. "Boss, the fire tower is just behind. There's no one here, so you can go right up," Gia said, pulling open the carriage door. "You certainly know how to get things done." Rapé expressed his satisfaction. Alighting from the carriage, Rapé surveyed his surroundings, compared to the post office. The fire brigade's building was far more modest, consisting of only 3 stories. The ground floor was entirely open, housing several fire wagons, and a hole in the ceiling accommodated a pole for firefighters to descend swiftly. The first and second floors were evidently dormitories, while the third floor likely housed offices and storage rooms. Rapé glanced at the small courtyard behind. The yard was indeed minuscule, measuring merely 5 or 6 meters in length and less than 3 meters in width. Yet it was dominated by an iron tower. The entire space was nearly consumed by the tower's base, which stood over 30 meters tall, topped with a small metal room serving as a lookout. Providing a vantage point over the entire warehouse district, Rapé ascended the spiral staircase. The higher he climbed, the colder it became. Now deep into autumn, with Talon's proximity to the sea, the coastal air carried a heavy moisture that chilled to the bone. Rapé finally understood why no one was stationed at the tower's peak. The lookout duty was undoubtedly a thankless task. Reaching the top, Rapé discovered that the metal room was quite small, barely accommodating 3 individuals. The room was surrounded by a ring of windows, all fitted with glass, yet it remained frigid inside, akin to stepping into an ice cellar. A thick cotton coat hung on the hook by the door, evidently prepared for the lookout, but Leip had not touched it. Due to the influence of magical sources, his physique was robust, rendering him less susceptible to the cold than most. Leip retrieved a map from his pocket, followed by a pair of binoculars, and leaned out of the window to observe. From such a height, all he could see were rooftops. Coincidentally, he had been darting about on the rooftops just the day before. So while others perceived the monotonous scenery, he discerned its hidden intricacies. The rooftops may appear similar, yet they were far from identical. Some warehouses, aged and neglected, had tiles that were shattered, exposing the wooden framework beneath, which could collapse at the slightest weight. Conversely, other warehouses had been renovated, their tiles arranged more neatly. The tiles varied in type. The majority were terracotta, with some being slate, and the least common were wooden boards soaked in tung oil. Leip meticulously marked all these observations on the map, simultaneously noting the approximate heights of each warehouse. This information was of utmost importance to him, that a significant disparity in rooftop heights could prevent him from making a successful leap. The difference between sloped and dome roofs was also considerable. One could only traverse the ridge of a sloped roof, while a dome allowed for more freedom of movement. The slope itself varied in steepness, the steeper the incline. The more caution was required that in the central area of the warehouse district stood a seemingly ordinary warehouse, its exterior worn and dilapidated, with an interior that was dark and cramped. Near the entrance, a wooden frame supported two rooms that appeared to be quarters for the warehouse's caretaker. Little did anyone suspect that the interiors of those two rooms were lavishly appointed to Hoff's room was already quite impressive. But it paled in comparison to this place. The lower room was clearly a sitting area, entirely in the Rococo style, adorned with exquisite sculptures, and crowned with a ceiling painting titled The Fairy in the Forest. The walls were festooned with oil paintings, which, unlike the works of second-rate artists found in Hoff's room, were masterpieces. Within the room, a throng of individuals gathered, seemingly engaged in deliberation. Suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in a red robe, standing by the window, spoke in a low voice. "Boss, it seems someone is watching us." The individual referred to as Boss was a diminutive man in his 40s, no taller than 150 centimeters, that he possessed a large head, high cheekbones, yet his eyes were small, and a tuft of goatee adorned his chin. His attire was meticulously chosen, but the roughness of his face and hands revealed the harshness of his life, marked by the elements. This short man was Udinese, the foremost smuggler in Talon, and this warehouse served as his stronghold. The seemingly inconspicuous goods piled within held a value sufficient to purchase the entire warehouse district. "It's probably just Wackley's men. That fellow is perpetually restless." Udinese rose and approached the window. A pair of binoculars had already been handed to him by a companion. Taking the binoculars, Udinese directed his gaze towards the fire brigade's lookout tower, realizing that he was not the only clever individual seeking to monitor him. The lookout tower provided an optimal vantage point. "He appears quite young," Udinese remarked upon spotting Leip. He turned and commanded, "Quickly, send someone to investigate. I want to know who is up there." A bespectacled individual who resembled an accountant acknowledged the order before stepping outside. The warehouse district was Udinese's territory, and countless individuals worked for him. His eyes and ears were everywhere, including within the fire brigade. Thus, it was not long before the informant returned. "Boss, something feels amiss. The lad above remains unidentified, but there is another young fellow below. He seems to be one of Hoff's subordinates. Hoff is nicknamed Ribs, originally a pickpocket who later became a kingpin, now overseeing dozens of small-time thieves. Even petty thieves dare to encroach upon us. What a world!" Udinese shook his head in self-deprecation. The bespectacled man added hastily, "Boss, those two youngsters are traveling in a police carriage." A sudden silence enveloped the room as all activities came to a halt. Those engaged in such enterprises tended to be wary of the police. "We haven't crossed paths with the police. So, why would they trouble us?" Udinese felt a headache coming on. While he was not afraid of law enforcement, he certainly did not wish to make them his adversaries. He pondered whether the police sought to undermine him, or if that man named Hoff had grown emboldened, leveraging the police's influence to create difficulties for him. "What about the head of the thieves? I wish to meet him." Udinese displayed no interest in idle speculation. He preferred to confront matters directly. "I'll find a way to convey your intentions," the bespectacled man replied promptly. Udinese, dissatisfied, thundered, "Is it necessary to be so roundabout? Go directly to him." "Yes, I shall do so at once." The bespectacled man darted out the door. This time, the wait was considerably longer. After more than 2 hours, Leip had already descended from the lookout tower when the bespectacled man returned to the sitting room, his face awash with panic. "Boss, this situation is rather complex." "Complex?" Udinese scratched his head, dreadfully apprehensive. For a smuggler, complexity often signified trouble. Hoff has been dead for over 10 days, and no one is willing to disclose who the new boss is. That a few police officers are privy to the information. But despite any conditions I propose, they remain tight-lipped, seemingly wary of this new leader. Those thieves are no longer prowling the streets. They have purchased the abandoned quarry in the northern suburbs. I visited the site. It is undergoing renovations, seemingly to be transformed into a shooting range. That I've also heard that the 7th Police Department just dispatched a batch of weapons, at least 100 or 200 rifles and handguns, along with longbows, short bows, and crossbows. They are even sending several officers to serve as instructors. That I discreetly visited their lair and discovered they were training, and their practices bore no resemblance to police methods. I have never seen officers wield swords or utilize throwing weapons. The bespectacled man divulged all he had uncovered during his 2-hour investigation, showcasing his exceptional abilities. "Are you out of your mind?" Udinese exclaimed, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. 100 or 200 rifles and bows, along with throwing weapons and swords. They are assembling an army. A rotund individual muttered to himself, and after a moment, his eyes widened in realization. Could this be related to the previous assassination? Udinese shuddered. Following the assassination, they had harbored concerns about potential repercussions. Thus, upon hearing the rotund man's words, he became alert, demanding, "When did Hoff die?" The bespectacled man pondered for a moment before understanding dawned on him. It seems to have been the 4th day after the assassination. First Hoff, then us. Could it be? The rotund man pressed his forehead, his thoughts swirling. Dealing with Hoff was one matter, relatively straightforward, but if they were next in line, that was unacceptable to the very least. They should first eliminate the smaller gangs before turning their attention to them. This does not appear to bear the hallmarks of the police. Udinese also felt a headache coming on, albeit for different reasons. Recruiting thieves. This does not seem to align with the methods of those bureaucrats. The bespectacled man was equally troubled, having contemplated the matter on his way back. "Did you witness them practicing with swords?" The mysterious figure in the red robe whispered from the window, then added, "Mimic their movements for me." The bespectacled man complied, stepping to the center of the room, raising his right hand in a sword-holding gesture, that he proceeded to perform a series of thrusts, followed by evasive maneuvers and defensive stances. Finally, he traced an arc with his right hand, mimicking the action of sheathing a sword. "The royal court's secret sword technique, just as I suspected," the red-robed figure murmured. "Secret sword technique? Are you suggesting a secret police?" The rotund man, evidently well-versed, immediately grasped the implication of the red-robed figure's words. "Secret police?" The others in the room gasped in unison. They might dismiss the regular police, but facing the secret police left them feeling vulnerable. Though few in number, the secret police were comprised of many skilled individuals, and more critically, they represented the king. This spells trouble. Do they believe we orchestrated the assassination? Udinese tugged at his hair in frustration, already sparse, inadvertently pulling out several strands. "Not necessarily. They likely wish to compel us to take certain actions," the red-robed figure suggested. "That is a possibility," the rotund man concurred. Udinese fell into deep thought, and after a moment, he turned to the red-robed figure. "Find out who the new leader of the thieves is. I wish to meet him. Do you wish to return home or visit Mr. Fowler?" Giga cautiously inquired as they left the warehouse district. "Take me to 357 Weston Street. Then make a trip to Old Man Fowler's place. Before you go, stop by a restaurant and purchase a turkey, a roasted salmon, and some vegetables," Lape instructed. "Understood," Giga replied. Inside the carriage, Lape swiftly changed into a postman's uniform. His satchel contained a package addressed to 358 Weston Street, the residence next door to Detective Marvin. This package was not forged by Lape, but was one he had managed to intercept. Although Weston Street lies outside the jurisdiction of the 7th Post Office, it poses no challenge for Lape to seize a parcel. The Postal Administration is notoriously lax. As long as one dons the postal uniform, one can come and go without attracting notice. Typically, parcels arrive around 9 in the morning, carelessly left in the hall. A time when the hall is utterly deserted, as all the postmen are out delivering mail. This particular parcel had been received 3 days prior and had since been concealed in Lape's home. The carriage soon arrived at Weston Street, and upon catching sight of the familiar house from a distance, Lape instructed the driver to stop that he dismissed Gia and made his way directly to number 358. Just as before, after ringing the doorbell, the maid hurried out to answer the door. However, this time, she did not linger to scrutinize him, but immediately retreated to the kitchen. That it was nearly 5 o'clock. And every household was engaged in dinner preparations, so the maid had been preoccupied in the kitchen. Leip had intentionally chosen this moment to arrive. The lady of the house was also in the kitchen. She took the parcel and ascended the stairs with the signature slip in hand. Seizing the opportunity while the lady was absent, Leip strolled into the kitchen, feigning delight as he remarked, "What a delightful aroma! Your culinary skills are impressive." The maid, evidently flattered, lifted her chin and replied, "Of course. With my talents, I could run a restaurant." "Be careful, that pot up there is about to fall," Leip warned, pointing at a pot precariously perched on the top shelf. Indeed, it appeared to be teetering. The maid glanced up, unconcerned, and replied, "It's nothing." Little did she know that in that fleeting moment, Leip had discreetly sprinkled a pinch of powdered sedative into the soup. This was a sleep powder concocted by Old Faller, known not for inducing drowsiness but for its remarkable efficacy in promoting deep, dreamless sleep, ensuring one would awaken feeling exceptionally refreshed. Although it was a good drug, in the wrong hands it could become a tool for crime. Having completed this act, Leip engaged the maid in idle chatter for a while, gauging that the time was right before retreating from the kitchen, just as he heard the lady descending the stairs. Leaving number 358, Leip crossed the street and slipped into a nearby alley where a lookout he had stationed to monitor Inspector Marvin's house awaited him. "Have you been keeping an eye on that house as instructed?" Leip inquired. The lookout, visibly nervous, replied, "The man returns home at 7. The study light comes on at 8 and remains lit until 10, after which he retires for the night. His study is on the left side of the 3rd floor, while his bedroom is on the right. The 2nd floor contains the rooms of his 2 children, with his wife's room on the right, and the ground floor consists of the living room and the maid's quarters. Besides his wife and 2 children, there's also a butler and a cook, with the butler staying up late while the others retire early. They also have a dog that follows him to work during the day and patrols the house at night." "A dog?" Leip frowned. For someone seeking to stealthily enter another's home, a dog is the most undesirable obstacle. Fortunately, there are numerous methods to deal with dogs. "In a moment, I will need to enter. Keep watch for me," Leip instructed. "Rest assured, boss," the lookout assured, thumping his chest. He had been in this line of work for some time. Not only could he keep watch, but he could also scale walls if necessary. Leip smiled, exiting the alley and standing in front of Inspector Martin's door for a moment. Unnoticed, some powder trickled from Leip's trouser leg, swiftly dispersing in the wind, some wafting onto the street while others blew into the garden. After a brief pause to ensure every corner of the yard was coated in powder, Leip returned to the alley, where he would now wait. Time passed slowly. First, a carriage halted at the entrance of number 358, and a stout man clad in a checkered overcoat and a bowler hat disembarked before entering the house, causing the lights to flicker on within. An hour later, another carriage stopped at number 357, from which emerged a lean, sharply featured middle-aged man with sunken eyes and an intense gaze. Following closely behind him was a large, glossy black dog, its coat short and dense. This dog possessed a long, muscular physique, its shoulders and thighs taut with strength, exuding raw power, and its broad, short snout gave it a somewhat fearsome appearance upon disembarking from the carriage. The dog began to sniff around, suddenly sneezing and then growling lowly. "Quiet down, what's wrong with you?" Inspector Marvan scolded, his expression stern as he produced a key to unlock the door. "Master, you're back." The elderly butler had already reached the entrance. Taking hold of the dog's leash, the dog barked sharply, startling the butler, who was not alone in his fright. The lady of the house was equally taken aback that Mrs. Marvan appeared quite youthful. Seemingly in her 30s, while not conventionally beautiful, her high forehead and pronounced cheekbones gave her an air of reassuring competence. "Darling, may I discuss something with you? Could we keep Robin in the yard tonight?" she asked softly. "Don't you find it too chilly outside?" Marvan, reluctant to dampen his wife's spirits, replied, "I worry about the children. They are still so small," Mrs. Marvan implored, her eyes brimming with concern. After a moment's hesitation, Marvan conceded, "Very well, I shall lock him in the study tonight. That should ease your mind, as it will be warmer inside." "All right, if you insist," Mrs. Marvan acquiesced, well aware that her husband had already made a concession, necessitating her own compromise. "Perhaps it's due to the sea breeze. I assure you. If it remains like this next week, I will take him to the vet." Marvan found himself yielding once more. Mrs. Marvan sighed softly, dropping the subject of the dog. "Dinner is ready. I shall call the children down. I apologize. Marrying a policeman is indeed a challenging endeavor," Marvan remarked, planting a kiss on his wife's cheek. Just as this affectionate exchange unfolded, the door next door creaked silently open, and Leip stealthily slipped inside. Earlier, when delivering the parcel, Leip had tampered with the lock. This door was equipped with a bolt, and once secured from the inside, it could not be opened with a mere wired AT that moment. Leip still adorned the guise of a postman, so although passers-by witnessed him entering, none paid him any mind. It was merely 7 o'clock, and the inhabitants of the house had yet to retire for the night. However, Leip felt no trepidation. He quickly concealed himself in a small storage room beneath the staircase, a place he had discovered during his first visit. Leip opened his postman's satchel, extracting a thief's outfit, which he swiftly donned, stowing his discarded uniform back into the satchel. Sounds of clattering emanated from the kitchen, presumably the maid washing dishes, while footsteps echoed from the second floor. Leip remained patient, his composure steadfast, as a series of footsteps emerged from the kitchen, traversing the hallway before the sound of a door opening and closing signified the maid returning to her quarters for rest. More than half an hour passed before voices on the upper floor exchanged goodnights, followed by the sounds of footsteps, opening and closing doors. Leip emerged quietly from the storage room, carefully shutting the door behind him before stealthily ascending the stairs. His footfalls were deliberate yet silent, cushioned by a soft cotton pad beneath his feet, reminiscent of a cat's paw. The house, aged and creaky, would typically groan underfoot, yet Leip's cloak, light and soft as gossamer, allowed him to traverse the stairs without a sound, dispersing his weight and preventing any creaks from betraying his presence. This was the advantage of being well-equipped. Leip swiftly ascended to the third floor, listening intently. Both rooms were filled with the sounds of deep slumber. The effects of the powder concocted by Old Faller were evidently potent, as the occupants succumbed to sleep the moment their heads hit the pillows. Leip pushed open the door, entering a room adjacent to Inspector Marvin's. The stout man lay sprawled on the bed, his snores echoing loudly. Leip opened a French window and stepped onto the balcony. The window next door was shut, with the light already aglow. At that moment, Inspector Marvan was in his study. Suddenly, a furious bark erupted from the study. "Robin, quiet! Robin, settle down!" Inspector Marvan reprimanded, his voice raised. "Oh, must you be so loud? How can anyone sleep?" Leip shifted into a theatrical persona, mimicking the voice of the man in bed. This was the very reason Leip had entered so early, while hiding in the storage room. He had practiced imitating the stout man's speech that in a hurried attempt. Leip could not replicate it perfectly, but a woken individual would certainly sound somewhat different when irate, so he was not overly concerned about being exposed. "Robin, I'm sorry, but you're disturbing everyone," Inspector Marvan said, rising to fetch a harness from the wall to place upon his beloved dog, a device ensuring the dog would not bite while also keeping it from barking excessively. The night had grown quite dark, yet the light in the study remained illuminated as Inspector Marvan settled at his desk, where an envelope lay, containing various disheveled papers. He sat in silence, brow furrowed, pipe in mouth, motionless, save for the occasional flicker of the pipe's glow and the soft embers that would sporadically ignite. After a brief moment, Inspector Marvan scribbled several names on a piece of paper, only to later strike a few out and add new ones. Unbeknownst to him, a bloodied specter had materialized behind him. Bigwell was only able to emerge at night, and he could not stray too far from the lucky coin, which was initially a limitation but had now become a fortuitous circumstance, as that very coin lay upon the windowsill of Inspector Marvin's study. Aside from Leip, no one could perceive Bigwell, not even Fuller. Thus, allowing this fellow to sneak a glance was the simplest and least error-prone method. As the night deepened and the outside world grew quieter, Leip found himself with nothing to occupy his time. So he gazed up at the sky, observing the waning crescent moon. Leip recalled the gathering of dark sorcerers, which was scheduled for the following day, wondering what revelations it might yield. That, of course, he had not forgotten the old man's warning. Dark sorcerers were not benign souls, and anything could transpire. Suddenly, a nail appeared in Leip's hand. This was no ordinary nail. Its end was not flat but shaped like a cross, reminiscent of an arrow's fletching that IT had been custom-ordered from the ironworks at the port by hand. Costing slightly more than a regular nail, but saving a considerable amount of trouble. Archers, crossbowmen, and gunmen had always posed a threat to sorcerers, and it seemed Lape could only rely upon this implement. Perhaps he ought to procure a firearm for self-defense. A.S. Lape pondered his preparations. A sound of a chair being moved drifted from the adjacent study. Inspector Marvin rose from his seat, organizing files and returning items to his satchel, while instructing his dog, Robin. "Behave tonight. Do not make a mess of the study, or tomorrow you'll find yourself tethered in the yard with the pipe placed upon the hearth." The inspector then exited the study and returned to his bedroom, changing into his pajamas before slipping beneath the covers. Once Inspector Marvin departed, Big Wolf floated forth. "What did you observe? Any leads?" Lape inquired. "There are several suspects, but alas, I can only see the documents he has opened," Big Wolf lamented. "Are you implying that I must take a risk?" Lape rolled his eyes. "Assist a person to the end." Big Wolf gestured pleadingly. "I can make some adjustments on the roof, allowing you to visit here nightly. Over time, you shall surely uncover more clues." Lape was reluctant to take risks. What if the trail goes cold? Those suspects could easily be silenced or find excuses to depart. It has already been more than 10 days. We cannot afford to squander any more time. Big Wolf appeared somewhat frantic. Very well, Lape conceded, feeling cornered. Since he had come this far, he might as well indulge this fellow's wish. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Lape surmised that Inspector Marvin had fallen asleep, so he cautiously climbed onto the opposite windowsill and extended a wire through the gap in the window. Suddenly, the curtain was drawn aside, revealing a large dog perched on the windowsill, glaring at Lape through the glass. With a flick of his wrist, a wand materialized in Lape's hand. However, he refrained from casting any spells, instead rhythmically swinging the wand like a pendulum. The large dog fixated on the wand, its eyes darting back and forth, gradually becoming entranced. "That's quite a trick," Big Wolf remarked with admiration. "I was thoroughly prepared," Lape replied, brimming with pride. Unbeknownst to Lape, Inspector Marvin owned a dog, though he had considered this possibility. Thus, the powder he scattered on the street was a hallucinogen, designed to excite the dog while simultaneously making it susceptible to hypnosis. This hallucinogen's effects lasted merely 12 hours, ensuring no trace would remain and that Inspector Marvin would harbor no suspicions. Seeing the large dog subdued, Lape retracted his wand and continued to maneuver the wire through the window gap. Gently pulling the latch, which emitted a soft click as it disengaged, he then climbed through the window, briskly approaching the desk, where he retrieved the file bag, untied the cord binding it, and emptied its contents onto the floor. In the adjacent room, Inspector Marvin, who had been asleep, suddenly opened his eyes that he was a light sleeper, easily stirred by the faintest noise. The earlier click, which would have gone unnoticed by others, was jarring to him. Half-sitting, he roused himself and quietly descended from the bed, reaching for a long sword from the weapon rack mounted on the wall. The inspector opted for the sword over a firearm, believing it more useful for close-quarters combat. He gently opened his bedroom door and stealthily made his way to the study door, where he abruptly swung it open. Inside the study, only Robin was pacing back and forth. "No one. Am I merely being paranoid?" Inspector Marvin approached the window, inspecting the curtains, which were in order, and then glanced at the latch, which was also secure. Just then, he noticed Robin slipping outside. "Oh, you disobedient dog. Sleep in the garden tomorrow." Marvin shook his head, compelled to chase after his dog. Unbeknownst to him, a peculiar section of the wall in a corner of the room shifted as he departed. A piece that resembled wallpaper was pulled aside, revealing Lape concealed behind it. "Thank goodness for your vigilance." Lape turned to Big Will and remarked. Earlier, Big Will had been nearby, standing at the foot of the inspector's bed. Upon the inspector's awakening, he had sounded the alarm that it was too late for Lape to escape, but covering his tracks and hiding was a simple endeavor. Moments later, footsteps echoed through the corridor as the inspector returned with his dog, tethering the creature before the fireplace in the study and then approaching the desk, still feeling a sense of paranoia. He picked up the file bag, inspected it, and untied the cord to rummage through its contents, confirming that nothing was amiss before allowing himself to relax and returning to his bedroom, slipping back under the covers. "I shan't be getting any sleep tonight," Lape muttered. Now nearing midnight, that IT would take at least half an hour for Marvin to fall into a deep slumber, and by the time he examined the data, it would likely be 1 o'clock. Why not just head directly to old Fuller's place? You could at least catch 3 hours of sleep, and I'll wake you, Bigwell casually suggested, entirely unconcerned. Chapter 10. The gathering of dark sorcerers. A thick fog enveloped the surroundings, obscuring visibility and accompanied by a damp, cold sea breeze that rendered the atmosphere rather uncomfortable. Lape yawned as he hurried toward Fuller's residence. The AT this time, the night was at its darkest, and in the small town of Terran, gas lamps were non-existent. Fortunately, Lape possessed a unique sense that allowed him to discern walls from pathways, and with his familiarity with Terran, he could navigate even with his eyes closed. That Anthony Plamio is exceedingly suspicious, Bigwell remarked as he floated alongside. There are certainly many more questionable individuals. He is merely the editor of a magazine. What grievances could you possibly have with him? Lape was not intentionally opposing Bigwell. He simply disliked baseless conjecture that if Bigwell required Lape to validate every one of his suspicions, he would be left with no other tasks. Anthony Plamio is the editor of the Business Monthly, one of the newspapers and magazines I intend to monitor. Furthermore, he is a member of the Benny faction, which is currently causing trouble everywhere. Bigwell shifted the conversation toward politics. Very well. Even if the Benny faction wishes to eliminate you, it may not necessarily be at his behest. There are several other suspects within that faction, Lape replied, reluctant to dwell on the topic further. A month prior to my arrival, that fellow left Terran for a duration of 20 days. Bigwell articulated his suspicions. This time, Lape did not counter, reflecting momentarily before stating, "All right, I will assign a few individuals to observe him." Bigwell ceased speaking, having gleaned what he needed. Lape finally arrived at Fuller's abode, unlocking the door and hastening into the living room, where he collapsed onto a sofa that he turned to Big Will and declared, "Do not forget to awaken me promptly at 4. Rest assured, Bigwell replied nonchalantly. Lape clasped the lucky coin in his palm and promptly fell asleep. At that moment, Lape entered a dreamscape. Surrounding him was an expansive plain, filled with countless moving targets, some swift, some slow, some spinning, and others vanishing in an instant. Various concealed weapons materialized in Lape's hands, throwing knives, darts, shurikens, and the nails he frequently employed. While not particularly powerful, they were easily wielded and remarkably effective against ordinary individuals, suitable for chaotic skirmishes without fear of being overwhelmed. Lape was now mastering the advanced application of concealed weapons, launching them with the utmost speed. Without aiming, he relied solely on instinct to scatter the projectiles that he practiced shooting while sprinting, simultaneously firing while leaping and rolling. Lape repeated these exercises, transforming them swiftly into his instinctive reflexes. Unbeknownst to him, the object in Lape's hand had transformed into a pair of short firearms. The classification of these guns is somewhat peculiar. They could be likened to bows or crossbows. Yet their effective range is a mere 30 to 50 feet, hardly distinguishable from concealed weapons in the realm of dreams. These firearms do not require reloading. Merely pulling the trigger suffices in comparison. The usage of such guns is rather straightforward, given that their invention is relatively recent and the loading process cumbersome, leaving little room for fancy maneuvers. Its sole advantage lies in its formidable power. One target after another was shattered. Regardless of how swiftly they moved, they could not outpace the bullets. The experience of wielding a firearm was undeniably exhilarating. It demanded no strength, no finesse, merely the act of pulling the trigger. Lape gradually discerned that the essence of mastering firearms lay in precision, perhaps accompanied by a touch of anticipation. What vexed Lape was the realization that to truly excel with firearms, one required a long gun. And it must be one equipped with a rifle barrel. Such a weapon could strike targets 400 feet away, a distance that far surpassed that of bows, crossbows, and most forms of magic. Suddenly, all the targets vanished, and a figure appeared 100 feet away. Clad in a robe and wielding a wand, the individual embodied the archetype of a magician. Lape sprang into action. His hands moved in rapid succession, launching 2 throwing knives for darts, 6 shurikens, and over 20 iron nails in an instant. He then raised his arms. In his left hand was a crossbow, and in his right, a firearm that he pulled the trigger simultaneously. First came the twang of the bowstring, followed by the swift release of the bolt. quickly succeeded by a flash of fire and a cloud of smoke, culminating in a thunderous roar as the bullet erupted from the chamber. The throwing knives danced around the magician's form, caught in a whirlwind. Following the knives, the crossbow's bolts were released, their speed surpassing that of the darts, shurikens, and nails. The gusts of wind caused the bolts to waver slightly, straying from their original path. Yet their force remained steadfast as they continued to soar forward. Suddenly, the bolts were intercepted a few feet before the magician. The air shimmered with countless minute particles, coalescing to form a barrier that halted the bolts in their tracks. The darts, shurikens, and nails were swept into the tempest, similarly diverted. Finally, the bullet, entirely unfazed by the winds, pressed on. Once more, the particles gathered, forming a barrier before the bullet. However, this time it proved ineffectual, and the bullet surged forward. Growing in size, it struck the magician squarely in the chest. Abruptly, a whirlwind of sensations engulfed Lape as he jolted awake from the dream. He turned to glance outside. Indeed, the dawn light was beginning to brighten the sky. "I need to rest," he murmured as Big Will's form gradually faded. Rising from the sofa, Lape's mind remained preoccupied with the scene he had just witnessed. Concealed weapons are the bane of unprepared magicians. However, that only applies to those caught off guard if the opponent is forewarned. Conventional concealed weapons are of little use. Only firearms possess the capacity to breach their defenses. Lape resolved to procure a firearm, that he hurried into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Old Foal, simultaneously tending to his own hunger. After placing the meal on the table in the living room, he called upstairs, "Breakfast is ready. Don't forget to drink all the milk. It's good for your health." Over the course of their time together, Lape had grown quite familiar with the old man, shedding the earlier pretense, and his motives had become less utilitarian. From upstairs came a series of grunts, indicating that the old man was still asleep. Exiting Foal's home, Lape waved to the opposite side of the street. Hand immediately approached, having been informed by Lape the previous day. "I need you to keep an eye on a fellow named Anthony Premio. He is the editor of the Business Monthly. I want to know his every move, where he goes, and whom he meets. That IT would be best to deploy several individuals, ensuring someone is on watch at night, as he may very well slip away under the cover of darkness." Lape instructed. "Why not simply capture him and interrogate him brutally? Surely we could extract valuable information from him." Hand had grown considerably ruthless. "That won't do. He isn't from the Wilson family, that he is an operative of the Benny faction, with significant connections. Besides, if he is the one who hired the assassin, provoking him may lead to trouble for us." Lape regarded Hand sternly. The mention of the assassin rendered Hand silent. In recent days, Lape had progressed significantly. And so had Hand, whose talent was undeniably exceptional. Without Lape's lucky coin, he would hardly stand a chance. However, as he advanced rapidly, Hand increasingly grasped the terror the assassin embodied. What if he discovers we are surveilling him? Hand worried about the potential fallout. Lape contemplated the matter. This was a valid concern. After all, that gang of pickpockets had no prior experience in surveillance. Previously, when he had tasked a small pickpocket with monitoring Inspector Marvin's residence, the lad had brazenly stood in the middle of the street until Lape scolded him into retreating to a narrow alley. "Recruit some people, just as you approached me before. Seek out informants in close proximity to Anthony Premio. The Business Monthly likely employs child labor, so scout within that environment. Additionally, locate a few more informants near his residence and investigate if there are any rental properties nearby that we could lease for our people to inhabit." Lape proposed several strategies in quick succession. "That sounds excellent," Hand exclaimed. Elated, if this plan were executed, the pressure on him would be significantly alleviated. With eyes on him at work and at home, tailing him during his travels would be their forte, and he had no worries about his subordinates being detected. Lape continued, "Also, please find a property near Inspector Marvin's home. It shouldn't be too far, preferably within 30 feet. Although a suspect had emerged, Lape was not yet convinced that Anthony Premio was connected to the assassination attempt. Thus, he still required Marvin as a source of information. One risky venture like yesterday's was sufficient. The ideal plan would be to throw the lucky coin onto Marvin's rooftop, allowing Big Will to keep watch. Lape had previously tested the coin's range, discovering it could stray roughly 50 feet from him. Beyond that distance, it would automatically return to him. This characteristic, once a source of frustration, had now become a convenience of considerable value. If he could secure a rental property, he could simply pass by Martin's house each evening, tossing the coin onto the roof, then retreating indoors for a peaceful slumber that as was customary. Lape dispatched the last letter, then stepped to the roadside and boarded the carriage prepared for him. Upon entering, he shed his postman's uniform in favor of more refined attire. To 127 Silva Street, Lape instructed the driver. Silva Street is renowned as a bustling commercial hub in Tallinn. Lined with shops and thronged with pedestrians, the thoroughfare bustled with carriages, causing their pace to slow considerably. Lape leaned against the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The shop fronts dazzled with an array of goods, while the passers-by were mostly well-dressed and exuded an air of sophistication. All of this was previously inconsequential to Lape. Despite inhabiting the same city, he felt as though he belonged to two disparate worlds. Uncertain of which world he truly inhabited, he sensed a tenuous connection to both, yet felt inadequate in either. Before long, the carriage came to a halt. The establishment Lape sought was Tallinn's most prestigious armory. Standing at the entrance, he beheld two exquisite suits of armor and several gleaming longswords displayed in the window. Upon entering, however, the interior seemed somewhat dim and cramped in comparison to the window's allure. The walls were adorned with a variety of weapons, ranging from daggers to firearms, devoid of the customary display counters found in other shops. Instead, a row of sofas lined the space that moment. 3 individuals occupied the sofas. One was admiring a long sword while the other 2 engaged in animated discussion, appearing quite knowledgeable that a manager, all smiles, stood nearby. Upon noticing Lape's entrance, the manager quickly apologized to the swordsman and approached Lape, inquiring, "What can I assist you with today?" "I seek a short firearm for self-defense, which I might also use for hunting," Lape conveyed, adhering to Big Will's suggestion. The primary distinction between a self-defense short firearm and a standard one is not merely size, but caliber. Self-defense firearms typically have a caliber below 5 millimeters, resembling the size of a mung bean, sometimes even as small as 3 millimeters. In contrast, standard short firearms usually boast a caliber exceeding 10 millimeters, akin to the size of a grape. The caliber determines the quantity of gunpowder it can accommodate. The latter can hold 5 to 6 times more than the former, rendering the former less hazardous in case of accidental discharge at worst. One might sustain a few wounds and require a few months of recovery. However, accidental discharge from the latter could be catastrophic, resulting in either death or severe injury. The self-defense firearm Lape desired was rather unique. Typically, due to portability, self-defense firearms are compact and feature short barrels, resulting in a limited range of merely 20 to 30 meters. Lape's request, however, was for a firearm that, while not overly large, possessed an extended barrel and greater capacity for gunpowder than standard self-defense firearms, allowing for a range exceeding 100 meters, greater than many long guns. Nevertheless, such a firearm would only be effective against small birds like magpies or doves. It would lack the power to take down geese, let alone rabbits or deer, and would be utterly inadequate against wild boars or bears. "I happen to have a firearm that perfectly suits your needs." The manager approached a small window beside him and uttered a few words. Soon, a hand emerged from within the aperture, cradling a gun that was a remarkably exquisite piece. For a handgun, its barrel was surprisingly long, measuring nearly 30 centimeters. Like all defensive firearms, it was crafted to be compact, featuring a slender barrel and a small, curved grip made of wood, adorned on both sides with ivory inlays and intricate engravings on the body. Rather than merely a weapon, this gun resembled a work of art. This firearm is accurate even from 100 meters away, capable of striking an apple perched upon a tree, boasted the manager. Rapé scrutinized the muzzle, utterly incredulous at such a claim. "That is impossible. The barrel lacks rifling." "Defensive handguns typically do not possess rifling," the manager insisted confidently. Rapé could only shake his head, uncertain whether the manager was deceiving him or simply lacked understanding. "This is merely a faade," Rapé sighed, realizing that without rifling, striking a target 100 feet away would be utterly unattainable. All short defensive firearms are fashioned this way, with such a slender barrel. "How could one possibly engrave rifling?" remarked an onlooker admiring a long sword, speaking as if he were an expert. If you desire a short firearm with rifling, I have those as well, but they are all heavy-duty models, the manager replied, retrieving a larger handgun from the wall. This firearm was both sizable and hefty, featuring a long, particularly thick barrel, its walls twice as thick as that of a standard short firearm, hence the designation of heavy-duty. Talon is, after all, a small locale, Rapé lamented, shaking his head in resignation. Even in Maine, it is improbable to find a short defensive firearm with rifling. The manager nodded assertively. Rapé wished to refrain from further discussion, having already discerned the manager's limited knowledge. Yet, this may not have been entirely the manager's fault. As a close advisor to King Beagle Will, the sights he encountered were undoubtedly unique. "Wrap it up for me. I shall take it," Rapé declared, disinterested in exploring other shops, having already inquired and found no superior weaponry in Talon. After exiting the armory and boarding the carriage, Rapé returned to the abandoned quarry in the northern suburbs half an hour later. Remarkably, within just a day, the quarry had transformed. The piles of rubble had vanished. The ground was now remarkably level, and thick sand covered it. The wooden sheds had been preserved, their damaged areas repaired and reinforced. Per Rapé's instructions, numerous wooden stakes had been driven into the ground, adorned with fishing nets, while Hand had even procured some iron wire to wrap around several times, with a few dogs roaming the perimeter. The place would indeed resemble a military-restricted zone that in front of the quarry, at the base of the cliff, a row of targets stood. The targets were constructed from wooden planks, approximately 5 to 6 centimeters thick. Rapé approached one target, halting 100 meters away, drew his gun, aimed, cocked the hammer, and squeezed the trigger that a flash of fire erupted, and the gun emitted a soft pop. Defensive handguns are notably quieter, lacking the deafening blast of larger firearms, and the recoil was minimal, corresponding to their diminished power. To Rapé's dismay, his shot missed the target entirely. As anticipated, the firearm proved inaccurate. Reloading the powder, Rapé raised his gun once more. When the smoke cleared, the target remained unscathed, not a single dent to be seen. This was certainly not a reflection of Rapé's marksmanship. He possessed a lucky coin, and the art of throwing darts was easily mastered. While shooting required mere hand-eye coordination, which was simpler than the intricacies of darts. Had he wielded a rifle gun, he could not guarantee perfection, but he could at least achieve a hit rate of 9 out of 10 shots. Feeling somewhat frustrated, Rapé poured more powder into the barrel, knowing he could only enhance his accuracy through extensive practice. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out incessantly, occasionally puncturing the target, yet progress was evident. The intervals between shots diminished. From 1 shot per minute to 2, and ultimately 3 as Rapé reached for another round. His expression changed slightly. He had unwittingly depleted the supply in the box. "I didn't expect them to wear out so quickly," he muttered, only to suddenly pale. "Oh no, I still need to attend the gathering of the Dark Sorcerer." At this point, it was too late for any alternative. The lead bullets for the defensive handgun were specially crafted and incompatible with standard firearms. When Rapé purchased the gun, the shop had included a mold specifically for casting lead bullets, but time was of the essence. "It appears I must rely on this," Rapé thought, pulling out a nail. If his opponent was unprepared, it could prove quite effective. Suddenly, Rapé froze, realizing the nail's diameter closely matched that of the barrel. Then he inserted the nail into the gun's barrel, finding that its tail fit perfectly. Perhaps this could serve as a projectile. Provided he resolved the sealing issue, rifled firearms require oiled deerskin. The lead bullet must be wrapped in deerskin before being inserted into the chamber to ensure accuracy. Conveniently, Hand had such deerskin available. Rapé signaled to a nearby subordinate, and soon a stack of pre-cut, oiled deerskin appeared before him. Taking a piece, Rapé wrapped the nail within it and inserted it into the barrel before raising the firearm. Cocking the hammer, he aimed at the target and pulled the trigger. With a soft pop, a transparent hole appeared in the center of the target's red bullseye. "Is it truly that accurate?" Rapé marveled. Reloading, he took another shot. This time he missed the bullseye, yet at least the nail lodged itself in the target. "Excellent," Rapé exclaimed. Bang, bang, bang. The shots rang out once more. Unlike before, this time the target was peppered with holes. After firing over 20 rounds, Rapé approached the target, which now bore numerous bullet holes, small yet perforating, far superior to any previous attempts. Sum in hand, Rapé instructed his nearby subordinate. hand, who had also been practicing shooting, rushed over upon hearing his employer's call. Locate the craftsmen who manufacture firearms and commission them to create a batch of short defensive guns, identical to this one, with bullets utilizing your custom nails, Rapé commanded. From now on, this shall be our standard weaponry. Understood. I will implement your orders immediately, Hand affirmed. Having practiced recently, he too found the gun cumbersome, with excessive recoil. Rapé glanced at the sky before turning toward the carriage. He needed to prepare dinner for Old Faller. He would also request a few vials of potions, as dealing with the dark sorcerer necessitated utmost caution. The sun had set, and the moon had yet to rise. Tonight was a moonless night, and the passing carriages relied solely on the dim light of the lanterns attached to the front. Stop the carriage. An aged voice resonated through the night. Shortly, a cab came to a halt. A cloaked figure disembarked, the large robe enveloping him entirely, obscuring both his head and feet. The hood was large, concealing his face, which was further masked in his hand. He carried a lantern as he ventured into a nearby alley. The alley was deep and rugged, filled with numerous forks, and the figure took over a minute to emerge from the other. The alley's mouth stood a carriage, its windows heavily draped, rendering the interior invisible. The figure approached the driver, produced a token, handed it over, and then boarded the carriage. Inside were 4 individuals seated on either side, leaving 2 vacant spots that Rapé took a seat in the empty space near the door, remaining silent while discreetly observing. Among the 4, 2 exuded faint magical auras. One individual's aura was concentrated in their hands, likely due to a magical artifact, while the other emanated from their very being, suggesting either their clothing was enchanted or they had practiced magic. However, the potency of their magical signatures indicated they were far from true sorcerers, merely apprentices at best. The remaining 2 bore no magical aura. Yet one had an unusually deep breath, indicating they were no ordinary person. After approximately 5 or 6 minutes, the sound of another carriage approached, followed by another individual boarding this one. Everyone settle in. We are departing, the driver suddenly announced. The carriage lurched forward, gaining speed that on a moonless night, most drivers would exercise caution, avoiding rapid speeds to prevent accidents, but this driver seemed unconcerned, clearly not an ordinary person. Although the curtains were secured, obscuring the outside view, Rapé knew they were circling Talon, asa postman. Rapé possessed a mental map of the entire city. Even without visual cues, he could map the route based solely on inclines, declines, turns, and the sounds filtering in from outside. After more than an hour, the carriage gradually slowed, and moments later, the driver announced, "You may disembark." Being closest to the door, Rapé casually opened it and stepped out. The surroundings were pitch black, likely indoors. Suddenly, Rapé's senses sharpened. He felt a spell directed at him. Prior to this visit, Old Faller had cast a protective enchantment upon Rapé, enabling him to detect any hostile magic aimed in his direction. Moments ago, he felt a gentle tap on his head, likely the result of some form of mental magic, perhaps an intrusion of consciousness, or possibly a charm of enchantment. In the next instant, Rapé heard a muffled groan emanating from the corner. Clearly, the spellcaster had suffered a setback. The magic had rebounded, and he was undoubtedly in discomfort. Rapé finally felt a sense of relief that he had tested the old man Faller. Even if the old man's spells failed, he would not face the backlash of his own magic. However, the individual who had covertly attacked was not so fortunate. It is worth noting that the old man was an alchemist, not particularly skilled in combat, whereas this person was likely a dark sorcerer, known for their formidable combat prowess, indicating that this particular individual was of low rank and lacking in strength. "Greetings, Your Excellency." One of the individuals descending from the carriage addressed the figure standing in the corner. "Wishing you good health." "Your Excellency," another echoed. Each person bowed respectfully to the figure. "Your Excellency." Rapé also inclined his head, not intending to appear arrogant, but acknowledging that one must remain vigilant in the presence of a dark sorcerer. At that moment, he gripped 3 iron nails in one hand while the other held his wand. "To my surprise, we have a new ally among us, since there is still time before the others arrive. Shall we converse?" The dark sorcerer gestured invitingly. Those accompanying Rapé looked at him with astonishment. They had never witnessed the bishop display such courtesy, and thus understood the implications that I in the realm of dark sorcery. Respect is reserved for the powerful. The bishop led the way, with Lape following closely behind as they ascended to the third floor. Much like the old man Faller's establishment, the third floor was a laboratory. However, this space was significantly larger, measuring several meters in length, one wall adorned with a massive wooden rack filled with glass jars, each containing bizarre specimens of creatures submerged in a pale yellow liquid. It is best for us to be forthright with your capabilities. Why would you come to us? The bishop no longer maintained the earlier pleasantries. Lape did not respond immediately, instead surveying his surroundings that he relaxed his grip on the wand, allowing the air around him to ripple as if disturbed by water. An advanced isolation barrier. The dark sorcerer, recognizing the significance, grew increasingly serious. Rest assured, Lape replied in his aged voice, I shall not interfere with your domain. This information was gleaned from Beigel Weir, who, while not a dark sorcerer himself, possessed greater knowledge of them than Faller did. Dark sorcerers, while akin to mages, share certain similarities with priests. Priests worship deities, while dark sorcerers venerate demons. The rituals in dark magic are referred to as masses, albeit black masses. Many dark sorcerers employ missionary tactics to entice ordinary people into becoming their followers, who are dubbed sheep, while the sorcerers act as shepherds. Each dark sorcerer governs their own territory, known as a parish. It appears you have ulterior motives, the bishop remarked, appearing considerably more relaxed. I have only just arrived in Tallinn and am unfamiliar with the local environment. Therefore, I require a guide, Lape admitted, acknowledging his ignorance of the dark sorcerer community here. This also indicated that Lape stood alone, and should the bishop prove bolder or possess powerful allies, he might take action. The bishop was intrigued but wary, suspecting Lape might be fishing for information that he feared that if he acted, Lape would have justifiable grounds to retaliate, potentially leading to his downfall and the loss of everything he held. Most welcome, Tallinn is a small place, yet ample enough for both of us. The bishop ultimately resolved to coexist peacefully with Lape. Surely you do not mean to imply that you are the only dark sorcerer here? La finite surprise. Tallinn is a burgeoning city. Centuries ago, it was merely a desolate fishing village, and even decades past, it consisted of only 4 districts, the bishop stated blandly, his words revealing a hint of intelligence. He was a native of the area. For the 15-year-old Lape, this was a reality he could not relate to, as Tallinn had already flourished by the time of his birth. He had never witnessed the transformative period of Tallinn's growth. Thus, it seems this city will soon host 2 dark sorcerers that I tread the path of the underbelly and shall not disturb those of the upper echelons. However, it is inevitable that I will control a few valuable pawns. Lape disclosed his designated territory. The path of the underbelly. The bishop was momentarily taken aback. Lape spoke in the jargon of the dark sorcery community. The term underbelly did not refer to the impoverished or common folk, but rather to pickpockets, thieves, con artists, and smugglers. Practicing magic requires substantial wealth, whether one becomes a shepherd or traverses the underbelly. The pursuit is always for money. The former deceives for profit, while the latter scavenges. The former enjoys a good reputation and connections, while the latter possesses strength and quick returns, albeit with considerable risk. Easily falling prey to others. That sounds splendid. How about we formalize a contract to mutually assist one another and refrain from hostilities? The bishop proposed hastily, anxious that Lape might renege on his word. Mages are typically reluctant to enter into contracts, as their agreements carry terrifying binding power, making them difficult to dissolve. Among these, the contracts of dark sorcerers are particularly stringent, as they are sworn before demons. Agreed. Lape extended his right hand. The bishop mirrored the gesture, and their hands clasped that in an instant, a black arc of electricity surged between them. We must not become adversaries nor attack one another if either party is in distress. Assistance must be rendered, provided it does not jeopardize oneself, that I swear this by the name of the demon king, Rulia. The bishop, a dark sorcerer, intoned first. We must not become adversaries nor attack one another. If either party is in distress, assistance must be rendered, provided it does not jeopardize oneself, that I swear this by the name of the demon king, Rulia. Lape echoed solemnly. The black arc emitted a soft crackling sound, transforming into a spark of electricity that dissipated into thin air. Simultaneously, a black ring appeared at the first joint of Leip's index finger, quickly vanishing from sight. This served as proof of the oath's establishment. "May I request the use of the shadow well here?" Leip posed his inquiry. "Borrow the shadow well. You have yet to forge a pact with the Demon King?" The bishop was taken aback. This implied that Leip was not even a proper sorcerer. Regret filled the bishop's mind. Had it not been for the earlier oath, he would have acted immediately. The fact that Leip was not a sorcerer, yet could render his secret spells ineffective, causing him to suffer a setback, indicated that Leip possessed a powerful magical artifact. Perhaps even a divine relic. Now he could not act. Breaching the oath would incur irrevocable consequences. Suddenly, the bishop considered another possibility. Perhaps there was no magical artifact involved, but rather someone backing Leip, who had cast a protective spell beforehand, rendering his secret spells ineffective. The thought sent a chill down the bishop's spine that if such a person existed, their strength would undoubtedly surpass his own, likely a grand sorcerer, and among dark sorcerers, a grand sorcerer at that. "It is my honor." The bishop thought of this possibility and immediately became more amenable. Another reason for his newfound generosity was that utilizing his shadow well in conjunction with the Demon King's pact would inevitably reveal some secrets. At the very least, he could discern with whom Leip had made the pact, and thus infer the extent of Leip's expertise. "Please, follow me." The bishop led Leip to a corner where a magical array was situated. As he stepped onto the array, a surge of magical fire erupted. The flames engulfed him in an instant, and when they dissipated, the bishop had vanished without a trace. Leip was momentarily startled, but soon understood that this must be a form of magical portal, that he was certain that the other side of the portal was not far away. Perhaps just downstairs or next door. Fowler had mentioned that long-distance teleportation was a significant topic within the magical community, with the furthest recorded distance being only 5.7 kilometers. The old man had conducted similar experiments, achieving a personal best of 1.6 kilometers. With this understanding, Leip no longer felt fear. He too stepped onto the array that a similar magical fire surged from beneath his feet, and when it vanished, he found himself in a hidden chamber. In the center of the chamber stood a well, its opening small, no larger than a bowl, but unfathomably deep, occasionally releasing tendrils of black mist. This was the Shadow Well, a legendary passage to the underworld. "Are you satisfied?" the bishop inquired, a note of pride in his voice. Each Shadow Well is a hybrid of manual and natural creation. The bishop had become a dark sorcerer by inadvertently discovering this place and dedicating 5 years to excavating such a well. "Flawless," Leip praised. This was no mere flattery. He had witnessed several shadow wells in the memories of the lucky coin, with only one surpassing this in quality, while the others were of similar caliber. It is worth noting that all previous owners of the lucky coin were formidable individuals, utilizing only the highest quality shadow wells. Hearing such praise, the bishop was thoroughly pleased, smiling as he said, "Feel free. I shall not intrude upon you." Once again, a surge of magical fire erupted from the bishop's feet, and he vanished. Leip did not allow himself to relax his guard at the bishop's departure. He retrieved the talisman from his pocket and carefully placed it on the ground. Waves rippled from the talisman, enveloping the entire chamber in a shroud of isolation. Approaching the shadow well, Leip produced a small knife and gently nicked his index finger. Blood flowed from the wound, dripping into the well as he recited an incantation. The process of forging a pact was akin to receiving divine grace within a temple, the difference being that while divine grace required monetary offerings, a pact with the Demon King did not. However, entering into a pact with the Demon King necessitates a sacrifice, while receiving divine grace requires none. In an instant, Leip's persona shifted to that of an assassin. Until now, he had been utilizing his actor persona. "O Supreme Sovereign, embodiment of pride, I humbly beseech your presence with great reverence, that I am your devoted follower, my heart brimming with awe for you and admiration for your might. I implore you to bestow upon me your blessings." Leip prayed fervently, akin to the ritual of receiving divine grace. According to the words of the elder Fowler, this act was a form of self-hypnosis. Thus, the more one invested emotionally, the greater the effect. Divine grace and pacts do not conflict. The followers of the goddess of wisdom may forge pacts with the pride demon king. Similarly, the devotees of the god of war may form pacts with the demon kings of wrath and greed. As for the followers of the god of love, there are no restrictions whatsoever, particularly aligning with the lust and envy demon kings, which is a perfect match. To gain strength, I am willing to forfeit my descendants, Rapé declared, voicing a premeditated choice, and no sooner had he spoken than he sensed a transformation within his magical essence, becoming more vibrant and potent. Although Rapé's innate talent was mediocre, he had gone to great lengths to split his persona and traipse around the temple, acquiring a multitude of blessings, barely reaching a passing level. Yet at this moment his talent surged significantly, elevating to a level just above the average. Elated, Rapé unhesitatingly transitioned to his swordsman persona, slicing another finger, this time choosing the gluttony demon king. He opted for this particular demon king due to the minimal cost involved. Merely indulging in excessive consumption would appease this entity. For other dark sorcerers, such an endeavor would undoubtedly be torturous. Most sorcerers possess frail physiques, and dark sorcerers are no exception, often dealing with negative energies and coming into contact with zombies, malevolent spirits, toxic substances, and curses, resulting in poorer health than their more conventional counterparts, thereby diminishing their appetites. Rapé, however, was an anomaly. His magical essence was that of a werewolf, and as a swordsman, he naturally had a hearty appetite. Upon completing his prayer, Rapé immediately felt an unbearable hunger, a clear indication of the pact's immediate effect. Equally swift was the enhancement of his magical essence, though not as pronounced as before. It was nonetheless significantly stronger than the divine grace he had received, and in an instant, Rapé shifted to his playboy persona. In a dimly lit chamber on the upper floor, chilling melodies reverberated through the air, the flickering candlelight casting eerie shadows all around. A dark mass was taking place. Suddenly, the officiating bishop scoffed. "What troubles you?" inquired a concerned acolyte nearby. "Nothing. Do not lose focus. Concentrate," the bishop replied coldly, scolding the others while his own mind wandered elsewhere. Although Rapé had isolated the chamber, the bishop was oblivious to the events transpiring within. Yet, through his connection to the abyss, he sensed that at least 3 demon kings had already been summoned. To the bishop, this was tantamount to courting death. Forming pacts with demon kings demands a price. The pride demon king requires something intrinsic, such as health, beauty, vitality, or lifespan. The greed demon king demands a portion of one's soul, while the wrath demon king craves bloodshed, and the gluttony demon king seeks indulgence in excess. The lust demon king requests uninhibited pleasures. The only relatively benign ones are the sloth and envy demon kings. The former instills a sense of perpetual fatigue, while the latter requires the perpetration of schemes against those who are stronger, wealthier, or of higher status. Just as he finished speaking, the bishop's expression shifted dramatically. Had he not been masked, those below would have certainly noticed his distress. The bishop felt the summoning of a 4th demon king, and this time, it was the wrath demon king. Among all the demon kings, wrath is the most peculiar. To summon it, the conjurer must have taken a life. The extent of the killing influences the grandiosity of its arrival. At this moment, the presence of this formidable lord was undoubtedly at the slaughter level. Rapé believed he had concealed his actions well, yet the bishop already discerned that his age could not exceed 18. And such a young individual with such a formidable record was indeed alarming. While dark sorcerers may be inherently malevolent, it does not imply that they are all murderers. The bishop had taken lives, those of enemies and obstacles, but he only dared to commit murder, never to engage in slaughter. Before the bishop could recover from his shock, a 5th demon king was summoned. The bishop was horrified. This time, he truly felt feared. To dare forge pacts with so many demon kings was the mark of either madness or being a child of darkness. And given the current circumstances, the latter seemed far more plausible. The bishop dared not entertain any further thoughts, be it a madman or a child of darkness. Neither was someone he could provoke. Chapter 11. Sources of wealth. Dense black mist swirled around, and a sphere of black flame hovered in midair, various inexplicable calls echoing in his ears. Some pleading, others lamenting. Accompanying all of this was an overwhelming sensation. Rapé felt his entire being suffused with power. Unlike the memories contained within the lucky coin, Rape did not perceive a surge of magical energy. Rather, he felt an unending flow of magic rapidly merging with his body, intertwining with his muscles. Bones, organs, blood vessels, and nerves. Rape did not feel an excess of magical energy, but rather a unique sense of fulfillment, perhaps due to the nature of his magical essence. Other sorcerers would never choose the materials of a werewolf as their source of magic. Rape was uncertain which choice was more correct. Within the memories of the lucky coin, Rape had witnessed many remarkably powerful sorcerers, even legendary figures capable of effortlessly obliterating a city, a nation, or even a significant portion of the world. Yet these formidable sorcerers were also vulnerable. A dark sorcerer who had exterminated millions with a plague was slain by a mere kitchen knife, while another legendary sorcerer was beaten to death in an alley. Most sorcerers met their demise through treachery, and one unfortunate soul fell victim to a stray arrow. Only 2 sorcerers had perished in direct confrontation. For sorcerers, threats invariably stem from behind. However, rape might be an exception. For him, magic served merely as a supplementary tool, relying instead on brute force. Rape glanced at his fingers. They had been previously lacerated. But now the wounds had healed, with the earliest cut barely visible. The capacity for healing is a manifestation of recovery ability, and such astonishing regenerative power is certainly remarkable. This was Rape's choice. The benefits derived from forming pacts with different demon kings vary. Wrath can enhance any aspect, be it magical power, physical strength, or intellect, yet only one can be chosen. Rape opted for recovery ability. Greed enhances the effects of a magical essence. Gluttony is somewhat less impressive, augmenting physical strength, endurance, resilience, and recovery ability. The most useful abilities granted by lust include seduction and enchantment, along with an enhancement of illusionary effects. Yet he chose neither of these, instead favoring the unconventional recovery ability. Sloth offers an array of abilities as well. Yet he again opted for recovery ability. Pride is the mightiest of all the demon kings, granting a doubling of enhancement speed in a chosen aspect. Yet he still selected recovery ability. Rape had meticulously calculated this strategy. He was acutely aware of his mediocre talent. If other apprentices were teacups, he was a mere soup spoon. While everyone else was catching rainwater in teacups, it was far easier to collect more with a teacup than with a spoon. No matter how much he enlarged the spoon, it could never surpass the teacup. Thus, the best course was to find a funnel to catch the water, improving efficiency, and once the spoon was filled, he could drink. Fortunately, Rape was not merely a spoon. As a human, he could grow, and his rate of advancement would undoubtedly surpass that of others, transforming the spoon into a ladle, and eventually into a larger vessel. The funnel would also evolve into a larger funnel, and then a great funnel. Compared to others of the same realm, Rape's capacity to cast spells may fall short by a tier, yet the quantity would certainly be far greater. It is time to acquire some books, Rape mused. With a flicker of magical flame, Rape returned to his original laboratory. Strange sounds emanated from downstairs, resembling music, roars, cries, and moans, all associated with dark magic, creating an uncomfortable ambience. Subsequently, Rape descended the staircase. Upon entering the grand hall, he observed others encircling a massive round table, which was inscribed with a pentagram formation. At each point of the pentagram stood a figure, emanating a terrifying aura, black smoke billowing from their collars, sleeves, and feet, as if they were composed entirely of shadow. Rape was unaware of what this spectacle entailed. The world of magic was boundless, and no one dared claim to understand its intricacies, particularly the esoteric and convoluted nature of dark magic. Rape could only speculate that these 5 individuals were perhaps souls or magical puppets, certainly not living beings, that he had no interest in participating in such a bizarre ritual and chose instead to sit at the base of the staircase. After more than an hour, the ritual came to a halt, and the individuals dispersed. Some wandered the corridors, while others retreated to the lounge. The bishop approached Rape, lowering his voice to say, "Congratulations, you have become a true dark sorcerer." "This is merely the beginning," Rape replied modestly. Though he had formed a pact with the Pride Demon King, it did not imply that he would become arrogant. Rape continued, "I still need to acquire some items, primarily books." "Let us proceed to the study," the bishop suggested, leading Rape into an adjacent room. The bishop's study was lined with bookshelves on three sides, filled to the brim with tomes, resembling a miniature library. However, upon casting a fleeting glance at the bookshelf, Rapé felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Two entire rows were filled with volumes pertaining to literature, art, drama, and music, while only a single shelf was dedicated to the realm of magic. "You may choose at your leisure," the bishop proclaimed. Surprisingly proud, as if boasting about his collection, Rapé leaned in closer for a better view, his disappointment intensifying. The depth and breadth of these works paled in comparison to the treasures held by Fowler. Fortunately, the tomes he sought were present. The Dark Bible, the Book of Curses, the Grimoire of Demons, the complete rituals of the Black Mass. And this one, Foundations of Magical Circles, Dark Arts. Rapé casually selected 5 volumes, stating, "I also require a dark magic sphere. I am utterly astonished. How is it that you possess nothing? You resemble a complete novice." The bishop had long harbored suspicions, yet bound by his oaths, he could take no action. "If you were to take on an apprentice, would you offer these materials free of charge?" Rapé inquired with a smile. "Certainly not," the bishop replied with resolute firmness. "Practitioners of dark magic are typically regarded with trepidation. One reason being their common traits of greed, frugality, ferocity, and malice. Do not expect commendable character from them, nor anticipate a genuine friendship. My own mentor would not either. He provided me with a price list." Rapé sighed. "I have a price list here as well," the bishop chuckled, pulling a small booklet from his drawer. "All sorcerers are merchants at heart, as they require substantial funds to sustain their studies and research, and dark magicians are undoubtedly the most unscrupulous of traders, often charging exorbitantly." Rapé perused the booklet, first glancing at the prices of the tomes, then at the costs of various materials. "I will take these books, along with Devil's Vine, Ghost Mushrooms, Zombie Powder." Rapé recited a list of over 40 materials in one breath. "It appears you are quite wealthy," the bishop remarked, astonished, for typical apprentices would never engage in such spending. "I couldn't help myself. Your prices are so reasonable that I found it impossible to resist purchasing more." Rapé feigned indifference as he retrieved a bank draft from his inner pocket. The bishop accepted the draft, not hastily verifying the amount, but rather asking, "So, your mentor's prices are significantly higher?" "Generally between 3 to 5 times more, with some exceeding tenfold," Rapé casually stated. The bishop gasped, his expression turning serious as he remarked, "Your mentor must surely be a master. It is well known that within the circles of dark magicians, the degree of one's malevolence often correlates with their power. This is no coincidence. Powerful dark sorcerers do not rely on such profits, rendering them indifferent to the success of their business ventures. Hence they demand exorbitant prices, reaping great rewards if successful, and remaining untroubled if not. Additionally, many eager to curry favor would willingly approach them, offering themselves as prey. Some items are beyond my reach," the bishop admitted, declining the bank draft. "If you are willing, I could become your supplier," Rapé suggested, waving the bank draft. "I have sources for ordinary materials, but those linked to dark magic are rather troublesome to acquire, and I prefer not to make frequent trips to Maine." Rapé's words implied much. Firstly, that he had avenues for procurement. Secondly, that his connections within the dark magic community were based in Maine. "If you have connections, why then do you lack these fundamental tomes? These are the most basic of texts," the bishop expressed doubt. "I have yet to forge any contracts. What use are these books to me? When I was with my mentor, though he was miserly and greedy, he occasionally allowed me to peruse his books, as long as I steered clear of the more valuable ones." Rapé had long since devised his rationale. Aware that the bishop remained skeptical, he was prepared to convince him. "I have a suggestion. We can engage in a mutually beneficial exchange, that I have the means to procure ordinary materials at undeniably low prices." With that, Rapé produced a sheet of paper, densely scrawled with numerous materials and their corresponding prices. The bishop glanced at the paper, dismissively stating, "This is inconsequential. I can acquire these as well, that it appears our channels are quite similar." Despite his nonchalance, the bishop was beginning to believe Rapé's claims. Tauren was rather small, with only a few places capable of supplying materials, and he was intimately familiar with the local pricing, recognizing that such rates could only be offered to regular customers. "What a pity," Rape muttered, returning the list to his pocket. "How shall I pay you once I have made my purchases?" the bishop inquired. "We shall be neighbors. When the goods arrive, you may have your servant deliver them directly to the quarry, which has now become my enterprise," Rape replied with a smile, then winked at the bishop, adding, "Do extend my regards to little Inga." The bishop's body trembled slightly, even beneath his mask and heavy cloak. His shock was palpable. "How did you know?" he asked in a low voice. "Your coachman has taken quite a few rounds, yet it was of little consequence. The cobblestone streets of Seville, the chimes of St. Pius Church, and that lengthy uphill stretch of 600 feet all clearly indicate this is the northern suburbs. Moreover, when I alighted from the carriage, I happened to hear a few gunshots, though faint. Such sounds would escape the notice of an ordinary person, yet I caught them." Rape chuckled. "How did you know I was acquainted with little Inga?" the bishop questioned through gritted teeth. "No one would desire worthless land. The quarry is vast. And even if it were free, one would still owe a debt of gratitude, and one would willingly relinquish land without compensation, even if they initially acquired it at no cost. The landowner would still demand a hefty sum, engaging in negotiations until a fair price was reached. Such is the norm. When circumstances deviate from the expected, only one conclusion remains. The landowner perceives greater advantage in this arrangement. Initially, I presumed Mr. Inga sought something else, but now it seems establishing a den of thieves adjacent to the police station is indeed quite secure, for no one would suspect such a thing," Rape stated with deliberate calmness. "Are you a detective?" the bishop queried. Puzzled, Rape's reasoning certainly painted him as one, yet the bishop quickly recalled Rape's youth. "Given your status and connections, it is implausible that you could remain ignorant of my identity." Rape deliberately stated this, withholding the fact that he was a member of the secret police. Before the chief of police, he could lie freely, but before a dark magician, he refrained from making baseless claims. Moreover, Rape understood that the bishop might not believe his words, preferring to let the bishop investigate on his own. "The badge you possess belongs to Sherlock. Who is he?" "Your subordinate," the bishop insinuated, his meaning clear, following that lead could potentially unravel Rape's identity. "Indeed. Should you wish to contact me, you may seek him out," Rape replied without hesitation. "As far as I know, Sherlock was previously under the protection of a fellow named Hoff." The bishop continued to probe. "Hoff no longer exists," Rape chuckled. "He has retired to a picturesque locale for a holiday, and before departing, entrusted his subordinates to me. Simply dispatch a servant to the quarry, and they will discover that those practicing their marksmanship there are indeed Hoff's former subordinates." The bishop grasped the implication. He certainly would not buy into the tale of retiring to a picturesque locale, as that idyllic place was likely hell itself. "A fortnight ago, the king's envoy was assassinated. I did not expect you to arrive from Maine so swiftly." The bishop continued to test the waters, which was easy to surmise given the recent significant event. "I did not come from Maine. I am a native of Tauren. Should you inquire among those who know me, they would affirm that I have never left Tauren," Rape replied with a broad grin. The bishop's facial muscles twitched. He had come to understand the caliber of individual with whom he was dealing. Upon returning from the bishop's quarters, Rape breathed a sigh of relief. His current capabilities had risen a level, and he now felt more confident in meeting Udinese. However, he was far from ready to confront the assassin. Of course, Rape felt a twinge of regret. He had prepared extensively only to find that he had not even been afforded the chance to draw his weapon. The bishop was far more agreeable than he had anticipated. One could only hope that Udinese would prove equally accommodating. Suddenly recalling a remark made by Fowler, Rape remembered that he had described Udinese as ruthless and untrustworthy, yet in his inquiries, Rape had found this not to be the case. Udinese had established himself as the largest smuggler in Tauren, holding a solid reputation. He had a policy of delivering goods before payment to loyal customers, and for prompt payers, discounts were often offered. Rape had instinctively viewed Fowler as the virtuous party, casting Udinese as the villain. Might the reality be precisely the opposite? Initially intending to return home, Rape now altered his course. This matter necessitated clarification. "What is this?" Half an hour later, Rape stood before Fowler, staring at a dark, foul-smelling substance that resembled cow dung. This is a dissolving agent capable of dissolving gold that, if subjected to heat, the agent evaporates and the gold is restored, Fowler explained. Is this truly a dissolving agent? You haven't attempted to deceive me with a counterfeit, have you? Rape regarded Fowler with suspicion. Of course it's genuine. Fowler's eyes flitted nervously. Rape immediately sensed something amiss. He produced a gold coin, stating, "Very well. Let me test it." Fortunately, it was merely an ordinary coin, not a lucky one. Now that Rape had funds, he always kept a pouch containing several coins, even bringing it to bed with him. Though it bore the mark of a nouveau riche, he relished it. "Don't," Fowler pleaded urgently. "You must tell me the truth." Rape stood before Fowler, his voice a thunderous roar. "That smuggler is no fool. He will undoubtedly inspect the goods that if he discovers this is a counterfeit. Not only will my life be in jeopardy, but you too shall find yourself in a predicament." Fowler's expression shifted restlessly, his inner turmoil evident as he seemed to forget his role as the employer, while Rape occupied the position of steward and servant. "You nearly put me in peril." Rape spat, his saliva landing on Fowler's face. "That won't happen. If you are indeed in danger, I will extricate you," Fowler asserted with misplaced confidence. "Then why do you insist I complete this transaction? To humiliate him?" Rape felt a fog descend upon his mind. Fowler opened his mouth, yet words eluded him, for he could not fathom why he was pursuing this course of action. Regret washed over him as he belatedly recognized the folly of his approach. "Now tell me, can you produce a genuine solvent?" Rape bellowed once more at Fowler, who suddenly realized he had been toiling in vain. The simplest solution was to finalize this transaction. "I can, however." Fowler hesitated, reluctant to divulge further details. "What difficulties do you face?" Rape was on the brink of frantic despair. "The materials that fellow provided, I have already utilized for experimentation," Fowler lamented, cradling his head in his hands, resembling a child who grasped the enormity of his mistakes. Rape rolled his eyes, having anticipated this outcome. Fowler was capable of any madness. The police, fire department, and neighbors in Sector 7 could attest to that. The postman who had previously delivered parcels to Fowler could confirm it as well, and Rape had endured several blood draws, not to mention the numerous potions he had ingested. Fortunately, he was aware that Fowler always tested on mice and rabbits before using human subjects, minimizing the danger. Otherwise, he would never have remained in this position. "Can you procure these materials?" Rape ceased his shouting, recognizing its futility. "I can, but they are quite expensive," Fowler expressed with uncertainty. "How much?" Rape glimpsed a flicker of hope. "Approximately 100,000 bisha." Fowler's response immediately dashed Rape's optimism. After eliminating Hoff, Rape believed himself affluent. Yet 100,000 bisha remained an unimaginable sum. "However, for the initial transaction, you need not pay him so much as we agreed. I will give him 1/3, and he will provide me with half the payment. Then I shall pay him the remaining 2/3, and he will return the other half to me," Fowler explained, twirling his fingers like a child, a gesture that left Rape exasperated. "How much is half?" Rape inquired. 70,000 bisha. Fowler was quite clear on the monetary details. "Thus, you stand to net 14,000 bisha from this transaction." Rape was astounded. While he knew sorcerers were wealthy, he had not anticipated such vast riches. However, upon reflection, it was Udinese, capable of producing such funds. Who was truly affluent, as Rape's experiences broadened, he became increasingly astute. A moment's consideration revealed the solvent's purpose. It was undoubtedly intended for the smuggling of gold. The domestic gold to silver exchange rate was 1:8, significantly higher than in other nations, where it could reach 1:20. Thus, smuggling gold yielded immense profits. Gold was the ideal contraband, as it required no considerations for sales. It could be used as currency directly. Moreover, in nations where gold was expensive, silver was correspondingly cheap, allowing for the reverse smuggling of silver, which could also serve as currency. Such back-and-forth transactions could amass untold wealth before these solvents were exhausted. "This isn't your first transaction with that fellow, is it?" Rape suddenly pondered, the materials costing over 100,000, and the total transaction amount nearing 300,000 to worry him. He would never dare engage in such a substantial deal with a stranger. He is a long-time customer. One of my primary sources of income. The meager stipend from the Magic Association is hardly sufficient for conducting several experiments. Fowler lamented about the association's lack of support. And yet you deceive him? Rape was taken aback to learn that Fowler would even swindle acquaintances, contemplating whether he should distance himself from Fowler. But I find myself short on funds, so I aim to secure that 70,000 bishop first. Fowler demonstrated the folly of short-sightedness. Rape was left speechless, while Fowler's intellect shone in magical research. In other matters, he was akin to a simpleton. What you require is not a steward or a servant, but someone capable of managing your finances, Rape declared, unabashedly positioning himself as the solution. I shall assist you in procuring sufficient funds to purchase the materials. Now, open your treasure vault and let me see what can be converted into currency. Fowler turned his head, avoiding Rape's gaze, preferring the convenience of swindling Udinese. Did you grow your brain merely for sustenance? Rape bellowed, with money. You can complete this transaction, acquire ample funds, and continue pursuing your cherished research. Rape's repeated insistence on camera revealed his understanding of Fowler's temperament, akin to that of a child who needed coaxing rather than coercion. The only way to entice him was through the promise of his favorite pursuits. However, this child required more than mere sweets. This old child was not so easily placated. Indeed, upon mentioning research, Fowler's interest was piqued. He had considered this approach before, but found it cumbersome and was ill-equipped to communicate with others about fundraising. The treasure vault was located in the basement, which was expansive and filled with rows of wooden shelves. You possess an abundance of fine items, Rape remarked, his eyes nearly glazing over at the sight of the shelves brimming with magical artifacts. If they could be sold, each would fetch a handsome price. Selling just 5 or 6 should suffice to gather the necessary funds. However, the challenge lay in selling them, as magical equipment was not within everyone's financial reach nor a universal necessity. Rape himself had only used 3 magical items, each remarkable in its own right. The strength gauntlets endowed him with extraordinary power, the spring-loaded insoles allowed him to leap with ease, and the feather-like cloak rendered him as light as a feather. Yet the first 2 items required physical strength to wield. Without it, they were futile. The last item demanded magical energy to operate, limiting its use to either sorcerers or those accompanied by one. Is there an inventory list? Rape inquired. What need have you for a list? Every item here was crafted by my own hand. I remember them all with clarity, Fowler boasted. Your clarity does not equate to mine, that I must identify the most suitable items to convert into currency, enabling you to continue with your infernal experiments. Rape shouted in frustration. Very well, here is my experimental notebook, Fowler conceded, retrieving a hefty tome from the shelf. Peruse it at your leisure. I still have one experiment pending. With that, the old man scurried away, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Alone in the basement, Rape leaned against a row of shelves and began to meticulously examine the thick notebook that it must be said that once research was involved. Fowler's organization was quite commendable. This notebook, labeled as an experimental record, was essentially a detailed inventory, far more comprehensive than a standard list, chronicling the origin of each item along with numerous annotations regarding challenges and insights encountered during their creation. It was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity for enlightenment. While Rape had no intention of becoming an alchemist, acquiring knowledge was always beneficial. Fowler's collection was vast. He was not the craftsman type of alchemist, but rather the scholar type. And many items listed had an experimental quality to them, resulting in both successful and failed products. Suddenly, Rape's gaze fixed upon a particular item. He had found what he sought. E64. Rape searched the shelves according to the designation, finding all items beginning with a letter tucked away in the farthest corner, each a testament to failure. After a considerable duration, he unearthed a small vial, and one would cherish failure. Fowler would retain only a selection of such specimens. So this vial was no larger than a strawberry and filled to only half its capacity. Removing the cork, Rape peered inside while consulting the notebook's description, acutely aware that many of Fowler's concoctions were highly toxic and that he must not mistake one for another. After some time, Rape confirmed it was indeed what he needed. The vial contained a type of ointment, its odor far from pleasant, reminiscent of pickled vegetables. Prolonged exposure would certainly induce nausea. Its color was equally alarming. A murky green with hints of brownish yellow, resembling bile. Rape dipped his pinky into the ointment and applied it to the back of his left index finger. Moments later, he gasped and dashed out of the basement in search of Fowler. A few minutes later, incredulity echoed from the study. You claim this substance can be converted into currency. Not only can it be converted, but it is worth a considerable sum, provided you modify it according to my specifications, Rapé replied. No problem. How shall I modify it? While Rapé had been perusing the experimental notebook in the basement, Fowler had already come to a realization in the study. He indeed required someone to manage his finances, allowing him to focus on his research without worry. First, the color is utterly repulsive, and the scent is equally offensive. Rapé indicated the viscous substance within the vial. Does it require color and scent? Fowler was baffled. Do not concern yourself. I have no interest in its original purpose. I have devised a far more useful application for it, Rapé sighed, astonished at the sudden inspiration that had struck him. What color and flavor do you desire? Fowler did not dwell on it further. Let us first make it tasteless and pure white. Then I will add the essence and pigments later. We shall need to consult an expert for this matter. In truth, Rapé had already decided to entrust this task to Big Will, as there was no one more tasteful than him in talent. That is no issue. After all, this substance is quite stable and will not react with the essence or pigments. Fowler readily agreed. Please concoct a small batch of oil paste, pure white and tasteless. Just 1 jar will suffice. Rapé continued. I will seek out buyers and simultaneously procure some funds to facilitate your transaction with Udinese. The following dawn, Rapé rose early as usual, descending the stairs quietly so as not to awaken his sister next door or his parents downstairs. However, unlike his routine, he did not head straight outside but instead made a stop in the kitchen. On the countertop sat a large box covered by a glass lid, containing a breakfast of cheesy ham and eggs, garlic bread, and a shrimp and vegetable salad. Nearby were 2 jars filled with pickled sole and ingredients for preparing fried sausages. These were for dinner, albeit only the components, as they required further cooking, all prepared by Rapé's mother. Rapé had lost interest in preparing 3 meals for Fowler. He had reached a bottleneck in his dual pursuits, and the old methods yielded minimal improvement. Thus, he delegated this task to his mother, allowing him to contribute to the household expenses legitimately. Having gathered his belongings, Rapé stepped outside and was greeted by the sight of a middle-aged police officer waiting at his doorstep. Rapé glanced at the sky. It was only 4 o'clock, and dawn had yet to break completely. The officer had been waiting for him. Upon seeing Rapé, the officer hurried over, lowering his voice. I have just learned that Udinese people are inquiring about you. Is that so? Rapé furrowed his brow, uncertain where the misstep had occurred. The most likely point of error was Gia, who had repeatedly interacted with the warehouse district fire brigade, potentially drawing attention and leading back to Rapé. Noticing Rapé's silence, the officer added, The chief instructed me to inform you that should you wish to confront Udinese, feel free to speak up. While we may be of limited assistance, we can at least keep an eye on those thugs. This was clearly a declaration of intent. The police chief could not possibly be unaware that with the 7th police station's strength, taking on a subterranean titan like Udinese would amount to little more than an act of folly. However, with proper maneuvering, it might not be impossible to contend with Udinese, given he was merely an outsider, while Talon possessed a true crime lord. The police and the underworld surely had ties. The crime lord would inevitably show the police some favor. And considering the crime lord had long harbored disdain for Udinese, a collaboration between the police and the mob might indeed bring significant losses to Udinese. Had this been 2 days prior, Rapé would have readily concurred. Yet now he was more keen on completing this transaction. Currently, Fowler's finances were managed by Rapé, who had recently discovered a lucrative avenue, undoubtedly as profitable as smuggling gold, yet far safer, and it would also afford him connections to the upper echelons of society. Such an opportunity was rare indeed. Please convey my gratitude to your chief. Confronting Udinese is an assessment set forth by my mentor. Suddenly, Rapé lowered his voice, speaking conspiratorially into the officer's ear. That individual is quite pivotal. If you intend to join the water police, it would be prudent to invest some effort into him. Rapé had become adept at deception, even without Big Will's influence. He could swiftly weave an impeccable tale. You are indeed at odds with Udinese. It is clearly related to the establishment of the water police. Although the officer's tone betrayed surprise, Lape could discern that he had suspected as much. This was hardly surprising, as Lape had previously stated that the establishment of the water police was not aimed at eradicating smuggling, but rather controlling it, and at times even amplifying smuggling activities. To achieve this, the simplest method was to dominate the smugglers, and Udinese, being Talon's largest smuggler, would naturally come under the scrutiny of the secret police. "Thank you for your warning. I appreciate your efforts." Lape patted the officer's shoulder and asked, "Would you like to earn some extra cash?" "Of course." The officer nodded vigorously, eager to align himself with Lape, intent on joining the water police for the sake of wealth. "Find a way to raise some funds, and you may also inform your chief that if he wishes to profit, he should begin preparations. Folker is indeed an untapped gold mine." Lape did not elaborate further. Had anyone else uttered such nonsensical remarks, the officer would have surely deemed it a scam, but Lape's words instilled belief. Prompting him to depart in haste, Lape strolled down the silent streets. He simultaneously practiced throwing nails that he was currently honing his single-handed rapid-fire technique, which was more challenging than the two-handed version. Ahead lay the single-handed multi-target attacks, and more techniques still awaited his mastery. After a quarter of an hour, Lape arrived at Folker's residence. Upon entering the kitchen, he rearranged the items from the box onto a serving platter, but did not rush to take them out. Knowing Folker was still asleep, that on the stove sat a large pot, which Lape had filled with a hearty stew the previous night, containing beef, potatoes, cabbage, and tomatoes, simmered for over 4 hours until tender. The enticing aroma wafted through the kitchen. Lape took a large spoon and began to eat. This was Lape's first meal after his contract with the Lord of Gluttony. The demands of this particular demon were simple. The more one ate, the more pleased it became. Ideally, beyond the 3 meals a day, some snacks would also be welcomed. The rewards for such a pact were straightforward. Increased physical strength, endurance, resilience, and recovery, benefits that few dark sorcerers desired, making Lape a unique case of interest. However, there was a side effect to the pact with the Lord of Gluttony. The secretion of gastric acid was amplified tenfold, aiding digestion, but also causing Lape to feel hunger more acutely. If he were to experience excessive hunger, the overproduction of gastric acid could potentially erode his gastrointestinal tract, contributing to the demon's unpopularity. After merely 10 minutes, Lape had consumed the entire pot of mixed vegetable beef stew, feeling a tangible increase in his stamina, a sensation that was certainly not a mere illusion. After a hearty belch, Lape carried the food he had prepared for Folker into the living room. Upon entering, he noticed a bottle on the table, with a note tucked beneath it, reading, "I have prepared what you requested, and there is more. I have placed it in a large jar in the basement for you to retrieve. Additionally, I have reset the permissions for each room, allowing you free access to the basement from now on." Lape glanced up at the ceiling. Directly above was Folker's bedroom, and a smile crept across his lips. It was no small feat. Folker had genuinely begun to view Lape as one of his own. This house was far from the simple facade it presented. The door to the basement, appearing quite ordinary, was in fact a magical portal. For those without permission, it would reveal nothing more than a cramped storage space filled with miscellaneous items. Conversely, those with the proper clearance would find themselves in a treasure trove of magical artifacts, neatly organized on wooden racks. Lape set down the tray and picked up the bottle, twisting off the cap to inspect its contents. The oil paste remained unchanged, yet devoid of the repugnant color and flavor. It was precisely what Lape required. As he traversed the streets with his parcel, Lape appeared relaxed, unlike his usual hurried pace. He now walked deliberately, though only upon closer inspection would one notice the extraordinary speed at which he moved, swift enough to outpace most runners. It seemed as though one foot never left the ground, yet he glided effortlessly, covering 5 or 6 meters in a single slide, a technique he had acquired from the lucky coin the previous night. In one hand, he deftly clutched several letters. With a mere flick of his wrist, they soared toward their respective mailboxes. This was the art of single-handed multi-targeting, relying on wrist strength, an action so subtle that it was nearly imperceptible. Of course, perfection was not guaranteed. At least one letter would often collide with the mailbox, and sometimes none would find their way inside. However, before any letter could touch the ground, Lape would effortlessly catch it. These were high-level skills that Lape had previously been unable to practice due to his physical limitations. To at his original pace, He might have reached a sufficient level in 6 months, but after forging contracts with 6 demons the previous night, his physical attributes had surged dramatically, meeting all necessary criteria. A most unexpected boon. There remained much for Rapé to work on, such as the acrobatic prowess he had witnessed in an assassin who scaled rooftops, along with the ability to glide at low altitudes using ropes, that he also intended to master the technique of using tripwires, particularly effective for stealthy endeavors. Exiting a narrow alley, Rapé was about to slip into another when a small pickpocket rushed toward him, prompting him to halt. The young thief approached, panting heavily. "Boss, they want to find you," he said. "The police chief wishes to see you, and that the chief has already reserved a spot just at the usual place." "Is it lunch or dinner?" Rapé inquired. "It's up to you to decide." The young pickpocket plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. He had spotted Rapé 2 blocks back and had pursued him all the way here. "Then let it be lunch," Rapé declared, unwilling to squander time, especially since he had to prepare dinner for Feller. His mother had even helped him gather the ingredients, and he was determined not to waste them. "By the way, have Han informed the chief to order a whole roasted lamb for me." A complete one. That the young pickpocket sat there, utterly dazed. Rapé remembered something else. He removed his shoulder bag and took off his postman uniform, handing it to the young pickpocket, saying, "I have some matters to attend to, so please deliver these letters for me." The pickpocket continued to sit there, looking increasingly bewildered. Rapé suddenly slapped his forehead, exclaiming, "I forgot that most of you cannot read. Just give this to Han and let him handle it." With that, Rapé turned and walked away. He was headed to Sherlock's place to procure some fragrances, preferably rose water or jasmine cream for cosmetic use, both pleasant in scent and aesthetically pleasing. This was knowledge Rapé had gleaned from Bigwell after returning home yesterday. Fortune favored Rapé. Sherlock was at the shop and had some exquisite fragrances on hand, including high-quality frankincense, which was far more expensive than rose water or jasmine cream. "Do you have any bottles? Something more refined?" Rapé inquired. "Indeed," Sherlock replied, turning into the storeroom. After a moment, he emerged with a large box filled with empty glass bottles, each the size of a walnut, elegantly designed, with gilded caps that exuded sophistication. "That I have a jewelry store, and to attract customers, I often include complimentary items, such as perfumes, so I had a batch of these bottles custom-made." Sherlock quickly explained. "That I'll set some aside for you. Let your customers try them out." Rapé pulled out a small jar containing ointment from his pocket. "What is this?" Sherlock asked, peering curiously. "That it's a secret elixir for eternal youth," Rapé said, adopting a tone of mystery. Sherlock's eyes lit up. As a businessman, he understood the value of such a potion and promptly asked, "How is it used?" "Just apply it to the face," Rapé replied, handing over the jar of ointment. Sherlock eagerly scooped some ointment with his fingers, rubbing it in his palm before applying it to his face. Rapé observed closely, as he needed a small test subject. After a moment, Sherlock withdrew his hand, and lo and behold, a miracle occurred. His wrinkled, aged face transformed into a smooth, youthful visage, appearing a decade younger. "It truly works. This is fantastic. This could certainly fetch a handsome price." "No, this bottle is too large. I must order a batch of smaller ones. About the size of a thumb, perhaps even smaller. Those older women would undoubtedly buy them by the dozen." "Yes, it must be a limited edition," Sherlock babbled on, a myriad of ideas flooding his mind. "You ponder yourself. Business is your forte," Rapé said, as he noticed hand approaching. That he quickly capped the ointment jar and returned it to his pocket. Leaving the still excited Sherlock behind, Rapé exited the shop. "Boss, I've arranged for a group of people to deliver letters for you from now on," Han began, flattering him. "That won't be necessary. I'll only allow them to substitute in situations like today." "I quite enjoy being a postman," Rapé replied, clearly putting on a facade. Who would actually enjoy being a postman? However, he couldn't abandon this job just yet. He needed to maintain a low profile. "How is the matter of educating your subordinates progressing?" Rapé inquired. Han looked embarrassed, as he himself detested reading and felt an instinctive aversion to it. "That I've found someone to teach etiquette, and I've had several suits made for each person," Han said, skirting around the issue. Rapé, being astute, saw right through Han's thoughts and directly laid down the rules. "Have young Wilson teach everyone to read. In the evenings that I want to inspect in a month, they must recognize at least 100 characters and be able to read street names. Those who fail will lose their benefits. They'll have no part in any training and will spend all day studying." Hand's face immediately contorted as if he had consumed something bitter. These rules seemed aimed directly at him. Forcing him to read felt akin to a death sentence. However, the thought of being deprived of guns, sword practice, throwing daggers, or scaling walls felt even more unbearable. Rapé playfully slapped Hand on the head. Scolding, to become a proper secret policeman, one may be poor in swordsmanship or magic, but literacy is a must. Next, I will teach you how to write letters in code and also instruct you in sign language. All right, I'll heed your words. Make sure that bunch of lads studies diligently. Hand conceded, realizing he had no escape, as the majority of the pickpockets were reluctant to engage in reading. There's one more thing. Have a few people follow Sherlock to learn about management and business operations. Rapé indicated toward the shop behind him. You don't trust that you'd fellow? Hand asked, trying to sound clever. Indeed, one cannot trust a Ute. Rapé responded that you're mistaken. I uncovered a lucrative opportunity with the old madman. If successful, the profits in a month would equal what Hoff earns in a lifetime. And no sooner had Rapé finished speaking than a loud thud echoed as Hand collided with the wall. Clearly taken aback by the news. Take it easy, mate, Rapé chuckled. This is just the beginning.